Alright, we're here. I don't think that the round is quite up yet, but it should be getting started shortly here. So this is the pack online PIxelborn Tournament. It was $15 to enter this time. Slip and Jamie, appreciate the follow. It's $15 to enter this time, so there's a little less participants. However, the prize pool is up a bit higher. It is a 1.5K. Thanks to the good luck there, Attack for 2. I just haven't really changed the SPV music, and I don't know if I necessarily will. That doesn't seem like they're using it anymore, so may as well be mine now. Even then, they abandoned it for a different set of music anyway, and I kept it because I didn't want to extract the other one. So whatever, it's mine now. Yeah, I'm glad that you're doing all right. If you are, if you're not, then that is unfortunate, but I hope that you're doing okay. Always good to see you around. I haven't been streaming nearly as much, but I assume that I will stream a lot more once the new set comes out as well. I'm playing a bit of Pal World lately. That's been enjoyable. But yeah, so this is a tournament that I suspect will be about 8 rounds. It's looking to be somewhere right around 160 players-ish. We're going to be playing, I believe, just the same deck, card for card, that we played in the last tournament, which was on Wednesday. I opted to just play the Arthur version again. Just kind of to mix it up, honestly. Realistically, I felt that the Arthur plus LaFaux package here was fine, and given that, I thought I'd just run it back, and then we'll see what happens. Not like a random smattering of 5 games really is super telling about the deck one way or the other, so I thought I'd run it against a bit of a longer gauntlet here. There's only so much innovation left with these decks that you can really push. And I think that this deck, being favored in the mirror by default, outside of the really hyper-aggressive flavor, is probably fine. So that's where I ended up, and I think I'm a pretty big fan of the list. We shaved down on some of our other uninkables. We went down to 17. We went up to 17 uninkables, relying on the Ursula and Be Prepared as sort of our late game strategy, with the Merlin Rabbit. Yeah, I mean, they're lower because it was a $15 entry, and I think that you needed to do it on credit card. So especially internationally, like $15 US is not always something that is incredibly accessible for every single player, especially on credit card as well. Which I think was the only way that you could pay this time. The time zone-wise, it is rough for some people. Like, there's always things that are pluses and minuses. If you do a free tournament, like, there's, it is actually just free to jam. Whether you feel prepared or not, it doesn't really matter, right? There's no cost. So having somebody commit to spending some money to play definitely is more than joining for free. So Ezra, appreciate the follow there as well. We're just waiting for pairings. It's should have started at about 9, but I think they're waiting for the last couple of stragglers here to finish checking in, and then we'll get started. I'll touch on the list numbers wise kind of the same way that I usually do. We have 7 1-drops, favoring that we have more 2-drops that can play that are a little bit better if we do play a 1-drop. Yeah, PIxelborn is also much easier to get access to the game. Obviously, if you can play it in paper, I think that the game is very fun in paper and is a little bit better even. Ezra, appreciate the 6 months of Tier 1. That's awesome. Wow, thanks for that. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to streaming this game a lot more, especially once the new set comes out. I'm really going to hit it pretty hard, I think, trying to figure out what the best decks are. So thanks for that. I forgot what I was saying now. Oh, we were kind of talking about this. Yeah, the PIxelborn client is very, very, very good and has helped this game a lot with having some sort of online legs and being able to still remain accessible even when there was product shortages and even when it was just not necessarily as available everywhere for everybody to be able to play. There's still some parts of the world that just don't have any availability for it, really. And they're managing to, scrounge together some local events, but it just isn't as accessible everywhere in paper. But you can just always jump on here. The cost is nothing, which helps a ton too. I really hope that they eventually, once they're at the point where they think that they can handle an online client, that they bring Paddle on and carry over the users to whatever their new client is, and then that'll be really, really sweet if they do. So, but yeah, so we got the 1-drops. We have 7 of these to pair with these. So we have the LeFou, which is an awesome combo with Arthur. Arthur being a very aggressive card typically. However, it can play very well alongside Be Prepared, where you maybe use Ursula to sing and Be Prepared, and then you play an Arthur plus a rabbit or an Arthur plus a goat, and then all of a sudden you have like a sort of wider board that is still very aggressive. This being uninkable, we had to limit our uninkable choices. We cut the Tremaines to favor the Arthur package to make the curve a little bit lower and more aggressive. We did go up to 17 uninkables here because it is a little bit lower on the curve for like the Arthurs and the Rabbits. It is not as big of a deal as it would be, say, if we had like Tremaines or Elsas, which can clog the hand a lot longer. There are some games where you could just play a little bit lower to the ground with that Arthur package. So it's generally like those 4 Ursulas, the 4 Be Prepareds, and the 4 Rabbits. I think all of these are insane, and I don't know why anybody would cut them. I can appreciate that people want to play a little less uninkables, and they might want to shave some of these, but I think that if you ever want to beat some of the steel matchups, I think the Ursula is just the best card there. There are a lot of matchups where Be Prepared is irreplaceable. There just isn't anything that is close. Scar is probably the closest one, but there's some matchups where even Scar is not as good as just Be Prepared. And then this is just one of the best draw cards in the entire format. I think all these are great. I think Peter Pan's Shadow is awesome in the mirror, especially in combination with Minnie Mouse. Even on the draw, you can do Minnie Mouse attack into their Minnie Mouse, attack it with the Pan's Shadow because it has Rush. It's also good against the aggro decks, some of the more really low to the ground, like the Peter Pan, the Pinocchio 2-drop and the like Maleficent Dragon and Lilo, those kind of decks. Because this is just another Rush character. Like Fox is good there. This is good because it has Rush. Maui is good because it has Rush. This just gives you more of a curve to be able to attack what they're doing rather than having to take a turn off or play just another Fox, which is not always the best option. You can go something like Fox into Pan's Shadow into Maui, or Fox into Pan's Shadow into Goofy, and you can threaten what they're doing. And then you can leverage things like Arthur. You can leverage things like a mini of your own to try and keep up with what they're doing. And as long as you're able to sort of run them out of cards before they kill you, you can then close pretty easily with something like this as well. So we got the 3 Teeth and Ambitions. I don't really think that you can go too much lower than 3. I think you can shave 1. I can respect not shaving it down at all to favor fighting some of the Amber decks and having a better game against the like sort of Arthur low to the ground RP deck as well, so some of the more aggressive decks. However, I think it's okay to shave down, especially in the quicker version like this. But you do need some amount of targeted removal for things that are untapped. such as, you know, the Pinocchio on 2, which can be a pretty big problem. There are a few other Fidget sometimes is a good target for it in the mirror, in case they're still playing that. You kind of need some amount of this, because if you just don't have it, there's a lot of cards that are a little too free to play. So you want to be able to threaten those a little bit. It looks like the first round is up here, so we can talk about some of the other choices later. Let's go ahead and join our game. I'm going to do this. I assume that the person's not here yet, but they probably will be shortly. So, this is our game. So we will jump in. This will be round 1 of the $1,500 PIxelborn Tournament by the pack. And we will wait for our opponent here, and then we'll jump in. Looks like they saw it, so they should jump in pretty quickly here. So we're going to battle. It does look like it'll be 8 rounds here based on the number of players. So it's 154 ended up actually joining and also submitting their deck list properly and committing to the games, registering and signing up and all that. Alright, so we're waiting for our opponent to join here, and then we will get this underway. I think I am going to try and keep track of play draw. For the first game. We'll see if I remember to do it every single game, but we're going to try and do that today. Alright, so we are on the draw. Okay, so we're going to get rid of this. We don't know what our opponent is playing. This hand is not the best. It's okay. I'm going to maybe mull 2. We can keep the Goofy and ink it if it's not good. This hand's okay. I've seen a lot worse. Certainly better against a Stitch Draw. So against most of the Stitch Draws, I think we can get rid of Goofy over the Maui. So we'll play the Goofy, and then I am going to play the Mini Always Classy here and pass. Hey, Jeffries. Yeah, I will. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, this should be a good stream. I'm a little tired, but I think it'll be alright. So they inked a Rockstar, which is weird. Maybe they have another one. Maybe we just get rid of this now. I actually kind of think I'm going to get rid of it now. Because they can just Rockstar next turn, which I don't like. Because we don't really have a great answer to the Rockstar for a couple of turns, so I think I'm just going to do this now. This. If they didn't ink the Rockstar, I probably wouldn't have blasted there, but because they did, it means pretty likely that they have... A, they didn't quest, which was odd, and B, they inked one, which means that they probably had a redundant copy. So this hopefully will disrupt their line of play a little bit. They're more than likely on Mufasa, but that's fine. That is A-okay. G-Man, appreciate the follow. So they're more than likely going to draw cards with Rapunzel next turn, so I'd like to put the pressure on a little bit. Snake is not super good in this matchup. I almost kind of want to make the fox just fly. So I think what I'm going to do is... I'm going to ink the snake. I'm going to quest here. And I'm just going to play the fox, bounce this, and pass. And then our intention is to play the Pan Shadow next turn, and then we can quest with the Mim. And then the Mim will be protected because we have the Pan Shadow. Yeah, so they're drawing some cards, that's fine. They're likely going to quest here, and then the turn after we can Maui to bully what they're doing. So we'll ink the Minnie Mouse. We'll play our Pan Shadow. And we'll quest here and pass. So we have to kind of put some pressure on, because they do have a reasonable clock, but because we have the Maui, we're not as worried about it. And our whole board is going to have evasive because of this Pan Shadow, and they really don't have a ton of reasonable answers to it. As long as we put out some fodder, I think it'll be okay. If they end up playing Tremaine on the next turn, we'll likely just be able to sack the Mim, and it'll be fine. So the Mufasa is annoying, but manageable. I believe that we can race it by bashing the Rapunzel here. So we'll get rid of this. We'll play Maui. Maui can hit here. Request. Request, and we pass. So we have a pretty fast clock. Not incredibly fast. Obviously, if they keep playing two lore characters, we are going to fall behind. But because the Maui has evasive here, we're going to be able to clean up quite a bit of the board. As long as we're drawing Inkables and we can get to these Ursulas, I think we'll be fine. Alright, so the Tremaine comes down, we get rid of the Fox. That was not terribly surprising for us. We thought that might happen, so if they quest with both of these, we're going to be able to Maui and hit the Gothel here. And then still keep our Maui around to deal with something later. So we really could use an Inkable here. Okay, we drew a snake, that's fine. We will ink it. We'll quest here. I could bash the Mufasa, but I don't think we really need to. We could just hit the Gothel, and then we can hit one of these next turn. And if they play another Tremaine, we're just going to get rid of the rabbit here. Because that'll set us up better for Ursula. This looks a lot like a game that we're just going to have to race. Which Ursula is generally very good at doing. There is even a world where we don't... Just a Stitch. Okay, that's fine. There's a world where we don't kill the Tremaine, but I think we do have to in this spot. That's unfortunate. I'm debating now on whether I just smash the rabbit into something to draw a card. We'll go to 10, they'll go to 16. We can hit the Tremaine here and kill it. If we kill the Tremaine, go to 10, 15. I'm worried about another Tremaine, basically. If we just draw a card with the rabbit here. We do have an alternative line where I draw a card with this rabbit and play Arthur as well. Which I don't actually hate. Okay. So we could just draw 2 cards with the rabbit. It's unlikely to hit 2 uninkables here, since we've already drawn 3, 4, 5, 6 of our 17. I'm trying to figure out if the extra lore would matter. I don't really think that it will. It might, though. Let's just ink it. I don't actually need the lore from that, because we can just do this. We bash here, and then we just quest with everything. And then say go. And then they'll go up to 14, but we should be able to beat them on the race here. Because of the Ursula. Though they do have the dragon next turn, which if they just inked one is problematic. Another Mufasa's a little rough here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A goat would be lethal. I think they're figuring out if they can use the Merlin or not, or if they have to kill the Merlin to not just die. Drawing a goat would be lethal here, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so that puts us at pretty close to lethal. I gotta think for a second before we commit to anything. I may need to remove some of the things off of their board, because this is 2, 4, 6, 8. If I kill something over here, I can Ursula and then just have them dead. But unfortunately, it would have to just be Mufasa, which isn't a good look for us right now. And it would have to be with both of the Merlins. Maybe we start with one of the Merlins hitting here and see if we draw... Goat would be 5, 6, 7, 8. That's still not lethal, but then we can get rid of the second Mufasa. Well, we don't have it in hand, so I have to do something. So let's draw a card first. So we drew a goat. So we can win with the goat. Because I can go goat, quest here, quest here, quest here, bounce the goat, play the goat. Okay, so that'll work for game one. Now we will be on the draw. It was a very close game, though, but good that we broke serve and we were able to do that on the draw, so that's good. We don't necessarily need to be prepared here, or the Ursula, or one of these Maleficents, maybe. Teeth and Ambitions can be fine. We can keep an Arthur, though it's not as good on the draw. Maybe we get rid of the Arthur, too. It's a little rough on the draw. It's okay, but let's do this. A bit of a slow hand, but it might be fine. We do have a Maui, which is good. I'll likely run this out on 2. It depends on what our opponent does, I suppose. Do we want to set this up for 3? Like, we don't have a ton of inkables, so we have to leverage these double rabbits here. I think this is the mulligan, or this is the ink for turn 1. And if we can keep this for 3, we will. But if I can't, like if I want to run out the LaFoe just in case I have to teeth in ambitions, it doesn't look like I have to teeth this game, but they could just go Lantern into Simba, and then that's kind of sketchy. So they got rid of a Rockstar again. They didn't Simba this time, so I don't think I have to run this out right away. No, I do. If they play Gothel, I guess there's some benefit to this. No, I don't think there's anything that I want to teeth immediately next turn. So I don't think I have to run this out. I think I can just ink a teeth and pass. And we'll just play this game a little slower. We can run this out into rabbits and play towards Maui on 4, or 5 rather. And that'll be our catch-up line. Another Lantern is fine. They do 2 for a Surfer. It's possible that I should have played around Surfer by keeping the other teeth, but there's not really anywhere for me to play it either. Like double teeth, I just don't have any guys for it, so we'll just have to draw into one of our answers for it sooner than later. I think here I'm just getting rid of LaFoe because the rest of my cards are a little bit more important here. I'm going to do this to draw a card and pass. Not a great draw. It is a little bit more aggressive. We can try to do a race situation, but they do have a lot of ink already, which is problematic because of the double Lantern draw. Like, I may just have to be in a world where I play towards blowing up the board or whatever. Like, I may just have to Maui this Mufasa immediately. Given that as a draw, we almost certainly have to play one of these rabbits. I'm just debating if we get rid of a teeth or a fox. And it feels like the fox is not going to really have time to play. This is hybrid. I think it's this into the rabbit. And then our intention is just to start slamming Maui's next turn. They're almost certainly going to quest, right? I guess they might Maui me, which I guess would be a little annoying. But if their turn is just play Maui, maybe I don't even care. Okay. So here, I would have liked to have drawn another Inkable, but I guess we're just going to have to get rid of the teeth. It's going to be really awkward if we hit specifically like an X2 off of Mufasa or a Gothel, but I think it's just this anyway. And then we'll see what they hit off of it. Maybe it's a Lantern, or maybe it's something even worse. Queen of Hearts is fine. So we will be in a really rough spot if I quest here, so I'm just going to have to pass. The problem being is if they Rapunzel, they only get to draw 2 cards instead of 3. So they had the Gothel anyway, so it kind of didn't matter. Amari, okay. I mean, we're in a spot where we basically need to draw, be prepared. So I think we just have to play more draw card. and look for the Be Prepared or something that can deal with this a little better. I would like to keep the mini for now, I think. So let's just play this goat. And then let's quest here. I'm questing now because I would like to draw a card so that we can try to find the B-Prep. Because I think we're in a spot where it's kind of B-Prep or bust. Or potentially drawing an answer to the mini. Otherwise, we're just going to have to start slamming Ursulas, which is also fine. But they do have answers to Ursula with the Namari here. But I can answer the or I can just hit the Maui here. We have another rabbit, so I don't care too much about doing this. So let's hit that. And draw a card first before we play anything. So we draw another goat. I think it's probably just an Ursula here. Getting rid of a Maui. And then we let them do this for it, but we draw a card and we drain them a lore. Takes them off of the curve a little bit here. Because we still currently don't have any answers to the Surfer. And there are quite a few in the deck. This is an unfortunate draw for us because they get to pick up 2 cards. They're likely going to kill Ursula here. Yeah, that makes sense. That's fine, though. The Namari not questing is okay for us in this spot. So we did find a Pan Shadow. We don't actually have a Fox, unfortunately. But we can combine this with the Maui to kill the Surfer if we want. Not right now, necessarily, but we can do that at some point. I would like to be able to threaten this Stitch, which we can't really super do. Currently, anyway. Thoughts here. They're going to go to 15, which is admittedly a little less scary than it would be against some other decks. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to ink another Snake. And I'm going to play Ursula to draw a card and drain another lore. And then I'm just going to play this as Terrain Protection and then pass. We still have the outs of Be Prepared. Which I would likely do, but I would sing it and then fill the board again. We do have pretty fast clock in our hand. If we are able to clean up the board. Luckily, the Mufasa wasn't terribly scary, but this Surfer has been able to get kind of free reign. Which is not ideal, obviously. There's a world where this last turn we could have also... our next turn we can Pan Shadow and we can just like double LeFou as well. Another Stitch Surfer. Well, that's not great. Okay, draw 2 more cards. They have an awful lot of ink. I don't know if they really need to be going that high with the double lantern, but maybe their hand is really costly. Well, unfortunately, we also did not draw the Be Prepared here. So we can either choose to bash the Stitch twice, or we can do this plus the Maui to just kill the Surfer. And then we can do this. Can we even do that next turn? I think I can ink this for sure. Can I even use this to hit this twice next turn? No. The question is, are we just going to die even if we kill these, because then we just have to be prep forever. And there is a strong possibility of that. I mean, I don't really think I have much of a choice for this line. So I think we just do Pan's Shadow plus Maui. We at least take out one thing. I think we can afford to quest. I could snake Maui. That is an option. I just don't. We're just going to be a little tight on resources. But yes, I can bounce Maui next turn as an option too. Do we go to 6? If they'd have to double bash here to also kill this. I think we just quest. Like, we have to play towards the possibility of racing if we hit the if we hit a Be Prepared or a way of interacting with this more favorably. And if we don't, then we'll lose and just go to game 3. You know, it's not like the end of the world. We had a pretty mopey draw with no Be Prepareds. And they had a very good draw with a lot of stitches. So they blow up the Ursula, which is not ideal. So it means that we can't sing next turn. So we really just have to rip a Be Prepared and then like follow it up with something. So they ink again. Okay, so we did draw the Be Prepared. Can I afford to play around Tremaine? Not particularly. I could put one of these back into my hand if we want. Instead of inking one of these, I can ink something else. I feel like we don't have the luxury of playing around Tremaine, is my thought. And since we don't have the luxury of playing around Tremaine, I think I'm just going to ink the snake. We have a lot of ink, I guess. No, I'm going to ink the snake. I'm going to quest for 3. I'm going to Be Prep, and then I'm just going to play Arthur and say go. Since we have no luxury of playing around anything because they're at 18, like, if they have Tremaines in hand, like, we're not in a good spot anyway, right? Because if they play a Tremaine, even if we had Tremaine protection, like, we're just big dead, right? Yeah, it kind of has to be another Be Prep. Right now, we have 2 draws to get one, and then we have to have them whiff on that. So we quest here, bounce this. And we missed. Okay, so they got me. Alright, I'll take the play game 3. Alright, now we actually get a game on the play, which will be nice. Because that matters quite a bit here. The Surfer being able to get 14 lore on its own was a bit problematic that game. Was it 12 or 14? It was at least 12 that game, which is a lot. So we have a Surfer draw of our own. We can go 1, 2, 3 with this hand. That's probably fine. I see. Well, I guess we just have a Be Prepared in our hand, which is okay. I mean, sometimes we do need to Be Prepared against this deck, even if we have a more aggressive draw. We may not even use this, but I'm certainly going to run out a mini turn 1, and then we'll see where we're at once we play this on 3. We probably won't need the second mini, but we may need the Maui, so we'll do it this way. Like, I might not play the LeFou, depending upon what they do on their first few turns. Because if we run this out and they run out, say, a Gothel and heal it right away, then it stunts this pretty badly. Whereas we can use this effect or just ink it, depending upon the rest of our draw. So they play a Stitch. We draw another Uninkable, which, since we drew an Uninkable, means that we likely want to use this as ink instead of keeping it. and we'll just quest here and pass. We can play this, and we can even realistically sing it if we're a little tough on inkables here. They're playing Simba as well. So they Queen of Hearts, and they're going to bully the mini. That's unfortunate. Definitely puts us a bit behind here. We could use this to draw a card instead of playing the Surfer. This would replace itself, and then we can use it to sing, but it is a little less aggressive. And then we would have to ink one of these three, which I'd rather not do. So I think we're going to get rid of the Maleficent. We're going to play this and pass. And then this is going to be pretty safe to be able to sing with, I would suspect. Like, they don't have a lot of interaction in the air. And then we can use this to draw a card, which I don't love doing. I would rather be a little bit aggressive with it, but I don't think that we have that luxury with our draw. Because we threw one of our better cards right in the garbage. Sorry, one of our cards in general, just the Surfer, or sorry, the Classy. We kind of have to get some resources back rather than pressing Lore, which is unfortunate. But I think we can play this Goat, and that'll be okay. So let's do this and draw 2 cards. Maui is generally very good in this matchup. More so than a Maleficent Sorceress. Even though the draw is really nice, I think we can do this. This will put a little bit more pressure on the creatures, like the characters that they have. And then, even if we just leave this untapped for a while, so that we can try and challenge a Mufasa before we be prepared, that'll be a good option for us too, I think. And because we have the Maui, we can also quest and kill the Dock, or we can use the Goat to kill it. Yeah, so there's the Mufasa. So they opt not to quest. We definitely have to kill the Dock here for sure. Goofy is strong a lot of times. Usually not as strong as the Maui is in this particular matchup, though it is hard for them to challenge the Goofy. We are losing this race pretty badly. If we kill this Dock, we catch up a bit. Because then they can only do 5 next turn, so they can't actually... they can't play like a Tremaine or whatever. But if we Maui here, then their only real recourse is... I guess we can just use the Goat. Inca Maui. Maui's very good in this matchup. I just don't think we're in a position to race with the way that our hand is. I think we kind of have to do this. We're just going to hit the Dock and quest for 2, and then say go. Because we may end up having to ink this Maui to play towards the Be Prepared. Especially if they get to something like a Simba, that'll be pretty rough. Or not a Simba, a Stitch. Like the big Stitch, or even the Shift. I guess they could have shifted last turn instead of playing the Mufasa, which they might have done. I could use a rabbit or something to draw a little bit of cards. Okay, so they shift the Queen of Hearts. They're going to trade that with the Maui to draw a card. I think that's fine, since we have the other one. So they play a Surfer of their own. And they don't quest here. Man, this is unfortunate. Alright, this is the play. If our opponent Tremaines, we're probably sacking the Surfer. Hoping that we draw an Inkable here. They play another Mufasa. Well, that's a fucking disaster. Well, we have two, so it's not as bad. But we definitely have to do one now. So we'll ink here. We'll quest for 2. We'll hit this Mufasa. We'll start here and see what it hits. Hopefully it doesn't draw them 2 cards. That would be ideal. And it's not a Mufasa. That would also be a big problem. Gothel's fine. So they play Gothel. We B-prep. Hopefully they hit a Lantern. That would be our ideal pop-off off the Mufasa here. Maui is fine as well. Alright, so we've mostly stabilized here. And now we get to pass. So we want them to not have more Mufasas. Lantern is fine. Now we can play Ursula. Draw our card. I think we just pass. If they do end up Tremaining, we can do the Be Prepared and just blow up this board. Given that they just have Doc here, I think the play is just to race, which is pretty easy now. So we'll play this, untap, Arthur, pass. And then they're pretty dead already. Yeah. Alright, GG. So this is 3, 6, 7, and then we can untap it, and then they're just done. So, nice. Alright, we will take game 1. Sorry, we will take match 1. That is round 1, so we are done with round 1. Sweet. So that was... how did I get rid of the board? Well, I used the goat that I was intending on bashing into the Mufasa to bash into one of the Mufasas. It hit into a Gothel, and then we B-prepped it. And then my opponent's second Mufasa hit a Maui, which was irrelevant. So then we had Ursula. Ursula drew us into Arthur LaFoe combo, and then we just quested out to win. Because they played Doc, and it was nothing, right? They just had ramp stuff and not enough floor to finish. So a deck like that doesn't really have a lot of depth as far as comeback mechanics. Yeah, I don't even know if they have B-preps in their deck necessarily, but if they do, it makes the Mufasa even worse, right? Like, it can make the Mufasa miss a lot more frequently. So anytime you're adding more of that stuff, it makes the deck inconsistent. Even if it is good in the deck to come back, they don't really have GOAT to close either, so their B-preps are a little worse than ours are, generally. And then the Arthur, this combo here, like we quested with Ursula, we untapped it, and then we played Arthur, and then we're representing 3, 6, 7, and then we get to untap again. So they would be dead in 2 turns without much real recourse from it. Like, they can't really stop this with the traditional Mufasa lists, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure what their list is. There are plenty of versions of it where they can, you know, run 3 lanterns or 4 lanterns or a 2-2 split or whatever. There's a lot of different variants on the sort of red Mufasa lists, and I think all of them have merits. You want to limit the number of misses that your Mufasas have, of course, but at the same time, like, you want to be playing the powerful cards too, so it's tricky, right? But in this case, it worked out for us. We were able to leverage the Surfer on the play to get some cards where we needed it from the friends, but then also we gained enough lore with this that we can close pretty quickly once we were able to turn the corner with the Be Prepareds. Even though some of our ink was a little awkward in games 2 and 3, we navigated towards the cards that were good, which in this case was Be Prepared, and then we were able to battle through 2 Mufasas because they flipped some not ideal cards. Being that Maui is very good, it is pretty awkward off of Mufasa when you are Be Prepareding them. Right? It's no different than if you play, if you watched us playing the Amber Amethyst Mufasa list, where, you know, you can miss and just hit a rabbit or a snake or a fox when it's not super good. So there are outcomes that if your deck is not filled with just like all gasoline that are a little awkward, and you can't really just play only aggressive cards in decks like that, because you're trying to get the best value out of each card, and Maui is very strong value-wise. It is a little awkward when it comes off of a Mufasa, which is what happened. So, yes, this is a hit, but it's not an amazing hit. But there are some creature matchups that, like, this would be a good hit against Steel a lot of the time, because they clean up your board. Now you have Maui, you're just going to be able to bully what they're doing. So I can understand why it's in there. Definitely not at its best in this matchup. But if you don't have amazing hits off of the Mufasas, like, the deck is a little bit worse because it still just is a creature deck against Be Prepared, which, you know, Be Prepared is generally designed in such a way that it is, especially in these control-y type decks, to bully the decks just playing characters without GOAT, obviously. So far so good. Hopefully our draws are a little bit more consistent going forward, but we made it work. So how much time is left in our round here? It looks like we don't have a timer. It looks like there's about 14 minutes left, so we can talk about the deck a little bit more, and why we made some of these choices over. So this was sort of the other deck that I was considering. Oh, we should update this one with what I would have been playing. Let's do that real quick. So collection, this one. So I was going to completely cut the fidgets, and then I was going to run purple-red. I would do one more crab, or a crab, period, I guess. So I'd run one crab, and then I think 2 of these you can fly, if I were to be running this list instead. And I've updated both of these on the Dreamborn as well with this. But I think that this list is what I would be running if I wasn't running the Arthur flavor that I am. This is one that plays the Tremaines a little bit more on the control-y portion. Yeah, GG. Some unfortunate Mufasa hits at the end there, you know. I had to gamble a little bit that they were going to turn into something that weren't just, you know, double Surfer or whatever. But I think I had to play it that way. Yeah, it was kind of an ugly draw overall. I was inking Mauis and stuff to try and hit the Be Prepareds on time. But yeah, if Mufasa misses and you get Be Prepped, like, then it's just a character-filled deck that loses to a board wipe, you know? What are you gonna do, right? It could have just as easily been double Surfer or Rockstar or whatever, and then it's, like, not super good for me either, so. Such is the roulette of Mufasa. But yeah, this would be the other flavor that I would play. It has the Kuzcos for more of the early plan instead of the instead of the LeFaux. It has the same teeth count with the 3. It is also the fun of Mufasa, yeah. Live by it, die by it, right? We still have the same mini Surfer set, the 2 Goofies and the 2 Pan Shadows. Like, I still think that this is a good number on all these. The Cuscos are, you know, in that 2-drop slot. We have less 1-drops because we have less things that absolutely need to happen on turn 2 then, that require a 1-drop, you know, because we now have the Cuscos. We have the full set of friends on the other side in this flavor of the deck because you are trying to get more to the late game and just draw more cards. You're more willing to just play Maleficent on 3. Like, you're not always the aggressor. We have the Crab because it can combine with the Mini or the Pan Shadow to just knock out a Surfer. And also, it just gives you more options that you can do with, say, a Cusco to be able to sort of bully your opponent a little bit. I think the Crab as a spice in this is reasonable. The 2 You Can Fly, the Crab is also decent there. You Can Fly being able to allow us to interact with the evasives. It is good with the Ursula as well. There are times when you just give your Ursula evasive and then your opponent just can't interact with it favorably. Because there just aren't, especially against Steel, they literally don't have an answer to Ursula, period, when it is also flying. Like, they barely have an answer to Goofy that's good for them, let alone an 8 toughness. So there's some play there, but also you can use Snake or Crab or Fox or a combination of Crab plus one of these things, plus the You Can Fly, Goat, Tremaine, any of these things can just, like, combine with the You Can Fly to take out a Surfer or a Pan Shadow. Pan Shadow obviously good with these 2 as well. But yeah, this is probably what I would be running if I wasn't running the Arthur hybrid flavor, which is what we are running today. The reason that we decided to even build the sort of Arthur flavor, this is named wrong. This should be Ursula's Arthur House. That's better. But the reason that we're playing sort of this hybrid thing is that once upon a time, I was at a 2K constructed, not last weekend, but the weekend before. Yeah, that would be right. So 2 weeks ago that we top 8'd. And the only match that we lost was to a mirror. And Icky was playing a deck that was, let me see if I can even find it. I bet I can. Where would it be listed? I know where it's listed. I have a copy of it. Just trying to figure out where the best place to put it would have been, and I think I put it here most recently. Yes. Okay. So let's open link. It is kind of a potato picture. It is not the highest quality, but you'll get the idea. So basically, the list that they were running is a lot of 3-ofs and a lot of little pieces to still be this sort of hybrid mid-game, early game, late game. It has this package, which is sort of the 7 cards that make up the majority of what the hybrid allows for. It has the 1-drops plus the snake. Like this whole piece right here is sort of your early game aggression with the Surfer as well. Still 3 here, 3 here. But then where I didn't particularly like this list, even though it bullied me pretty badly, was the inclusion of Spellbook, and I think Elsa's a bit unnecessary in this format. I think it is good in certain matchups, but I think Ursula is a better card. And then also shaving on the rabbits and the Be Prepareds. I am very opposed to that, though, again, I can understand why. It is an inkable question, and there are some times when you don't want to be playing rabbit on 4, and you can kind of get a little glutted with them, especially if you're trying to just bounce them with these, or even the Arthur. To replay them, you don't always need as many, but the games where you don't draw rabbit and the games where you draw at least 1 rabbit are dramatically different if you don't have like the perfect curve out. So I really wanted all the rabbits. I just think that this list is probably even better in the mirror than the one that we're playing. But I think that this list sacrificed some percentage against, say, blue steel, for example, by not running the full set of Be Prepareds. And I didn't really want to do that. I don't think that Spellbook is good in any other matchups, and I think that this is already good enough to beat the mirror, like the Arthur plus LeFaux, plus like your Surfers and your Pan Shadow. Like, a lot of your cards are already very good in the mirror, so you don't necessarily need additional like tech pieces, say like the Spellbook, that are really only good against this matchup, against RP in general. Because the Spellbook is kind of awkward in most of the other matchups. I generally find that you can close the game with Goat just fine, especially when you have some of these more aggressive cards to play with anyway. Obviously, the Fidgets have been sort of changed. The Crab, I opted just to play Goofy instead of the Crab. I think that's sort of just a me choice. I'm playing the full set of Mauis because I think that Maui is also too good not to play the full set of. Yeah, I think at the very least, Spellbook should be taken out for Pan Shadows. I would agree with that 100%. But in general, I think I had been playing lists that had a lot of Spellbooks in them before, and I was slowly cutting them just for Ursulas. Because Ursula versus Spellbook, like, yes, this is more expensive, but this card doesn't do anything on its own. Except for gain lore slowly, right? So I had been cutting them directly for Ursulas and was very happy about it in some of the earlier lists, because this realistically gains you as much lore as a Spellbook does. After questing once, like, they're even. Because this drains 1 from the Spellbook, and then if it quests once, it gains 3, right? And sometimes this dies immediately, and that happens. In the same way that Spellbook can die immediately, and that happens. But, like, this is just such an awkward card against matchups where, like, this does nothing when you're behind. The Spellbook can never help you when you're behind, whereas Ursula, when you're behind, sometimes you just play it, let them get another turn of questing, and then you buy back all of the tempo by singing a Be Prepared and then slamming another one plus a mini, and then now all of a sudden, in a spot where you were incredibly behind, you are now incredibly ahead. Because you drain them another lore, you gained a card off the Ursula, it has protection from Tremaine. Like, it just does a lot of things that I think are irreplaceable in this deck. And I didn't like Elsa as much because Ursula is better on essentially an empty board for us. I do think that Elsa is a good tempo card, but costing 8 is not free. Like, that is a bit of a cost for Elsa. And I think it is essentially like a win more card a little bit. So I've played with it some, and there are matchups where Elsa is, like, incredibly good, and it's usually the matchups where your opponent also has an Elsa, so that you can sort of buy back the tempo that they're stealing by tapping 2 of your things and making them not on tap. So against, say, Steel Purple, the Elsa can be very good because they're running a lot of Elsas. But in general, I think just playing some of these better, faster cards, overtaxing their removal, and then just playing a set of Ursulas was similar or better for me. So I favor the list that we're running, which is what I ended up building up after I saw their deck list. Talked to them a little bit at the event for their thoughts on, like, why they switched some of the cards, like what they were doing that for. And I think it did make some sense to try and essentially make it so that it's hard to battle both halves of the deck. Yeah, Surfer Mini really impacts the meta a lot, because if you don't have an answer to it, it is aggressive enough that it gets you into GOAT range if you just do nothing to it. You know, and there's not a lot of cards that really, truly answer it cleanly. So if they're on the play and they play a Surfer Mini, or if they play 2, or if they go Mini into a Pan Shadow, if you don't have an answer until Be Prepared, you're just dead to literally GOAT. That's not a good spot to be. A lot of times the mirror is won or lost, especially on the draw, by if your opponent does a Surfer Mini, and then if you don't do anything to it before before you have to like be prepared or whatever. If this gains 8 or 10 lore on its own, that is insane. That is so much better than a spellbook could ever hope to be, because it also doesn't tax your resources every turn. It's just a one and done, here's a thing, can you deal? And if you can't, like, it's a big problem. I mean, you saw it in game 2, where I did a lot of things to interact with what my opponent was doing, and I was able to keep up pretty well on the ground. You know, even through some of their better cards, I had the Mauis and I was doing fine there. But because I didn't draw Goofy or Pan Shadow in a reasonable time, the You Can Fly, like any of the things that I would have normally, even just a Mini plus a Teeth, and because I inked the second Teeth that I had, I just like was straight cold to this Mini Surfer, and it just bullied me. They gained 12 lore with it. That's too much for a single card to be able to like come back from. It's not as bad in matchups where they don't have the goat to close, but if your opponent gets to like 15 lore, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe at all. If you can't chain Ursulas to try and stop that, like goat alone will kill you eventually. You know, goat plus, if they play a goat and bounce it once, all of a sudden you're dead. Right, you're in literally be prepared every turn and hope they never hit another goat ever again. Like, that's a terrible spot to be. Like, you want to stop the mirror at, like, 10 or less. And then you kind of feel safe, especially on the draw. But that's why the Pan Shadow is so interesting, because on the draw, you can take the aggression back by, for example, going 1-drop into Snake, into a Surfer of your own, and then all of a sudden, or a Fox of your own, right? If you have a Fox in play, you know, if you do this and just play Fox, or if you do this and play Snake, now all of a sudden you can fly and hit it, you can have the Fox and then you Pan Shadow to hit it, you have your Surfer Mini hit their Surfer Mini, and then you Pan Shadow and rush into it and also hit it. Sometimes you just Pan Shadow, you Surfer Pan Shadow of your own, and then you can Maui their thing the turn after or whatever. It gives you more options to play with than what you would have if you just like don't have a card like Pan Shadow, if you don't have a card like Goofy or You Can Fly. I don't necessarily think that You Can Fly is incredible, right? I don't think that this is an amazing card, but I sometimes wish that I had room for another one in this deck, which is why in the version that I'm playing that isn't as heavy on uninkables has 2 as an option. It's especially very good with Crab as a way of, giving you more outs to the Mini, even combining directly with the Crab to do that. So I think having outs to those evasives, even sometimes evasives out of other colors. I think about the Green Fossa deck, which has like the Tinkerbell, the Ray, and the Genie. Like, you now have outs to these cards, which you maybe didn't before, in the same way. Having Be Prepared as an out is good, right? You should always, be aware that in these decks you have this Be Prepared as a sort of safety valve. But there are plenty of draws that your opponent is able to gain a lot of lore before you get to this Be Prepared, because this is not a ramp deck. We're not something like a Popsicle deck that has, that has Winnie the Pooh or Quill or something to be able to get from, 5 to 7 more quickly. You have to wait until turn 7. If their 3 or 4 drop is getting 6 lore, that's a lot from a single card, which is how, that's the way that sort of where's some of my aggressive ones? Is this an aggressive one? Yeah, so that's like a deck like this, they're playing the Lilo, they're playing something like LeFou, Doc, Maleficent, all these really lore-dense cards. They're generally happy if they can get 4 out of them. If they can attack with it twice, that's generally pretty good. Or if they can get 1 attack out of Pinocchio or Arthur, that's usually awesome. And those are only gaining 3 or 4 versus 6 or 8. It is some of the best questing that you can do, the most lore that you're going to gain out of a single card. So it's all about sort of managing that card versus lore gain kind of situation. And you just want to minimize getting blown out by that. And that's why the Arthur can be so strong. Arthur plus the LeFaux combo is 4 lore per turn, every turn if they don't answer it. Because this quest, the Arthur quests, bounces your thing, you gain the 3, and then you replay it, untap the Arthur. If they don't have a way of stopping this, they're just on a 5-turn clock, straight up. And if you're on the play, that puts them basically dead by the time that Be Prepared would come down to deal with it. Which is why I think that this is so strong in the mirror. Because the only real answer to it that they have is Teeth and Ambitions. Compared to all of the things, like everybody's answering all these cards. Espresso, appreciate the follow. Everybody's adding all these cards to answer Mini Surfer, and I've had opponents that had a lot of these answers, and I just did Arthur LeFaux and killed them. Because they didn't have a way of beating this, so I just gained 4, 4, 4, 4. You know, eventually while you're doing this, if you're still inking, you can start playing other cards too. You know, because this does cost 2 lore per turn, or 2 ink per turn to replay this. But after turn, you know, on turn 5, you now have 3 lore to play with, because you bounce it, and then you can do a 3. So you can play a Surfer Mini, you know, you can play like a Fox or a Maleficent or something, and then once you hit 6, then all of a sudden your deck breaks open again, because now you can do this plus a goat or plus a rabbit, plus a Pan Shadow, and then you're back in playing your cards while you're still doing this combo. So you're still adding to the clock while you're doing that. Even just a Surfer Mini or a Pan Shadow on its own will push well above what they're doing. Johnny, appreciate the follow. I would consider this to be like a hybrid. I would consider this to be a hybrid version, because we're not really doing much beyond this as a change to the deck, right? So if we compare, because this would be roughly what I would be running if I wasn't running that, right? The only thing that we've changed is we've shaved the Tremaines, which are a little bit more control-y, for like the Tremaines and the Kuzcos, for the Arthurs. And then we had to sort of cut the crab to be able to facilitate. We shaved a crab and a friends on the other side, and like a You Can Fly, right? So that we can fit a little bit more 1-drops. Just to run the Arthur package. But we're really only adding like 7 cards here, 8 if you count the extra 1-drop, just to be able to play a little bit more with doing like 1 into LeFaux into Arthur kind of deal. Or 1 into Snake into Arthur or whatever. It doesn't really change a ton for what I would be running normally, which I think is really cool. And if you don't love Arthur, that's fine. I do think that this list is still very good, and I would have been happy to run this too. I was debating between both of these lists for what I wanted to run this weekend, and I opted to run the Arthur just because I think that it is pretty well positioned if you're going to fight the mirror a lot. I think this deck is okay in the mirror, but I think that the other one is even better in the mirror. I suspect that this list is better into random steel decks, just because you have Tremaine, which can be pretty good against them. A lot of times, if they just run out of Beast, you can Tremaine it, and that can be pretty favorable. And you have a little bit more card draw with the Kuzco, the extra friends on the other side. But I think that the most interesting part with Arthur, I don't think that you need more aggro in this deck, interestingly. You want these to be 1/3s to be able to, A, combo with Teeth and Ambitions when you need that, but also you need these to just be alive, for bouncing, or you need them to be alive with the Ursula to Tremaine Protect. But you really need these for the aggro deck. right? Because you are not as fast, even with this hybrid, like adding the Arthurs, you're still just not as fast as something like this, or something like this list that is just playing basically the same cards, right? They're playing the same package of aggressive cards that you are. And some of the lists have even been cutting rabbit in favor of just like more aggro cards. Maybe the Pascal, you know, maybe more Fan the Flames or whatever. But they just have higher lore density at the lower drops. And if you can't threaten the, say, Maleficent or Lilo if they're playing the Amber version, if you can't actually put any pressure on those cards, then you can get buried pretty easily. And having, say, a mini Always Classy in play versus the Maleficent, they can't just freely attack with it in the same way that they could if you had a Pascal. Because your Pascal's just trading, whereas you can attack, it lives. And if this is still in play, that's really bad for them, because now they can't attack with the next thing without it getting eaten either. A lot of times a 3-3, like a snake, is the same as a 1-3 in those matchups. Because you really, just like that 1 damage is plenty for a lot of the early cards that you care about. And then by the time that you need a little bit more power, you can get into like the Fox yourself. So a lot of times I won't even play Snake on 2. I'll just, you know, opt for, say, a Kuzco or something, because it is just as good a lot of times as a Snake. And you just need bodies on the board so that you're not vulnerable to... sometimes they're running like Befuddle now, which just bounces your tiny idiot. So it's tough, right? It's tough. I think Pascal is a very good card, and I've been seeing more people running it. But I don't think that Pascal is really that great in the mirror. If you're running a bunch of crabs, I have seen some tech where you play a lot more crabs, and then your intention is like you trade a Pascal for a Surfer or whatever. You know, you combine it with crab, and then you trade it with a Surfer. I think that's okay. But they are able to more easily bully you if you're against steel. Like Pascal's a lot worse against steel. But yeah, you could run some Pascals. I don't think it would ruin the deck for sure. I think it'd be okay. So in theory, the next round is up maybe. Let me refresh the page here. Yes. It looks like the next round is up. Hey Pash, how are you? Yeah, it looks like it's up. So let's jump into our game here. This. Alright, so this will be round 2 of the 1.5K, the pack PIxelborn Tournament here. I'll wait for our opponent to pop up. I don't even know if they've announced the round being up yet. It should come up in a couple minutes here. But they will... but I assume that they'll be joining pretty shortly here. Oh, nice. That'll be fun. Alright, we wait for our opponent here to be able to jump in round 2. Again, we're going to try and keep track of the play draw if we can. Last round we were on the draw. We managed to do okay with it. Doesn't seem like we've seen our opponent yet. I think it'll be fine, but... Alright, we wait. Alright, so they've joined. Looks like we're on the draw. No, I don't think that there's any decks that currently prefer to be on the draw. Being on the play is preferred quite a bit here. This hand is a little slow, but it is not a bad hand. I think we can put Goofy... and maybe a Fox back in. I don't want to over-ink. But these are not great cards for where we're at here. Or I don't want to over-mulligan. That's fine, but kind of a bad hand. We'll have to see what their colors are here. This could be blue steel. This hand isn't terrible against blue steel. It is blue purple. Okay. An interesting color combination I'm not familiar with, so this will be an interesting game, I would suspect. Let me think about the color combo for how we want to ink here. I don't know if the teeth will be necessary, but we may want to keep it. I'm likely going to run out this next turn. Maui is generally good against these colors if they're playing Flaversham. I think here we ink Goofy and then just pass. What I'd like to do is play LeFaux into Mimfox and then either doing Rabbit and then also singing Friends on the other side or bullying something. They're almost certainly going to be a Popsicle deck given the color combination here. Check my points. So we have 3 points. Okay. They play a second Popsicle. That's fine. Alright, so we draw another Rabbit, which is not ideal. I think because we have so many 4s already, I think I'm going to get rid of the first goat. I'm just going to play this and then say go. I do like where our hand is at, and they shouldn't have a ton of answers to this or the Fox. So I'm absolutely down to have my Fox just kill this Olaf if they quest with it. That's perfect. So let's quest here. Do I want to ink a second goat? No. I think I'll get rid of Teeth and Ambitions instead. I'd like to maybe keep the second one, but I am going to Fox here. We'll bounce this. We'll hit here and pass. This also could deal with Flaversham with the LeFaux as a combo, but I'm likely looking to Rabbit, possibly even Friends on the other side. Sing just to draw some cards and give us more options. So I have tried to play this color combination before, and it wasn't actually that bad. So we'll have to see where they sort of took it. If it's just drawing a bunch of cards, I'm not as concerned about it. Obviously there's a lot of decks that can draw a lot of cards. Yeah, it's like a lot of card draw. It plays into like a lot of Elsa sort of effects, which can be very good. And also not surprising if that's what they're doing. I don't think... Yeah, this is fine. So that'll be good. They don't really have any board wipes, though, so we can go kind of wide. And it's not really going to hurt us a ton. So let's do this and then pass. Yeah, they have no way of really cleaning up the board. But generally this, in theory, draws cards. It ramps into the big blue Hades. It ramps into Ursula's. Sometimes it ramps into Elsa's. Let it go. I think it is good and playable. It is just not the best deck overall, I would say. Because it just doesn't end up having a lot of overall board impact. And it doesn't... Here's the big problem with it, is it doesn't have a card like Be Prepared, and it doesn't have a card like Swords or the the sort of spells like Big Tank that can clean up wide boards. So if we just play aggressively and go wide, they don't have a lot of answers to that. And when they play a bunch of their big things, we can just be prepared, and then what? What is their option then? You know, they run out of things that they're able to do that are not just go wide. Similar to how, like, they'll play very similarly to the way that Blue Steel plays, except they can't because they're playing purple as their second color, so they don't have anything to go and draw them cards immediately like Wheel. But they also don't have the board wipe like Swords. So it becomes a little awkward there. So let's play another Merlin. These goats are going to be really good. I think we don't need this mini, but I will play this one. We'll play the mini, we'll quest here. I'm going to start getting some lore down, if we can, while they don't have a huge board, so that we put a little bit of pressure on what they're doing. I like that they have a little bit of lore, because it makes our Ursulas live. Sometimes these decks don't really quest a ton, unless they draw Flaversham, and we really need to be able to get value out of this. The Ursula, if we're playing it. Because what happens in this matchup a lot is we play Ursula, it draws us a card, and then they put it into our Inkwell, which is generally fine. Drains them a lore as well. We're more than likely going to need to Maui this, or we can play a goat and just get it on the board. We'll have to see. But they're going to start inking a lot and getting more card draw in. I'm probably just going to hit this Grammatala immediately. Actually, I don't know if I care. I think we're going to be able to just quest up and it'll be fine. I'm just debating on whether or not I want to play this goat or if I want to bounce something here. I could always Maui the Grammatala, and then that makes their Flaversham like not super favorable to quest, which is probably okay. Or I could draw some cards. Maybe just drawing cards is fine. Get a little bit more pressure on the board. Yeah, I think that's okay. I'm okay with just like Mauing this or whatever. Let's do this. Rebuy a rabbit. I'd like to keep some card draw too, because sometimes these games can go a little long. I think we're going to ink this. And then let's just play the rabbit again. And then say go. Because we can go kind of wide, they don't have a ton of... They don't really have any hasty answers either in these colors. But they do have ways of closing the game out very quickly. If they're playing things like Tamatoa or Elsa, they can keep up in the race pretty favorably just by sort of playing those cards. So we have to make sure that we're keeping up with that, ideally. So they're going to Fox their rabbit back, draw more cards, probably kill our rabbit, which is fine. Yeah, that's alright. I think we'll probably use this mini to take out the fox so that it can't just eat these. The Arthur's going to be a very good draw here as well, as a follow-up after we be prepared at some point. I think we'll hit here, and then we'll Maui here. Reflection. Look at the top 3 cards, put them back on top of your deck in any order. Okay. That is a card you can play. They must be playing some sort of synergy with that somewhere. To make a card like that valuable. I wouldn't think that Index for 3 is really something that you'd be particularly excited about, but it is inkable, I guess, so there's not too much of a cost. I think we hit here. I think we... I'm debating on just drawing another card with the Merlin rabbit. Like bounce the rabbit with the snake again. Like I'm trying to figure out what I ink here, and it is probably just the snake if we don't draw some things. So I guess we quest here, snake, and then we'll ink the other snake if we don't draw something great. Okay, so we'll do this, that's fine. Ink the snake, play Maui, bash here, quest here, and pass. And then we're going to get to the point soon where I'm going to want to start playing these, just to force them to play out a little bit more of their hand. I almost certainly should have dealt with this Tala earlier, but it's fine if they want to use that just to kill Maui. Whenever this character quests, your characters gain Challenger 3 and return it to your hand. Sure. That is acceptable. We can ink Surfer. Play Ursula. Draw a card. Play this and pass. Like, I'd like them to answer more of our cards before we do the Be Prepared, like with this. Gives us more ink as well, which is nice. It's interesting that they decided to attack with this. That seems ambitious. Maybe they're trying to close out the game, I guess. Or they think that we're going to be prepared right away, which we might do. We can be prepared and immediately play Arthur, which is neat. We'll see what we draw. We may just run out this other Ursula. And, like, trade these two. Like, we can trade most of the board away, actually. Just leave them with the Hades. Do Mim Snake plus the Minnie Mouse into Fairy Godmother and then hit here. And then just play Ursula. Play Ursula Arthur. I don't want to run out the Arthur yet. I do want to ink this, though. I think I'm okay doing this. For sure. And then I think we're going to play this first. Draw a card. So You Can Fly probably isn't that valuable for us here. I think we'll just bash here and pass. Because we only have the one Be Prepared, I want to be a little conservative with it. Like, obviously I want to be able to clean up what they're doing rather than just killing a couple of random idiots. And we're not that far behind right now. We have the Ursula, and we can even make it fly if we want for a turn. Play a couple of rabbits. Okay, a second Hades. Inking this makes me a little bit more inclined to play Be Prepared, especially because we can follow it up with some stuff, which is nice. Ursula is 7. This would be 14. You can ink, you can fly. I think we Be Prep here and then play a rabbit. We could also just play Arthur. Actually, let's play Arthur as a follow-up. Because then we can always rabbit and then replay it, or bounce it with Arthur, and I'm not too offended at that line. So our opponent has drawn a lot of cards. Certainly a lot more than we have. You can also gain 5 a turn with Goat, which is nice. I do have to be aware that they can goat us out, too. And if they have Spellbook in their deck, that we do need to close at some point, but we'll see if they get rid of Arthur or not. They do not. They just draw a bunch of cards. Okay, that's fine. And they Reflection again. Okay. I mean, I suppose if your whole deck is just draw cards, the Reflection doesn't seem as bad, right? Okay, so we drew a Maui, which we don't necessarily need right now. So we're at 7. This would be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's almost lethal. Let's play a rabbit first, just to give us an idea of what we're working with here. Just another Ursula. So we're going to lose our Arthur if we quest with it now. But I kind of want to bounce a goat to my hand. But let's play another rabbit and see if we get a LeFaux first. We got a fox. Okay, so let's do this. Bounce a rabbit. We drew another Be Prepared, so that's really good for us here. So that means that I don't care about this Maui as much. Let's just get rid of the Maui. It is nice against these, but we can just fox the Arthur back to our hand if we want. But I think we have enough cards that I can just play Merlin, draw another card. That's unfortunate. That's fine. I think we can do that and force them to commit a little bit hard to our board. And we can kill them with the goats plus the fox pretty easily. There is an argument for just, like, doing the Arthur goat line and going to, like, a lot more lore. Especially because they have something like Elsa. And Spellbook here. This is not that surprising to me. Okay, so we have the ability to just B-Prep and then Ursula, which I think is what I want to do. So let's, I guess, get rid of the LeFaux, maybe? No, let's get rid of this. So we're already going to draw 2 cards off the B-Prep and 1 off for the Ursula. So let's do this. Draw, draw. Alright, the Arthur's very good here. Obviously, Elsa can bully the Arthur, so we need to be aware of that too. Let's play Ursula here. Draw a card and pass. So getting some of these flyers is actually really nice here. Ideally, what we do is we put enough pressure on that they have to sort of deal with the Ursula, and then we can just play the double goat fox turn. We have so much ink now that we can do, this is 8, 12, 17, sorry, 15 rather. So we can do like goat, fox, goat pretty easily. Okay, so they play another Elsa. I assume that they're going to go up. They may not be able to commit another card to the board. But my intention here, I think, is to go wide. If I can. If I have to B-Prep this, I will. If I draw a B-Prep. So they're going to go to 15, 16, and then they might just goat us to death. Is there a way that I can race that? I think so. With what I have. Assuming that they don't have another Elsa, obviously. I can go Ursula to start. I think that's reasonable. I can do Arthur plus... We can get rid of the Maui. Or we can get rid of this, maybe. Like, I want to play LeFaux to untap Ursula just so that it's protected from just getting bashed. And then I want to play this Arthur as well. So let's do this. Untap here. I think we want to do that for sure. We want to play this for sure. And then I guess we don't need the Olaf, and we'll just play the mini as well. And then say go. And then, like, this is an awful lot to deal with unless they kill us this turn. And it's very difficult to gain 5 off of this, even with a goat. So in a perfect world, because they have 14, they can gain some with the goat, but I don't think it's enough to stop this. Because if they run out another Elsa, which they almost certainly have to do, that's all of their mana, which would be bad for us, but we still have, like, what do they hit? The double Ursula? They hit the Arthur? Like, I'm not really sure what they hit that's the most favorable for them here. I suppose the double Arthur would be good enough. I don't know, we'll see. They can shift Elsa. They can actually cast it with the Fishbone if they drew it. Which it looks like they did not. So I think we've probably got them. If they're just looking to goat twice, I don't know if that's enough. Because they can go to 15 here. Or 16, rather. And then we untap, we go this, 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 and then Arthur. Alright, so that'll be game one. And we were on the draw. So this is Ursula's Arthur house. Allow spectators. And then I would assume, again, that they will also be on the play for game two. Alright, so we're on the draw again. Interestingly, this is a pretty aggressive draw if we do this. Which I think I'm okay with. We don't necessarily need the Pan's Shadow then. We can ink one of these, and then maybe use the other one. So let's just get rid of our two uninkables, and we'll play the Arthur plan. This hand is okay. We'll likely need to ink both of these, and then play towards the rabbit, but I think that'll be alright. We'll see what their draw looks like. They definitely have pretty aggressive draws with these Olafs, though, for sure. So let's ink a Friends and pass. Ideally, what I'd like to do is on turn 5, we play like the Maleficent or even just the Maui to bully something. Because if they don't have... like, Fox is still always a concern, I guess, right? Maybe we don't care that much about the Maleficent Sorceress, then. Since we drew the second rabbit. Let's do this, and then we'll play the LeFou and pass. And then now we actually still have the Fox line if we want. But I think I'm just going to play the Arthur and then try to race a bit. Since, unless they play something like Winnie the Pooh here, we should be able to race pretty comfortably. I mean, it's not awesome because they're still gaining 2 a turn, but gaining 4 a turn can keep up with that pretty well. We also have a goat here. Okay, we just are not going to have time for Friends on the other side this game then. I'm okay with that. So let's play this, and we don't quest with this. Because we don't want it to die unnecessarily, and then we just say go. So we're likely not going to have a play next turn except for doing this, assuming that this is our line, unless we draw something like Teeth or whatever, but even that is not a great play. The Teeth is not particularly helpful for us. So they'll be at 5. We can go up to 4. Then they can be at 8, and we can be at 8. So they are keeping up with us, so we will have to interact with them at some point here. The Fox is probably sufficient to keep up with them, though. I guess we can do this next turn. So maybe we don't care. about this guy. So let's do quest here, bounce this, replay this, and pass. So there's an interesting line that we can do next turn, which is that we like we'll quest with this, or we'll even bash the Tala, and then we'll use the Fox to bounce the LeFaux to our hand. We'll Fox into one of these, and then we'll use the Arthur to bounce the Fox back to our hand, and then we'll LeFaux the Arthur. So if we end up killing 2 of these things, which we could do, we still can gain 3 lore if we want, and then we're able to clean up the board, but also keep the Fox in our hand. And if we want to be a little bit more aggressive, we can only we can remove 1 of these instead of 2, and then still gain the 4 and go to 8. But then we have the Fox back in our hand as well. We'll see what they play on how much of this we need to remove, because it would be removing the Tala. Regular Bell is fine. I don't think that they can Turbo Ink up to 10. Certainly not in 1 turn. If we don't remove the Tala, they can't ink up to 10. But maybe I don't care if they ink up to 10. It's the Elsa that I'm a little more concerned about, really, than anything. Which they could, in theory, play next turn anyway, which is problematic. So, if we hit the Tala, they can go up to 8, 9 ink. If they play Quill, they can go to 10 and then gain 5 with the Bell, and then we can smash back in and kill it. And that would be basically their whole hand to do that. If they play Elsa, we're losing this Arthur next turn, which is not great. Okay, I think we're getting rid of Goofy here, because we may just need to use this Maui to battle. I think we're going to do the play that we talked about here, and I don't think that we're going to take out the Tala. So I'm going to quest here, we're going to Fox, bounce this, we're going to use this to take out the, I guess the Rabbit is more obnoxious than the Olaf. Let them draw their card for now, and then we'll quest here, put this back in our hand, gain our 2, replay this guy, untap this, and pass. I'm mostly concerned with this gaining 5, but we are getting a little closer to the point where we could dig towards Be Prepared instead of what we've been doing, by just hitting a Rabbit twice or whatever, and then letting them kill the Arthur. Like, if they over-ink to play Elsa, that might just be what we have to do, because they can just kill us in 2 turns, which is not ideal if that's the case. Yeah, here's the Elsa. So they're likely going to attack 2 things into the Arthur, or they'll just quest. If they opt to kill the Arthur, that's fine. They'll likely do it with the Tala, but then we can take out the Bell here. We can take out the Bell with a lot of things, actually. Including the Fox, but given our ink numbers here, I don't think that taking it out with the Fox makes sense. Mostly because, actually, we could take it out with the Fox and then just untap the LeFaux too. That is an option, and then save the Maui for the Elsa. Actually, don't hate that. Let's get rid of the teeth. Yeah, I kind of don't hate that. So let's play this again. And then they don't know that we have the Maui too, which is nice. Like, they can't ink the Maui to protect the Elsa. So let's do that. Let's untap the Fox. And then we can use the Fox even to take out the Olaf. I don't hate that, actually. Because it makes a second Elsa not as strong, and also it slows down their lore gain a little bit. And then we'll say go. We're getting to the point where I want to be able to keep the board a little clear so we can play like these double rabbits. And then we can kind of close. So they play a rabbit of their own. If they do quest with this Elsa, I'm pretty happy because we get to Maui it. We're getting to the point where I think I'm fine giving them an extra ink with this Tala as well. Just to take it out. They snake something. Rabbit, probably. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, ideally, I'd like to play 2 things in a turn, but so far we just haven't really had that as an option. But if we can leave them with just snake on board, I'm pretty happy with that. We could even have a flying Maui so that it lives through their bullshit, but I don't think that that's what we need to do here. So I think we get rid of You Can Fly. We play the Maui. We hit here. I hate giving them ink when they have rabbit, but I don't really want them to be at that much more lore. So I think we'll do this and pass. And then next turn we can play 2 things, which we're a little behind, obviously, being on the draw. So the Elsa again, which is not surprising. It does put us in a really bad spot here. They've drawn 9 cards more than us, and because of those extra 9 cards, they've been able to keep up on ink, but also sort of bury us here. They're going to go to 17, which is not great. We have to rabbit here. Do we have to do another rabbit? Possibly. We just died a goat next turn anyway. Like, we don't really have an out to that, so I think we do this. We just play another rabbit to try and have a chance of having outs, and then just say go. But if they quest here, they go to 17, they can goat, bounce, goat, and then they've got us. Which, if they do, that's fine. We'll go to game 3. We played for as aggressive a line as we could on the draw, but obviously our opponent was able to ink up to an Elsa to stop us after we've only quested for 2 turns, so not an ideal situation in that spot here. If they have a goat in hand, we're pretty screwed. We would also be in a bad spot against a Spellbook, for sure. We can beat Spellbook here if we do Ursula, I guess, or B-Prep into something like that, but outside of that specifically, like, it's not going to be enough. So we're going to have to hit here to draw a card. And then hit here to draw a card. We have to kill this with the Maui, right? Because we can't really... I guess we could play just an Ursula if we hit here. But we can't draw the cards to get to the Ursula then. We can do this, actually. Just more goats. Okay. They got us. Alright. I'll take the play game 3. Alright. We'll take the play. Drew a lot of goats. I think it's possible that we could have played our goats instead of the rabbits earlier just to try and push more lore. And maybe that line would have been better served to like do the turn where we would like play a goat, bounce a goat, play another goat, just to try and close the game. But I think we were losing to the Elsas there either way. This is a pretty good hand, actually. I think I'm just going to keep it. I think we can play Arthur on 4. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we can do the Arthur Snake. I think that'll be fine. But I'm going to ink the Teeth and Ambitions, and then play a mini to start. And say go. So in this spot, the Arthur is very aggressive, but because we don't have the LaFoe, I don't think it's as good as just playing the Surfer. Because the Surfer is just going to be able to get in for 2, and we don't have to commit more resources to it every turn, which is very nice. I think we ink here. We can ink 1 mini, and then just play the Snake. And then say go. And the Snake is valuable because now, if they don't have a Snake of their own, they can't really quest with the Olaf. Because we just get to eat it with the Snake then. And if they don't, I'm fine just questing with it. So they got rid of a Mim, so it's pretty likely that they'll have a Snake, but they might just have a Tala, which means that we just stop their aggression entirely. They sung Reflection. Okay. That is fine. Maybe they have to make those plays on the draw. I'm just gonna eat this. Okay. Yeah, I think we still play this mini. And we'll keep this. There is a world where I play Arthur plus the always classy on 4 for a little bit more aggression, but I don't think that's necessary. I think we like have enough other cards that are good that this is fine. We'll just play the Surfer, and then we can always jam this next turn, and then we have a line where we can just keep doing the Arthur for a while if we want, and then eventually once we hit 6 we can start playing the Rabbit. But if it doesn't make sense to jam the Rabbit, like, this is fine. I don't care. I mean, this is good for them, obviously, being able to kill that and still get the ink. But I think that the Surfer and the Arthur together are going to be pretty good for us. So we'll quest here. I suspect that the Fox will be better than the Maui in this spot because we're on the play. So we'll do this, we'll play Arthur and pass, and now we have a lot of pressure. If they have, say, Let It Go, like 1 Let It Go, both of these are pretty problem targets for them. So there's not like a clean answer. This would have been a good reason to keep Maui, because we could have just Maui'd, bashed the crab, and then bounce the Maui back to our hand, but that would have made our Arthur vulnerable anyway, which I don't know if I'm necessarily interested in doing. But if they do ink and decide to let it go, either the Arthur or the mini, that's fine, because we do have follow-up plays. If they decide to just do nothing by playing a Maleficent Sorceress, I am a-okay with that. Because we are just going to replay this Arthur after... with the Snake if we can. We'll end up having to bounce, like, the mini to our hand if we do that, which is not ideal. But it does push a lot of lore to get this in play. I'll have to think about that for a second. Because that is a bit awkward. Maybe we wait a turn on the Arthur. And we just draw a card. Because I don't really want to ink any of these. Let's do this first. Maybe we even just do it here. Oh, that's great. That's a good draw. Okay, I think we do this and just quest, and then say go. And then we do this next turn when we can bounce the Rabbit and then still replay the Arthur. I was hoping that the Snake that we had from before, this one was already still in play, so we wouldn't have to bounce an additional thing. In theory, I guess we could have quested for 1 and done the Snake line to replay the Arthur, but I think that this is probably more useful than questing for 1, right? Like, they're going to have to deal with this Surfer at some point, otherwise it's just going to bury them anyway. And while they're while they're waiting to deal with this, we have all this other stuff going, and we don't even have to really worry that much about what our opponent is doing. I may even Rabbit and hit this Maleficent, depending upon what we draw here. If we hit the Maleficent, it slows them down, versus, what's the alternative? We go 2, 5, 6, and go to 11, and then replay the Arthur. Maybe that's better. We just try to close. I almost kind of want to just close faster. Like, I think we can win this race. They just don't have as many answers as we will. And they don't get Elsa for 2 more turns. So I think let's do this. We're going to do Rabbit Quest, and then Arthur to bounce the Rabbit. Which gives us... because LeFou would have been a better hit than the Snake, obviously. So we quest here. We can even do Fox instead of the Snake, because it's a little bit better on the mana. For this turn. So we play the Fox, we do this, and then we replay Arthur and pass. But, like, we don't even need to quest here or bash. It's like, again, I think we're just pushing gains. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that we can gain next turn, and then we're, like, very goat range. Likely they have a Hades, they're going to cast something. But I don't know which one they're going to hit. Arthur, probably. And then we can follow it up by just playing a bunch of Ursulas. We will need to slow down their aggression a little bit with this Mim now. But we can still play the Ursula and push pretty easily here. I think the Ursula makes the most sense to do. We might lose to an Elsa. Okay, so how do we not lose to Elsa? They have to draw an Inkable plus Elsa, so we just, like, don't worry about this Tala. So let's just play Ursula. Draw a card. Ink this. We quest here. That'll put us to 13. This would put us to 14. And then we could gain 6 the turn after if this is still alive, which it won't be. So I think here we just bash maybe the Crab. No, we bash the Maleficent, obviously. So we do this, and then pass. And then if our opponent does do Ink plus Elsa, then we're not in a great spot. But if they don't, then we're in a pretty good position here. Because we can just slam another Ursula. Or potentially do more Fox things. Like, they're likely going to Grammatala into our Fox here just to clean it up. But if we draw a Goat, then we've got them dead to rights. If we are able to clean this up a little bit, I think we're also good. Because they're going to be able to gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but they also have the Goat. No, they can't gain 5. They can go to 10, which is still not great for us. If they play another thing, bouncing the Hades to give them another answer to the Ursula. Okay, that makes sense. So there's a Goat, so I think we just win now. We do this, we go to 18, we Goat, plus the Fox and hit the Goat, and then that's the game. Nice. Alright, so we do the Goat. Goat is able to clear it up. And then that will be it for round 2. That'll put us at 2-0 on the draw, which is nice. Have a little bit more water. Good idea. Alright, so what color combo was that? That was purple sapphire. And the it was blue perp, and then the first match was against Mufasa. Mufasa red. Okay. Do I have a deck list? I do. You can do this, and the link should be the top one, and then all my decks are in the second one. I can also bring it up here. Let me see how much time is left in round. It does not look like a lot of time. Let me do the pairings here. 3 games. They went first. I won. Then they went first. They won. Then I went first. I won. Yes. Okay. So we are at our 6 points for our first 2 rounds, which is pretty good. Good start to the day. So we don't have a ton of time for taking a break or whatever, so I'll just talk about the deck and then we'll jump into the next round shortly here. Or actually, you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring up the deck here. And then I will be right back. Which I can do somehow, right? One of these things I can mute. Maybe. Maybe not. Like this, I guess. Yeah, there we go. This thing. Okay. Okay, so, yeah, so that was the first 2 rounds. We are in an okay spot. Our draws have been okay, not incredible, but we have lost a few, in a few spots to some interesting decks, I suppose. Sometimes when you're on the draw, you can't win them all. But given that we have been on the draw both games, I'd say that our outcome is pretty good. Ideally, we're on the play for all the rest of the rounds, because this deck is a lot better on the play. It has the lines where you can do Surfer or Arthur on 3 and just really go to town. We have not had any of our like really incredible aggro draws yet. Ones where you go like Mini into LeFaux, into Arthur, and then you untap this, and then you do this, and then you can use the Arthur to bounce this, and then replay it, do this, blah blah blah. We haven't quite seen those draws yet, but overall, it's been pretty good, and I've been happy with it. We have not played our Goofy in any of the games yet, but in general, I would say that Goofy is still pretty strong. Though the matchups that we have fought, it is not at its best. I find that this card is better against a lot of the steel decks, and sometimes in the mirror. And since we have not fought the mirror, and we also have not fought any decks that had really impressive Air Force, like say the Green Mufasa list, the Goofy has been ink a lot, which is okay. Generally, this slot would be like Maleficent Dragon anyway, which is also ink most of the time. So it is not a big deal if this becomes ink. You'll notice that we've been inking almost all of the Maleficent Sorceresses that we've been drawing, especially when we have rabbits in hand. And the reason that is because we have so many better 3-drops typically to play. Fox is generally a lot better. The Surfer and Arthur are all just like much stronger 3-drops to be playing than Maleficent Sorceress. And it puts a lot more pressure on the board than this does. I don't mind this card, but a lot of times what I would be digging for by playing this is just something to ink anyway. So if that's where I'm at with it, I may as well just ink this card and then play something else, assuming that I have other plays to make. You know, if we're digging to find ink with this, we play this and we rip another Be Prepared, then it's pretty awkward, especially when this is already guaranteed to be ink. So then I've found that I have been inking this, especially in this version, a lot more. Assuming that we have rabbits or something. If we have no other card draw, you know, we want to try and put some additional pressure on the board, then the Sorceress is still good. But the 2/2 body doesn't line up particularly well against Fox Mim either. So if your opponent is playing that, which our last opponent was, it's still not at its best there. So far, so good. The round 2 is in time, so they should be finishing that up shortly here. There are still a handful of games out there. Some probably haven't reported yet, but they are now in time, so we'll see where we're at in a few bit. In a little bit here. I really did like what our opponent was doing with the sort of that version of the blue-purple, where you're more or less just trying to race. It felt very similar to what this list is doing. Being able to, like, bippity the goats and that whole deal. But instead of leveraging the bippity and just some of the evasive packages, they're leaning more on going up to 8, 7 and 8, and just playing bigger individual threats like Elsa to be able to sleep the board, and then closing out with spellbooks and goats, just like you would expect out of a deck like this. But they do have Belle, which is also another very lore-dense character once they get to 10, which is very interesting too. Belle being an individual threat that is able to gain 5 kind of out of nowhere. Can be very scary, of course. And then the crabs plus the Grammatala and such are also very good. Is there anything from set 3 that I would add to this deck today? No, and I'll tell you why. It is very difficult to truly evaluate cards from a spoiler in a vacuum, because we don't know what else is going to exist in the format to know what cards would even really fit in the deck anymore. So a lot of this current format is defined by sort of Teeth and Ambitions, and to some extent some of the songs, such as, none of them are in this one, in here maybe. No wonder these decks are bad. There's no Lystra. Oh, there'll be some in here. Okay. So, like, Let the Storm Rage On. So dealing 2 from this. This frequently deals 2. Grab Your Swords is always 2 damage. So between all of those, a lot of the characters that you're running either have to be evasive and incredibly worth playing, or they have to be basically 3 toughness. And I think that's why the Maleficent gets the axe to play a little bit less of them a lot. Because you really need everything to be 3 toughness, and that's why everything in the format is 3 toughness, or in this case 4 for Goofy, because it breaks that even worse. Because now it's not vulnerable from that angle. But we don't know what the next format is going to look like if we even have like additional answers to smaller creatures or to going wide. We really have no idea yet. And until we do, it's hard to want to guess what we should be putting in the deck from the new cards. There might even be a totally new deck in these colors, or this color combo may not work as well. The Amethyst part may not be as necessary. You just play Ruby plus something else that is more controlling or is more aggressive. There may be a card in, say, Sapphire that allows it to clean up the board. Maybe it dumps everything into the Inkwell randomly. And if it does, then all of a sudden you're in a different spot entirely, where you can play a ramp deck that still has the payoffs here, but then you can clean up the board earlier. We just don't know yet. Maybe locations are awesome, and we just want to be playing Purple Steel and then using all the brooms and playing the broom location. Until we really know more of the cards, you know, until you get close to the full spoiler, it's really hard to deck build because you just don't know what else people are going to be playing. How do you pick your flex slot answers if you don't even know what your opponents are playing? And I think that's why it's really tricky. You know, you can look at a card that's really awesome, put it in an existing deck, and yeah, that deck will be amazing. Say Ursula, for example, the green one. But unless you... So we're going first here. I'm going to mulligan first. Going first, I don't think that I want the Pan Shadow, but I will keep the Rabbit. And we might ink one of these, but we'll mulligan these 3. Okay, that's a good hand for going first. 0-1 play. So until we have more cards from the format to know what the next thing might look like, it's hard to want to guess at what it's going to look like, you know? Let's play Mini. I'm going to do Mini into LeFou into Surfer. And we'll play a kind of an aggressive draw. Unless our opponent has really good answers to that, then we maybe won't do that. Given that they played a Lilo here, I don't think that I want to play the second... Or I don't want to ink the second LeFou. We may end up using it to kill the Lilo if they play Simba. So I think we'll ink the Goat instead. And then we'll quest here, play this, untap it, and then say go. This could be yellow-green discard or something to that effect. This could be a Mufasa deck that just happens to have Lilos. We don't really know yet. But if they quest here and play Simba, I want to be able to play another one of these to be able to kill the Lilo cleanly. Which we'll be able to now. Alternatively, we could just play Mini and race. It's going to be a tough race if we do that, though. It'll be a tough race because they're questing for 2 with the Lilo. If I don't play these now, when am I ever playing them is the question. But if I don't go around this Simba, when are we ever killing these things? Like, if I don't do this now to kill the Lilo, when are we ever going to kill past this? I don't think we are. And green does have answers to flyers. I think I'm okay with this line. I don't love it, but I am okay with it. So let's do this. We untap this. I think I'm just going to hit here. And then we're going to quest here. And then pass. And then if they want to Simba and hit the LaFoe, we can do this and then play the rabbit. I weirdly think that we need to go a little bit slower, which maybe is wrong. Maybe just playing mini or mini into rabbit is better here, and then we just let them have the thing. Because we could have slammed both of these into it and then killed it anyway with the mini, and maybe that was a better line. But it feels like they're an aggro deck, and I just don't want to be bullied by an aggro deck unnecessarily. So we could wait a full turn to play the rabbit, assuming that we draw an Inkable, or we just play the rabbit this turn, and then we don't play the Surfer. I think this is pretty much a guaranteed line here. And then also questing here. If I do this and I don't draw an Inkable next turn, I'm in a terrible spot. I think I have to ink this and play the rabbit, even though I don't love it. We opted for a weirdly aggressive line that necessitates this play, I think. This does allow us to take out the Cheshire Cat or another, like a Lilo or whatever, which we may end up doing. We'll see. I may trade the mini for the Cheshire Cat if they decide to quest with it. They Hades back, I assume Lilo, but it could be Simba. Presumably Lilo. No, they got Simba, okay. It allows them to ink as well. Now I think I can be a little more aggressive. Weirdly, now that we're a little bit closer to seven, and since their last turn was just play Hades, it's not really that exciting for them. And we can always draw a card off the rabbit too. Because in a couple turns I'd like to play this Ursula, ideally. So honestly, if this rabbit is dead, that wouldn't be the end of the world. That's problematic. But it's fine. It's a 5/6 evasive. Alright, it's not that fine. Are they going to quest with it? What are they going to do here? I wonder. That isn't what I would have expected there, but sure. I mean, we can clean that up with this in a few turns. It's fine. I guess this isn't that surprising given that they inked a beast earlier. So I think our play here is we just leave our whole board untapped and ink the snake. And then we gain our 3 lore and be happy with that. So we'll ink snake, quest, quest. We'll play fox, bounce this, replay this, untap this, and pass. I'd like to draw an ink next turn. There's a few cards that I guess I would probably play that were ink instead of the Ursula. Or we can just draw this, that's fine too. I guess we're just gonna blow this board up. Maybe we Ursula. They can quest for 4. That'll put them to 9. Maybe I play the Ursula here, because then we can sing and add more stuff to our board later. Like, I want them to interact with our board instead. This doesn't do anything for us, though. Let's draw our card and then see where we're at. Rabbit is great here. Okay, so let's bash here and then say go. If they Genie Ursula, that's fine. I don't care. Like, I don't mind if they gain 4, go to 8, and then bounce Ursula. We'll just be prep then. But they don't have, in these colors, a ton of great answers to Ursula outside of just bouncing it. Yeah, this is great for us. So they literally didn't play a card, and if they bully our board, that's awesome for us. Because then we go B prep into these two. And then I think we're in a pretty good spot. So they're playing green, yellow, amber, green. So they didn't bully our cards, which is good for us. We could even follow it up with an Ursula. I think I'd rather play 2 things, but the Ursula is kind of compelling. I think we quest here, quest here. Let's sing B prep. I guess if they have just Genie in hand, the playing 2 cards is going to be better. So let's do this. Let's play Rabbit and play the mini. I might keep the LeFaux in hand, actually. We don't necessarily need to ink it right away, and it gives us more play if they play another big flyer or whatever. So they play Gothel. Gothel's fine. This says they can't quest, but we have the Maui, so it just doesn't matter. Hey, Django Jane. How are you? So we do this, we'll quest, and we'll pass. And this game is closed out. There's not really anything that they can do to stop us here. They could play John Silver or bounce one of our cards. But we can Maui the Mother Gothel, and then... sure. So they likely have Pain Panic. Something to be aware of, but we'll just finish them here. Maui, bash here. Gothel is interesting, but it is not very good against Maui. We win that game, okay. So then we'll queue back in. What? We gotta grab the thing again. Somehow I've copied something else. Yes. Alright, so we don't need these. The rest of this hand is fine. We have the mini plus the teeth to deal with some stuff. We have the Surfer, and then we've got the Merlin. So this is a good hand outside of these two. We'll send him back. This is a pretty great hand. The Arthur may or may not come down on 3. We may opt for the Surfer instead. But they definitely have a lot of ways of sort of bullying us in this matchup, where we'll need to be prepared on 7 or 8. So we'll want to try and draw some cards. So it could very well be the Minnie Mouse as opposed to the Arthur, but we'll see what they play. They didn't have a 1-drop, which is good for us. I think we send back the Goat then to play our 1-drop. And then we can, in theory, use this with the teeth to kill, say, Flynn or whatever, if they play it. Simba is not Flynn, so we will not blast it here. Given that we drew another rabbit, we don't need this Friends on the other side. And I guess we just pass. I'm likely to play this Arthur and then ink this Surfer, but we'll see what they play. Just in time, a Mufasa. So they are a green Mufasa list of some variants, which makes sense, I suppose. So we drew a snake. The snake can allow us to draw like 1,000 cards, but I don't even necessarily know if that is good in this match as it stands, right? Because we're losing this race pretty badly here. The Arthur's not great. We don't really need the snake to bounce our stuff. We could use the snake to bounce the mini and then just have a 3/3 in play. Which is admittedly not that embarrassing. And then just replay the mini. Maybe I don't hate that. And then get rid of the surfer. So let's quest here. Snake. Bounce this. Play this and pass. And then we may end up inking this teeth as well, just to start playing rabbits. But I'm doing it this way because then I can use the Mim to hit the Simba. And at least this threatens it a little bit. Because playing the surfer, like, we're not the aggressors here. They just in timed. We have to play control as much as we can. So they did play a flyer, so that'll be problematic as well. They attack with both of these. We can still hit this, which is favorable for us anyway. So we hit here. We have to ink the teeth. And then play a rabbit. To get the cards going a little bit here. This is likely going to be ink. I'm debating on whether or not I attack with this. I think I do. It is unlikely that they're going to bash into it most of the time here, and they don't really have any rush, so I think it's kind of free. We're getting into the sort of the danger zone. 5, they can start dropping some really lore-dense characters. As well, which can be tough. So they Hades back Simba, I guess. So we are going to need an answer to what's going on here pretty soon. So we found an answer. There's a lot of hits here that are super bad for us, though. If we bash into this Mufasa. It is entirely possible that we should do it anyway, though. Because there's a lot of hits that we can just clean up with this as well. If it hits Hades, it's not good. If it hits another Mufasa, it's like a nightmare. Ugh. Okay. Well, I don't really have a choice. I guess I have to do this again. And then hope that they hit something worse. I don't really see another out here. I see. That is not worse. Alright, go. 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just dead on board. I have no outs. I'm just straight dead. Is there anything that I can draw? No, because I need to draw 2 cards. Yeah, I guess I'm just dead. Okay. Alright, they bashed me. 1 and 1. This is Mufasa green. Alright. We'll take the play this time. There wasn't really anything that I could do in that spot. Like, they have to not hit Mufasa into just everything. And they did hit Mufasa into everything, which is obviously problematic. So we only need 1 Arthur. Kind of ever. And the Ursula is unnecessary. We can keep the rest of this, even if the Goofy is just ink. This matchup, the Goofy is actually okay, though. This is a pretty good hand. And then I think that the Goofy is unnecessary here. But we can get rid of the goat first. And say go. And then we'll go LeFou into Arthur and just start doing this. And hope that that's good enough. Which it should be a lot of the time. We can get rid of the second Goofy. Play this, do this, pass. I mean, they do have some aggressive draws that this isn't good enough. Obviously, with just-in-time, being a just-in-time Mufasa green deck is a lot worse for us, of course. They just are a more aggressive deck, but the Pan Shadow gives us some options as well. We can get rid of the... Damn, that's unfortunate for us. That's not that bad. We still have this in the Maui. Maybe we don't even worry as much about the Arthur in a couple turns and we just clean up the board. This is our out to like array, so I don't really want to get rid of it. Though we do have this combo. Maybe we don't need this then. Let's play this and pass. Like, they have an aggressive draw, but we have answers. Next turn, I'm probably going to maybe get the snake down. Well, we'll see. Dock is problematic because it lets them ramp. So we do have an option where we can clean up this whole board and then leave ourselves just with Arthur, like we don't do the combo. So like one thing that I can do, it'll let us get the Pan Shadow down. And the only way that they can kill the Arthur is by attacking it with Dock, which prevents their ramp. But then we'd lose our LaFoe forever. Alternatively, we don't really have a play. Like, we get the snake down, which maybe is fine. Like, we put this back in our hand and then we get the snake down. Ink the goat. Yeah, that's maybe not so bad. It would be nice to have this in play, but we don't need it yet. And the snake can also threaten what they're doing a little bit. Okay, let's do that. We'll do Ink the Goat. We'll quest here. We'll Arthur. Bounce this. Replay this. Replay the snake. Bounce this. Say go. And now we have a little bit better pressure on what they're doing here. We can even kill like the Simba and the Dock next turn pretty easily. Especially if we don't use Arthur for a turn, and we just clean up what they're doing. They opt not to play Dock. It's interesting. Or they opt not to play a Mufasa. Oh, maybe they only had Mufasa for Ink. Okay, that's fine. So, what we'll do is we'll kill this and this. We could even do it just with the LaFoe. We go boom, untap the snake, boom. Do we have enough to do this plus this? No, right? This can be Ink for sure. It's probably better to just Maui here. Unless they specifically have like the queen. I think the Maui is stronger. Is there a way that I can do this and still push Arthur? That would be the line where we trade the snake, right? Because we go... snake hit here, LaFoe, untap the snake, hit here, and then bounce the LaFoe, and then untap the Arthur. That would put us to 8. Then they'd have this, but with nothing untapped. Alternatively, we hit here, we Maui, we hit here, and then we don't quest this turn. And then we still have this for next turn if we want. Which isn't as good, necessarily, but I really want to get lore. Like, we'll lose our snake then, which is the problem, which I don't really want to do. But maybe that's fine. So let's do that. Actually, I don't want to lose a snake, because we we need to be able to deal with this Mufasa. So that means that the Maui is better. Because we want to be able to, like, hit something and then also hit the Mufasa. Like, kill this and then have the Mufasa kill with the other thing that they play. Ideally. Like, literally, we can kill the Mufasa and it can hit Rey, and we can still kill it with the Pan Shadow and still do the Arthur. So they Hades getting back Simba, maybe. They get back Doc, okay. We'll see what they do with Mufasa. Hopefully it's Quest. They opt to kill the snake, which makes sense. So we drew a B prep. That's very good. Awkwardly... we know that they have a Simba. Awkwardly, like, there's no way for me to hit this Mufasa with the Maui and have the Maui live. So if they hit something awesome off of this, we're in a terrible spot. And we didn't draw another Inkable. Which is problematic, because we need to play towards this Be Prepared. Maybe I do ink the LaFoe. But we can untap Arthur first. This will put him to 12, which is not great, but then it'll let us play the Pan Shadow. Huh, this is tough. We can't really race. And we have to use this Maui to kill this Mufasa next turn. Basically, no matter what. So I guess this turn we just play this. Oh, wait. Shit. No, this is fine. We can do this, and then we don't have to challenge the Mufasa this turn. We can do it next turn. So we do this. And then we can do this to untap. Oh, God. That's fucked. I can't replay this because then we can't untap the Arthur. I needed to, like, bounce the Maui, I guess. What if I just do this and then I play the Pan Shadow? Is that even good? Not really. Well, maybe it is. It does force them to attack here, but I guess they were going to do that anyway. Man, I fucked this game up somehow. That was a terrible attack. I should have just hit the Mufasa and then dealt with what was there. Okay, we're going to play this and pass. I might have thrown this game with that attack. Like, I could have just used Arthur to bounce the Maui straight up and then replayed it. Okay, that's actually fine, I think. Hey, Arturo. Oh, I guess we lose then. We just straight up lose the game because we didn't draw an ink there. That's unfortunate. Maybe I just have to... Maybe I just have to clear the board and then hope that we draw an ink next turn. Like, I can't have these alive, basically. So let's do this. Well, I guess we can hit here. And then pass. If they have Tinkerbell in hand, this is bad. I don't love this. I don't love our spot here. Missing on that ink is pretty brutal here. Hey, Bolt Snap Bolt, appreciate the follow as well. Yeah, we really needed to hit the ink there. I think we needed to have that Maui in hand last turn. The Pete is fine. So the Pete I'm not worried about. If we hit an inkable here, we're still okay. Because we can do this. We can quest for 2. And then we can't let them go to 18. That's too much. So we have to be prep here. And then pass. And then we do still need to draw pretty well, because they can have some good draws off the top, or just in their hand, that can still get them the victory here. Like, if they play that plus a 2 lore thing, that's problematic. This isn't so bad, because we can play the Ursula, draw a card. Do I need to play... So they're going to go to 15. I need to ink here. I'm just debating if I can play this Olaf this turn and ink the Maleficent Sorceress, or if we need this to try and draw a card next turn. So we can go to 8, which would let us play most of the cards in our deck at 5. I think I have to do it like this. The only thing that this enables me to do is either go to 13 or kill a Simba, which I don't think is enough. I think it's better to just do this and pass and just hope that we can survive. Like, if we rip a Be Prepared, hopefully this isn't another Surfer. I assume that it is if they inked one. So drawing 2 cards is bad for us here. So now we are in, like, rip Be Prepared or bust. Be Prep would be amazing here. We did not draw it. So we have to play the Maleficent and draw a card. Damn, I guess we lose. Yeah, I think I threw this game in the garbage. By missing that turn, by messing up that one turn. Dang. That's a shame. That's a big shame. I think we messed this game up on that turn where we let them just kill Arthur for free and then attacked weird. I think there was a different line that we could have taken that would have been more helpful in that spot, because we needed the ink. I mean, we were going to have to use the Maui there anyway, but it's possible that the line was just like hit something. I'd have to go back and watch the VOD, but it could have been that we hit something with the Maui so that it doesn't die. Like, we bounce it with Arthur and then hit something else. Okay, they got me. I messed that game up, for sure. Did we draw a rabbit there? No. We didn't really have that many cards that we played that game either, which is not ideal. Even on the play, we just didn't have a lot of things going on. Yeah, because there was a turn where we just had to, like, mim and do nothing. Yeah, they got me. Okay. Yeah, the unfortunate spot where they Mufasa'd into Mufasa into Rey in game 2, and then us just not really having the resources to compete with what they were doing. Was pretty tough, that game. Maybe the Goofy would have been more important for us there. How much time do I have? 17 minutes. Maybe I can go back and look at the VOD real quick here. This thing. This thing. And mute it. Okay, so if we go... Where is it at? Over here. So which game was it? It is this game. Okay, so this is the one that we're on the play. So let's kind of start this one from the beginning. I don't think that there was really anything that we crazy messed up in game 1. But let's see... Is this game 2? Yeah, this is still game 2. That's where we, like, replayed the snake, right? Yeah, okay. So scrub back a little bit more. Maybe it's where we're getting rid of these goats in this matchup that are problematic, because we could just be playing the goats to threaten their stuff. But, okay, so here's where we started. And then we inked the... What? Hang on. So we inked a goat. Alright, I think the goat ink is still fine here. Can play this back a little bit faster, right? So we inked that. So the problem is that our hand is a little slow. Maybe if we have a 1-drop here, this hand would have been better. Or if we just try to go like full aggression, maybe it would have been fine. Especially since we see them ink a Tinkerbell. But like they just have a really aggressive draw on their own. Even just 1-drop into 2-drop ends up being a lot faster than what we're doing. Especially because we can't do anything on turn 2, so we're not really gaining anything until turn 4. And the Arthur's a little slow in that spot then. We essentially inked all of our plays that did anything here. I don't hate what we did where we decided that we would try to be aggressive, but like the dock as a follow-up is just miserable here. Because then our next turn is just like we end up with Snake. Which I wonder... So there's a world where we just, like, don't play the Arthur and we just play Goat, but I don't even know if that's good enough. Dock is just such a powerful card. I mean, we didn't really have the opportunity to play Goat. Maybe that's some of the trouble, too. Is because we drew a bunch of Arthurs... we're kind of locked into this play unless we just like abandon the Arthur strategy and move on to something else. So this is... Okay, so this is sort of the turn where I had two choices. Right? I could have abandoned our aggro Arthur plan. And I could have done... like... Because we can ink up to 4. So I could ink, say, the Goat. Or the Snake. Probably the Goat, I guess. It doesn't really matter. Maybe the Snake. But then we could play Pan Shadow here. Hit the Simba. Arthur hit the Simba. And then LeFaux trade with the Queen or some variant thereof. So that there's 2 damage in all of our dorks. Arthur's still alive. And then we have a Pan Shadow in play. And what I end up doing instead is I do like the LeFaux quest, and then we just end up with a 3/3 in play, but they still have all of their stuff. Which I think ends up being pretty costly, because then we just don't develop these things until later. And then our aggression is kind of squashed anyway. Like, maybe because we're the way that our hand was, we couldn't really afford to... not just kill their things. So let's kind of see how it plays out a little bit here. A little faster, perhaps. So this is where we're hemming and hawing about what we want to do. We decide to just quest, bounce the LeFaux, replay it to untap Arthur, and then quest. So then it essentially is just trading 4 lore gain for their 4 lore gain, which is not ideal when we're behind. And then we snake, and we have a 3/3 in play, which is okay. but it's not really threatening what they're doing. We could have had them just with Doc in play instead of Simba plus Doc plus the Queen. So we do this, and then this lets them just, like, put a Mufasa into play. And then now we're then immediately forced to do something that we didn't really want to do, which is, A, leave this Queen to quest 2 more times. But then B, like, we don't really get to use the Arthur anymore anyway. Like, okay, so this turn, we inked the mini, that's fine. So we had 2 lines that we could take in this spot, since we set ourselves up here to begin with. Second Arthur to race, maybe. I mean, we're really behind in the race, though. Would that have been enough? Okay, so if we... Well, because last turn... Oh, you mean this turn we put it down? Because last turn we only had 3... Or we only had 4 ink, so we wouldn't have been able to do LeFaux and the second Arthur. But this turn we could. So this turn we could do Arthur, quest... Like, we can hit the snake on this or whatever... Play Arthur, play LeFaux, untap Arthur, and then they still have 5. They're going to 12, and we would be at 7. Untap, like, we don't win that race, right? Because then we untap and we can gain another 7, we go to 14, but they're going to play another thing, right? They played another Mufasa or whatever. And then all of a sudden, they're still questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, that's basically lethal already. Like, we're not winning that race, unfortunately. Or do we, the turn after? No, because we have to replay LeFaux twice. Like, I don't think we're winning that race. Because we would go up to 11, and then we don't have lethal. Because the snake would be in our hand. This would be 1, 3, 6, so that's 7. That would be 14 or whatever, right? No, because we're only going to 11 here, so we would be 1 turn too slow, because they started before we did on the lore game. So I like the idea, but I don't think that we can actually do that race. Unless we, like, add the Pan Shadow, but then the other Arthur dies, so then that's not any better. Pan Shadow could, like, fight the Queen, I guess. But the problem is the dock, right? So I think if the previous turn... I think here is where we messed up. I don't think we're winning this race because we're already so far behind on board. Because, like, the dock is a problem no matter what. I think the ideal play here, since we're going to 4... Maybe, but we can't... The problem is... we don't have the ink to do all of that. So if we're here, if we're in this board state, right? No, not this one, this one. So if we're in this board state, we don't have the ink, even on the following turn, to untap with LeFaux twice and also do this other stuff. So even if we kill their things, they can just, like, have one of their things kill an Arthur, and then all of a sudden our clock is gone. That's the problem with the Arthur line, is it is expensive. Like, it does cost 2 per untap of your thing to be able to do the combo. So if we spend like Maui or whatever to try and keep up, then all of a sudden I don't think that that's enough. I think what we needed to do in this game is on this turn back here, I think we're supposed to trade this LeFaux off entirely because we just don't have the ink to be able to do the combo and also keep up with what they're doing, because they have the dock, which is questing for 2 and giving them extra ink. Both of those are problems together. I think what we needed to do was trade this for the Simba and the Queen and put damage on the Arthur and the Pan Shadow. And then here, we would have Pan Shadow and an Arthur with 1. They can either choose to have the dock hit the Arthur or the Pan Shadow, admittedly, or they can't play the Mufasa. Like, if they want to play Mufasa, they have to quest with the Doc then. That was the other line that I was considering, is forcing them to choose between killing Arthur and making the Doc vulnerable and then playing something else, or playing their Mufasa this turn. And then these two would be gone. So we would be at... They would only be at 5 or whatever here, which puts us in a little bit of a better position, because we had the second Arthur anyway, and we didn't have the resources to just, like, keep replaying this and also keeping up with what they're doing. Mostly because they went 1-2 into Doc. If this was not here, like, if this was just a one lore character, maybe we can race. But this turboing out a Mufasa is really tough. Play second Arthur. So, what did we end up doing this turn? I don't remember. I think we played the Maui, so that was the line that we opted to do because we wanted the Maui to be in play. So the other alternative that we had was we can either play the Pan Shadow. Like, we could have killed most of their board. If we inked the Maui, which I didn't super want to do, we could have done Snake, get rid of the LaFoe, and then... Or, sorry, Snake, get rid of the Maui, and then play Pan Shadow to kill this, and then we'd just be left with a Mufasa as well. And then we would have the ability to Arthur if we want, but we can just hold it back, and then we have this with 2 damage on it now. But I think the reality is that we messed up on this turn first, like back here, where we had the opportunity to clean this up and, like, still be not super ahead on lore, but we still had another Arthur anyway. Yeah, and then they're left with just Mufasa on that board, which, given that we were at this point, maybe was better. I ended up opting for the Maui because I felt like there was a line where we can kill the Mufasa and, like, be okay. But the reality is that we never, because this had 2 damage, like, I wasn't thinking about having 2 damage on this. Now this card is, like, totally useless to us. We can't do anything with it. And we have this LaFoe that, like, can't function either. And we just don't have ink to do anything else. And then we're stuck in this, like, weird spot where this Arthur doesn't have any stats. I think if back here we use the Arthur to... Not here. If back further here-ish, if we had just used the Arthur to try and, like, trade up on the board, then I think we are in a better spot with the aggressive cards that we had in our hand. Because we could have still followed it up with another Arthur or whatever. And then they wouldn't have even had the Mufasa. They would have had to have done something else. Because now, like, what do we even do here? Like, we can't really use the Maui. Like, in this spot, I totally messed up. Because in my mind, I was thinking, oh, well, I don't have to attack with the thing. But then as soon as I played the LaFoe, I realized that I had to attack the Mufasa, and that's where I fucked the game. I either needed to quest with the Arthur and bounce the Maui, or just have the Maui hit here, straight up. And then see what they got. And then just pray that it was small enough that this... Like, if we hit this and it hits something that's small enough for this to kill, we just kill it. And then ink the LaFoe. Or we do this, bash it. I mean, it's not a good spot, right? In my mind, I was thinking that this Maui was going to be fresh, and then it wasn't because it had 2 damage on it. And then, as soon as I played this, I screwed myself. Because there was now no way for me to bounce this and not... Everything about this was terrible. Because now I'm committed to just gaining lore, and then I'm still losing the race because I'm behind by 6 now instead of less. This line maybe would have worked if I had cleared up the board earlier so that they'd only be at, like, 7 or whatever. But the way that I navigated this game, adding this to the board, like, does nothing. I don't have enough ink now to do stuff. They can just play things, and when I miss on ink here, then we're just dead. And we still ended up having a useless Arthur later. When we could have had a useless Arthur earlier actually do something and kill something on the board here and then force them to make a choice. Likely what their choice would have been is have Doc attack into it and then just play their Hades or whatever, assuming that they had that in hand, and they just get one of these back. But it would have probably put us in a better spot for one of these follow-ups, I think. But we fucked that game up. It happens. We're 1-2 now. Sorry, we're 2-1 rather. Which I should have updated before I was doing all this, but yeah. So I think that there were a couple of tight turns in here where I could have used the Arthur more defensively than aggressively, and like I could have even used LeFaux on the Simba, ignored the Simba, just killed Doc here, and then used the Pan Shadow to kill the Queen and leave them with Simba, Mufasa. And that was another line that I could have done as well. Like, it's not as good, I don't think, but it is a way that we could have, like, not dealt with the Simba in such a way. Even in this spot, we could have... no, we couldn't have. We didn't have enough ink for that. But to get around the Simba and also do something. Yeah, we're just in, like, a really weird spot, because we don't have any power on board to, like, contest what they're doing. And then I think some of the early turns allowed them to, or some of the middle turns allowed them to get a bit too much lore. Because then by the time that we get here in our desperation spot, because we miss on the B-prep, like, if we could B-prep this turn, like, this turn specifically, when they're at 10, I think we're maybe okay. But the fact that we had to let them get to 13 and then still B-prep is a lot worse for us, because now whatever they play is there, but our hand sucks too. You know, they do this, we hit this into nothing, and then they're at 16 already. They would have like 4 or 5 less lore here if we had made the more aggressive, or sorry, the more defensive play. And I think that probably is what we should have done. But we don't know. I mean, their hand was... It could have been anything. I mean, if they had this panic in hand the whole time, they could have easily traded up into one of our things, and then we would have been not a good spot, because we just don't have a lot of card draw too. For being on the play, this was a pretty tricky game to be able to contest what they were doing. And that's sometimes the Mufasa deck, right? They had exactly 7 and 2 cards in play to be able to draw 2 cards here, which is like a nightmare. Even if we had the B-prep here, like, even if we hit it off of this, we're still not in a good spot, right? Like, if this is B-prep specifically, we have to sing B-prep, then play Arthur and a thing, but now they have 2 cards again, and they're at 15. This was going to be a hard game to win, even if we hit perfect. So, such is life. The round is complete, so the next one should be going up shortly here. They are on time, so it'll be a couple minutes yet. But we battle. We're still battling. Yeah, some of those other lines, like, we would have had to have inked Maui, which is really bad. Then if their follow-up is just, like, 2 Mufasas, we're probably going to lose, too. Not having card draw and also just drawing a bunch of Arthurs is really rough. And that's one of the problems with a deck like this, the hybrid style, is if you draw a bunch of the Arthur stuff and it's not as good in the matchup, like in this matchup it's okay, but they can keep up pretty easily with just flooding the board with stuff, right? In the Amethyst matchups, Arthur's great, but in a matchup against something similar to the Green Fossa, right, what they're doing here, you know, they play Doc, and it's just as good offensively as Arthur is, but instead of costing them lore per turn, it gains them, or instead of costing ink per turn, they gain ink when they quest with it. Right, so now they're going from Doc to Mufasa, or Doc to Queen, Rockstar Stitch, etc. You know, Doc directly into Rey. All of those plays are hugely problematic. When you're trying to do just gain 4 a turn, and they're just adding 2 or 4 lore every turn, they're going to outrace you, even if you're doing the Arthur stuff. So Arthur's, like, not at its best against a deck like this, whether they're running the Bippity or otherwise. They were running just in time. Maybe they were running both. I don't know. But against a deck like this, something more akin to, say, what this is playing would have been more helpful, right? You're set up more for the mid-game or later game where your uninkables are removal spells as opposed to Arthur's. You know, then you can try to set up more of the, you know, I play a Kuzco into a crab to fight something, or, you know, you can play sort of these cards that are a little better on the board into your Maui and then into Tremaine or whatever to try and clean stuff up. It's not necessarily hugely better, but it doesn't have those weaker cards like the Arthur, like, you know, the LeFaux is a little weak as well. Not saying that Kuzco is necessarily a ton better in the matchup, but it is a card that can more easily sing like Teeth and Ambitions and is able to give you additional card advantage while still potentially trading up with Crab or with Teeth that you're not really getting out of the LeFaux Arthur line, which is more aggressive and is better against the mirror, which we haven't seen yet today. We've played against a smattering of Mufasa decks as opposed to red-purple decks, which is what we've teched against, as opposed to having better answers to just like things on the board. Which is the risk, right? If we assume that we're going to run into red-purple 5 times and you don't run into it, you know, your deck is going to run a little bit less good than what you had hoped for. But we got another round yet. This is only round 3. They're in turns. They've been in turns for, looks like, some amount of time, like 5 minutes now, so I would assume that they should be finishing up pretty quick here. And then as soon as the next round goes up, we'll battle another one. Yeah, that was a tough series of turns. I don't know if I've put in enough games with the Arthur stuff to know when I can just like go hard and be aggro versus not in some of those more aggressive matchups, right, where your opponent is also trying to do that. I think all of the characters in here are much more lore dense than what you're offering out of this deck. Yeah, obviously Arthur and Minnie are the exceptions, but they have similar cards. Which is why when we were testing a deck like this, it did pretty well, because it has the Tinkerbell to be able to give some of your cards evasive to challenge the more obnoxious things like Surfer, and then you're just playing more cards that are, you know, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, and then you can shift as well, which changes the equation automatically, and then you have plenty of evasives of your own. So when they play a card like Doc, which is probably one of the better cards in the deck, I think Doc is an incredibly good card, then you're in a tough decision where they can go immediately to 5, but they're still pushing lore, which is a problem. But if we had an answer to Doc that was didn't rely on it being tapped, then I think that would help, but we don't really have that without running bad cards. So tech for the mirror, hope you play the mirror, and hope you dodge the stuff that isn't as ideal. I don't think it's necessarily a bad matchup, but I don't know if we're particularly favored there, even on the play, with an awkward draw like that, at least with the hybrid. I do think that a deck like this has a little bit better matchup, if only because it has more just stuff to do that isn't Arthur, right? Because Arthur just doesn't have text really in that matchup. And I think if I had just used it as a 1/3 instead of an awkward lore gain card, I think we might have been alright. So I think it's why I like Surfer so much, because it doesn't it doesn't choke your resources like the Arthur package does. Losing 2 ink every turn, even if you have this, can be really rough in some matchups where you need to be sort of curving out. Like, if this is all you have on board and you don't have a 1-drop, then you can't really Fox right away either until 5, right? So then you're doing this, and then on 4, you sometimes don't do anything. If you don't have another 2-drop, you're just, like, gain 4 lore pass, which is not great either. Whereas with Surfer, you can play a goat, you can play a rabbit. You can play the Pan Shadow, so pros and cons of the decks for sure. Hopefully we aren't going to insane time every single round. But unlikely that that will be the case, at least for another couple rounds before more people drop out. Looks like we have maybe 3 minutes or so before the next round is up. Yeah. So a deck like this, is it up now? Okay. I refresh. Oh, nice. All right. Okay, we play customs. This will be round 4. So we are 0-0. We'll see if we get the player of the draw. We'll see how our draw looks. We have had a few awkward, uninkable draws today. I think some of it is because we've been running out our 1-drops a little more aggressively than maybe we should be. If we have a light inkable hand, perhaps we need to be holding them back and just playing a little bit of a slower game and being happy with that. Having to ink some of our better cards just to still play the game, to try and play towards a B prep when we're behind is unfortunate. Alright, so we're on the play. It's nice. This hand is okay. We should keep all of this in case we're in the mirror. I think this hand is okay. We can ink an Olaf and then play the mini here and say go. Okay, so we are in the mirror, so this hand is okay. So we drew a Surfer, so that's good. So let's do quest here, ink LaFoe, play LaFoe. It's just a little low on ink, but I think it'll be okay. It's also entirely likely that we play the Fox next turn and just bounce the mini. But I would be willing to challenge this with both of our things if they don't opt to snake here. Okay, in this spot, I think we just... Olaf into mini. And then pass. There is a world where I can quest with both of these, and then assume that they don't have Fox to take out both of them, which I think is rough. So they play a mini of their own. That is an awkward draw. Because now we no longer have the Fox, which was the risk of not playing the Fox last turn. Maybe it's fine if I do this and just play Rabbit. And then I quest here and say go. It gives us the ability to pan shadow. So like if they crab or pan shadow, we can do this back and kill their Surfer, which I think is okay. And then if they opt to just quest, we can pan shadow and just kill it as well. We can hit here and kill it. And if they bounce, okay, that's fine. So we hit here. We pan shadow. We hit here. And then I think I should probably quest at the Rabbit. Because we need to draw a card pretty bad. And then it lets us potentially kill one of these things. I think it's fine. We don't have another bounce in our hand anyway, and we really need to draw cards, so I think it's fine. Because we can't really miss another ink next turn. That would be a disaster. We may be able to sing this. I think I'd rather just quest with these. I think we'll take one of these out and just quest. Alternatively, we do this. So if they go to 6... Okay, let's do this for sure. So we do this for sure. This puts us at... If we quest with everything, maybe not the LeFaux, so we'll go to 8. If we play this instead of just drawing 2 cards, I think that's just worse than drawing 2 cards here and just pushing 4 lore. Because this is only going to gain like 2, and I think I'd rather ink it, but I think we're just going to do this and draw 2 cards. And then we'll play this Maleficent into the bin, or into the ink. We can actually put the LeFaux back in our hand now. So that's pretty good, and it'll let us push an extra lore. So we can do this, and then pass. It's not the most exciting turn, but I don't really want to commit too much more to the board. I'm fine sacrificing this, but I'd like to save this for a follow-up after B-Prep if we can. It may not be possible, but it would be a nice follow-up after B-Prep, assuming that they're going to have to do it. This also protects from teeth, because the LeFaux can easily get teethed here. I think we do quest. I don't really want to commit too much more to the board, but I'd like them to have to B-Prep. I guess they kind of do anyway, right? Maybe we play the Goat and ink the Surfer. I think we ink the Surfer for sure. So if I play the Goat, then another Tremaine isn't really that big of a deal because we still have our 2 flyers. I think we play the Goat and then pass. And then they kind of have to B-Prep. And if they do, we can follow it up with like an Arthur and a Pan Shadow. And that would make them have to B-Prep again. Which, if they're doing that many B-Preps, I think that's okay. And if they're just doing something like Ursula here, I don't think that's good enough. Because we have a very good follow-up to a B-Prep here. And I think they're sort of forced. I would have liked to have played both of these, but I guess we don't need to have the LeFaux, right? We're at 15, we don't really need the LeFaux. I can just do this, and say go. And then this is lethal on its own. And if they have to, like, they have to B-prep again, or Ursula, or Elsa would also do it. Sure, Elsa tap these two. It's fine. We draw a rabbit. I think I'll hold off on the Ursula for now. Rabbit into this to protect and say go. They can go to 11. If one of these isn't B-prep, then they're dead. They're still dead doing Ursula, but if they rip up B-prep, then they can live. Yeah, they're counting. This is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is enough. Okay, so we got game 1. This is RP. Bounce. Alright, so we got game 1 on the play. So we spin this up here. They're going to be on the play, which makes sense. No, usually Elsa is in place of some number of, like either Rabbit or Ursula or some of the other uninkables. Because there's sort of a finite number of uninkables that you can be running. Dragon is one of the cards that is inkable. Usually it's hard to run too many uninkables. Usually 15 to 17 is the number people try to stick to, roughly. Sometimes they'll run a little bit more with some of the more aggressive lists. Hopefully it cues us in. If it doesn't, we can rejoin. We'll give it a second. Spin it back up real quick here. Okay. Okay, so we get rid of these two for sure. We'll keep the rabbit. This draw is a little slow, but I do think that we want at least some of these mims. And I don't want to over mulligan too much. If I have to ink one, I will. Okay, this hand is alright. Not incredible in the matchup, but it's okay. We will definitely be running out the mini here. Oh, the snake helps a lot, actually. We don't need the Maleficent Sorceress here, given that we have other things that we can be doing. And we have the rabbit, so we'll try to play with the rabbit a little bit more instead. So we're both going to do the snake line, which is not unusual. This is likely going to be a rabbit game unless they play a lot of flyers. I'm debating on this Teeth and Ambitions here over this goat. I get rid of Teeth a lot in this matchup. For good reason, because it's useless, but There's some worlds where you want to keep the teeth just because it gives you more outs to the mini, especially if they're on crabs, but we currently don't have any flyers or any other way to interact with it, so I think we can just do this and then try to play a little bit more of an aggressive game against this instead. That's kind of our best hope. So we get rid of this. Do we just unironically draw 2 cards? God, I hate that so much. Maybe I just do this, and then I put the snake back in my hand. This isn't a terrible thing, but I don't really want to just draw 2 cards and have nothing on board. That's a shit spot, too. I think it's just this. And then pass. And what this enables, too, is if we draw Pan Shadow, now we have an out to the mini immediately. They get rid of a fox to play another mini, so we definitely need a Pan Shadow now. I would also accept the flying thing. That is not it. If we sing here, it's a little awkward because then we'll lose our fox, but I think we have to sing to try and find an answer to the flyers. That is not enough of an answer. That's unfortunate. Well, it looks like we're going to be surfered out of the universe here. Yeah. We're about to get buried by these surfers here, and then we'll have to go to game 3. A bit unfortunate, but there's a world where we play the mini because then it makes the Pan Shadow live since we had the fox tapped, but we just don't have any of the outs currently to this, so so that's unfortunate. Okay, we do this, and I play the fox. That is not it either. I guess we'll get rid of this. And say go. We have a lot of answers to this in our deck, and we just didn't see any. Okay, guess we're dead. Alright, 1-1. We have perished. Such is the problem with not having any of this kind of stuff. We can get rid of a Be Prepared. We don't really need this many of these things. The Pan Shadow is still good, but we can get rid of, like, at least a LaFoe. Ink some of these. I think this is fine. We'll mull 2. Okay. Can I even afford to play any of these? I guess not, huh? Okay. I got rid of one Inkable. I got rid of a LeFaux. Maybe because we were keeping the Pan Shadow, I was supposed to keep the other Inkable. But an Arthur or a Surfer would have been incredibly good this game, right? So I kind of had to do it this way. Sick. I guess this is out. Do I even play the mini? I don't even think I can. So if I don't draw an Inkable, then what? I have to play the Fox and just scoop it back up. I guess that's fine. Like, it's the only way for me to get Fox into play. Because, like, if I just play this next turn, I'm never getting Fox into play either. And if I have to bounce this just to ink it, I guess that's okay. I guess that's where we're at right now. This start is not that slow. They have 6 cards in hand still, and they've been putting pressure on us. They're already at 4 lore, which is problematic. It is a problematic number. I'm surprised they didn't just play a goat here. They just passed. That's kind of weird. I guess the play is hit Kuzco, Ink, Surfer. Play this. I mean, I guess I could have hit the Kuzco with this and then gotten in extra lore. Maybe that would have been stronger. Yeah, that almost certainly would have been better. We're going to kind of have to use this Arthur as fodder for Tremaine, maybe. Depending upon what we draw. Not even sure what our best draw is here. I'm surprised they didn't play a goat last turn, though. Unless the goat is their only ink, maybe their hand is bad. No, they had a snake. It's kind of weird, then. They must not have a very good hand. Like, it must be full of kind of the same garbage that we have. Guess it's still just this. Maybe their hand is just a bunch of Tremaines. That would make a lot of sense. Okay, so if it's a lot of Tremaines, what are we sacking here? So we have a couple of options. If we sack Pan Shadow, then we can quest with Arthur, bounce the Fox, and then ink the Fox to play an Ursula. But that's not super good. I think it's just Arthur here. I think he's the worst of our cards. Weirdly. Like, this is just better. Because if we get an Inkable, we can just quest and then Ursula. Okay. I mean, it's still... We still have things that we're doing, I guess. I can't not play the Arthur. I'm almost certainly going to have to play these. I'm not even sure if they do B-Prep here. Yeah, I wouldn't have B-prepped here either. They're questing for 6 to go to 15. We can put them to 14 if we play our own Ursula. But if they're able to B-prep and sing, then that's an actual nightmare. But if I B-prep this, they're just gonna play shit, and then that's really bad for us too. I have to quest with everything, no matter what, here. Let's do this, do this, do this. Do this. I have to ink this. If I play Ursula and they sing B-prep here, they'll go to 12 or 11, I guess, and then our board is gone. And then our hand is like Ursula, X, and 2 B-preps, and then they can play shit to follow it up. I honestly think I have to. Because just playing Be Prepared here is not the way that we win this game, I don't think. Like, that is not good enough. Now we're in a spot where maybe we can do Ursula plus an Olaf as a follow-up. Like, we're just behind by missing for a turn. If instead of this Arthur it was an Inkable, I actually think we're in an okay spot this game. But they're probably going to go to 11, sing B-prep here maybe. Or Elsa, that would also be bad. They haven't quested with Ursula, which means they're likely going to sing it. Yeah. We'll see what their follow-up is. Ursula plus a 1-drop. Okay, that's fine. If I don't B-prep here, so I have 2 lines that I can do. I can Be Prepared, pass it back. They have 3 cards in hand, which could be pretty well anything. Alternatively, I play Ursula Olaf as well. Put them to 10. They go to 14. Or they go to 11 again, and then they do this shit again, and then I'm, like, in a bad spot. I think I have to get rid of the You Can Fly, unfortunately. And just be prep here and say go. And hope that they play something that's not as threatening. Draw 2 cards is not as big of a problem. Like, our hand isn't good, because we have no rabbits. Like, all we've drawn is Arthurs, basically. But if their play is just 2 Cuscos, that is less scary than... Is it 3 Cuscos? Okay, it's just 2 Cuscos. Okay, Ursula... plus Olaf, pass. And then we can maybe do Merlin, Goofy if we have to. Elsa to tap our 2 things down. Well, that's fucking not good. This is where Elsa is very problematic for our deck. More than we would like, right? Because they can go to 17 now. Which is an impossible number for us to recover from. Because then just Goat plus Bounce already kills us immediately. But if we prep here, then they're going to draw a ton of cards. What if I play the Pan's Shadow and hit a Cusco so that they can only gain 4? And then if they don't deal with our board, which they could pretty easily, Then we would have 3, 4, 5, 6 that we'd be threatening. We can play the rabbit too. Okay, that weirdly helps. I don't have to ink the Goofy here, but I can still do this line and pass. The only reason that this sort of helps is that it gives us technically an out to Elsa. If it doesn't... like if it just quests. They have a lot of cards in hand, though. The Cusco's being very good here. The singing of the B prep is bad for us. And drawing teeth, also not great. Ugh, they drew a rabbit. That's so bad for us. A rabbit and a surfer and maybe something else. I really do hope it's just another card. Oh god, what a disaster. That might be the worst possible. 16. We know that they have a rabbit in hand. Can we race? This would be 1, 2, 3. That's like so far from winning the race. But this can kill the mini. We're just so far behind in the race. And I don't even really see how we can B prep here either. I feel like we almost have to just play the Goofy and the Goat and just hope that that's good enough. Because we don't really have a lot of other options. Like, the fact that they have a rabbit in hand and bounce is a disaster for us. We've drawn 1, 2, 3, 4 extra cards versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with the rabbit again. So they just wipe the board and then probably play something. Play their rabbit. That is 3 of the Be Prepareds. I mean, I can't beat Goat Bounce Goat anyway. I think I have to play this to play around Tremaine a little bit, but... Dragonfire. Okay. They quest. They play another rabbit. That's 3 rabbits for our opponent. Or that's the 4th rabbit that they've played because they've bounced so many of them. They've drawn 7 cards more than us. That is just a disaster. I don't really see how I can either play the cards in my hand or play the Be Prepared. I think I just have to do this and pass. Or just edge. That's a real shame. That's a real fucking shame. guess we perish. Okay. We're dead. Man, that's real fucking tragic, dude. What's our time left in round? 17 minutes again. I mean, we can go back and look at that game again. I just don't think that there's much to figure out about it. I don't think we necessarily played terribly wrong. Maybe we over-mulliganed a little bit, but I don't think it was too dramatic. That was, what, this game? That was a pretty long one, right? No, that was the first game. This is over here. This is when they were... Oh, no, that was this game. Okay. So we back it up a bit. Our hand is bad. That was this game, right? Yeah, our mulligan was bad. Okay, so we look at this to start. This is not a good hand, I guess. But there's not really a way for us to improve it dramatically unless we get rid of the pan shadow. If we end up keeping, say, another... You know, if we keep another inkable, like, it makes sure that we have at least 5, but... if we're just doing nothing for a bunch of turns, I don't think that's really going to do anything either. And I don't think that there's a world where we, like, play this into this, and then our opponent plays a snake and we're ever winning the game either. Like, obviously, we just had a pretty bad mulligan. I think I'm still okay just getting rid of 2 cards. But maybe this pan shadow is an unnecessary keep on the play. Like, this card is certainly better on the draw in this matchup because it gives you the ability to deal with their flyer. What do we think of that? Let's look at the deck list. Wherever I put it. It's this one. Okay, so we look at the deck list, and sort of comparing it to this hand, like, things that we could draw that would be very good, right? If we draw an Arthur, then the hand is just aggressive, and we just play an aggressive draw with the LaFaux in this matchup, which is fine. If we draw... if we draw like a snake, the hand is fine as far as ink. And we might need a rabbit. I don't know if we need the pan shadow here, actually. Like, it is entirely likely that mulliganing the 3, getting rid of 1 LaFaux, a B-Prep, and a pan shadow is fine. We keep these for ink. We have 1. We have like a 1-drop into 2, and then we need like a 3-drop play. And if this was a rabbit or an Arthur, it would be a lot better. So it's possible that we were supposed to mulligan the pan shadow with the way that this hand was shaped. Okay. That maybe was part of our problem. Obviously, we opted to mulligan 2, and it turned out that we immediately just ripped double 7-drop, which they could have been B-Preps or Ursulas, it doesn't really matter. But once we're at this spot, I don't think that we have really a choice to play these cards. Because we're essentially on a 5-card mulligan here. We have like a 5-card hand with no rabbit, which is problematic. So I think we have to just... like play our stuff the best that we can. Which in this case, just ripping more big uninkables. Like, if this was Arthur, this hand is still okay. Or it's at least still usable. But there's not really going to be an opportunity for us to favorably use this a lot of the time, I think. It's possible that I should have ran out a 1-drop here, just so that if we did draw a Fox that we had an option to play it. But, like, now we end up doing that, and I think it's just worse than not playing it. I think that here we probably aren't supposed to play the 1-drop, because this is the way that our hand is shaped. I think this just immediately has to be ink, and then this may have to be an additional ink. We might just have to play this on 4 as like an off-tempo surfer mini and be happy with that, and then just make sure that this is ink. Because if we needed to use this to hit something, we could have done that anyway. But instead, we forced our hand of, if we draw an uninkable, like, we have to do it immediately. And then because of that, I think, because that was here. So because we played this, and then we immediately drew Arthur, like, we don't have a line. Like, we have to do this to get the ink. Alternatively, we just ink the Fox and then play this, but I think that's terrible too. And I don't think that you can play Arthur there either, because we got rid of all the LeFous. LeFou. Maybe we're supposed to play LeFou last turn under the possibility, like the turn where we played the 1-drop, we could have inked the 2 and played that instead. Because we could have still made the same play, but then if we draw Arthur, like, we have a different line to take. Like, is there a world where we're supposed to just play this? I just don't think we can. Maybe this attack was bad. Yeah, actually, well, the attack was bad, but we could have gained 1 for it. I don't think that would have mattered a ton. I was thinking that we could have attacked here, but it's the same, leaving this untapped or not, because it's protected. But then from here, it just goes downhill, because obviously we just rip only Arthurs for the next 3 turns, and then we're just buried in cards, right? Our opponent's got 3 extra cards on us or whatever, and then Elsa's is out of existence. Because every time that we play 2 things, they have 3 cards that they can play to follow it up, and every time it's just rabbits, so we're just incredibly far behind, and then they kill us with Goat, which, you know, makes sense, and that's the whole reason that you play Kuzco too, is because when you do the B-prep, like, it refills your hand. Drawing the extra 6 or 7 cards there certainly buried us in that spot, and there's not really much that we could do with that draw against that, I don't think. I feel like we could have mulliganed differently. I think I was overvaluing the Pan's Shadow in this matchup with the way that our hand texture was, because we just had so many 1-drops. Like, we had this part of our deck, but not any of the, like, things that actually matter in the matchup. And I think it's okay to keep some of these, because obviously we're on 17 uninkables. You can't just ink all of your... You can't just mulligan all of your ink cards. I think that we could have gotten rid of the Pan's Shadow as well, and then even if we draw the 2 Ursulas, in theory, we just have a different card here that could have been ink, could have been Arthur, could have been something else to play with the board, even if it's just like a Maleficent or whatever. So, another problem with the Arthur deck, right, is its mulligans are a lot worse than the other deck. So, I think it's very easy to mulligan with the traditional deck. You can just send back the uninkables minus rabbits. Like, you just send this, send this, send this, send this. You send all these back, and then you keep a rabbit. In that spot, we could have kept the Pan Shadow, but like if it was 2 Kuzcos instead of 2 LeFou, we can just play them and then draw cards, or we can choose to ink them. Like, we just have more options. Whereas just the generic 2/2 with no abilities is not really a card. So that is kind of the way that it goes. I am still glad that I picked this deck to play today. However, we have had some unfortunate draws, worse than I had seen with this deck in a bit, that have caused us to lose. And then obviously the game 2 was just a disaster. We have answers to flyers in the deck. We have Goofy, we have minis of our own, we have the Pan's Shadow, we have a You Can Fly. So we have some answers to deal with opposing Surfer, 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 and we just drew none of them, and then our opponent is just like, here's a Surfer, here's a Surfer, here's a Surfer, and then we're just dead on board. which is obviously not ideal. And that's why you play so many varieties of this sort of effect. You can fly Surfers of your own plus Crab, the Pan Shadow, the Goofies, sometimes Tremaines. Like, that's why you have to play all of this crap, because if your opponent just has that as a draw, sometimes you just die, and there's nothing you can do about it, especially on, you know, when they're on the play. They just rush out all those cards and kill you. And you can only add so many you can only add so many cards that interact with Surfer Mini, and you just have to draw them in a reasonable order, and if you don't, you know, you're just going to lose. So this is another mark against the Arthur deck, I think. A little inconsistency as far as how some of our draws have shaped up. The mulligans are a little harsher. Maybe I need to be mulliganing a little bit more aggressively, but I mean, we mulled an uninkable and an inkable, and we got back 2 uninkables, so you know, there's only sometimes so much you can do, but it's possible that I overvalued the Pan Shadow in that spot, and that cost us a little bit. Because without the other cards around Pan Shadow, it's not enough to interact with the Surfers. But because we were on the play, maybe we needed to be looking for a Surfer of our own, or perhaps an Arthur a little bit better. How much time have we got? Still another 6 minutes, so probably another 16. We can take a look at the standings here. There's quite a few players. The Rat, I assume, is on a really aggressive deck. Undefeated, is just like they were last time. The last time that I played against them, they were playing like the full aggressive version of this deck. It seems like they've never run into steel in their whole life, even a single time, which I think is great for them. You know, quite a few known quantities in the 20 lore scene and some of these tournaments as well. Good to see consistent results with a lot of these decks, with a lot of these players. Obviously, matchups matter. You know, draw good, don't draw bad. All that certainly does play a role, but playing a good list and playing it tight does seem to pay off for a lot of players, which is good. We're not necessarily out. I didn't see what our breakers were. Probably not great. They're not terrible. If we win out from here, you know, we've still got a shot of making the cut for tomorrow. It is cut to 16 instead of a cut to top 8. So we may have a rebuy yet, but we'll still battle either way. Yeah, that was an unfortunate round. I definitely think that with some slightly better draws, we would have been in a better spot, which is, you know, kind of stating the obvious, I suppose. But I don't necessarily think that we were an underdog there at any point, outside of just having some rough draws. Obviously, sometimes you lose to the triple Surfer Mini, and there's not really anything that you can do about it. You can add as many You Can Flies and Pan Shadows and Crabs and whatever as you want, but if you don't draw them in the right order or in time, you can just get steamrolled. And that is what happened. Like, if you have this into this, then all of a sudden you can eat one of their minis, and you still have 2 of your, you know, two lore flyers of your own, or evasives. And that ends up being pretty favorable, I think, a lot of the time. So we will wait for the next round here. A bit unfortunate that we've actually lost both of our games on the play, both of our matchups. And a lot of it has been to awkward draws. Like, we give up an entire game because we just don't really play a game of cards. Our opponent is able to do whatever they want, and our draw just doesn't cooperate. We've missed on our ink for Be Prepared more than once now, which is really awkward, especially when you do things like shave some of the draw to fit all these cards in, and then also add more uninkables, to be running into ink problems is pretty brutal, but also unsurprising. You know, it is shocking to me sometimes that you're seeing these decks running, 20 uninkables and still being able to function and win games. Perhaps it is just you have to run good, and that is the answer. So I guess I'm going to take a quick break between now and we've got the next round. We've got a couple minutes yet. They'll be going to time in about 2 minutes, so probably about 8 or 10. I'll go take a little break, and then we'll come back ready for round 5. Thanks for watching. I apparently forgot to scroll down to the timer. Well, the round is up, so they are in turns. It should be up soon-ish here. They went 2 turns about 5 minutes ago, so shouldn't be too much longer, I suppose. So let's take a look at the deck again. So, in theory, the Arthurs should be great, and some of the answers that we have for Flyers should be really good. We've been sort of drawing them out of order a bit today, which is not ideal. I would like to improve our mulligans, and I'm not really sure what the answer to that is, outside of just trimming back down on the uninkables. Maybe there really isn't much of an answer outside of doing that. At least in this sort of version of the deck. It's possible that something like this is a little bit more consistent. We have more answers to the sort of the You Can Fly. We have a bit more card draw with the Cusco, the full set of the Friends on the other side. Less on the Uninkables, and then you have Crab sort of as a flexible combo with Mini or combo with Cusco to take out a card kind of thing. It could even be less Crab, more You Can Fly, more Goofy. I think this is pretty flexible, and I think these are flexible maybe for, like, Jetsam. I think the 4-drop slot is already a little clogged. So it's entirely possible that something like that wouldn't be ideal either. I'm not really sure. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the new cards actually in the format, like having everything out, and then actually getting some brewing done. I'd like to test some new decks. I like this deck well enough, but I think the metagame is getting a little stale at this point. You know, I don't mind the do this and draw cards. I don't necessarily know if the direction that they've taken the game with the, like, sort of direct lore gain that Goat offers, and that quite a few other cards are offering. Like, there's a bunch more things that just directly gain lore, even in set 3. I wonder about that as far as the game, given that there's not really a lot of ways of interacting with that sort of thing. There's a handful of cards that are able to reduce your opponent's lore, and there's even less, like, real answers to something like Goat just finishing it, Spellbook just finishing the game. And since there's no real, you know, your best answer to characters is cost 7, so they go wide. There's not really an answer to dealing with go wide that's outside of steal. There's nothing that really cleanly answers a Goat outside of just not letting them get that lore to begin with, which then leads you back to having removal to deal with those problems, which is why a lot of people are playing things like Steal. It gives you access to grab your swords. It gives you access to, you know, actual good playable targeted removal that you don't really necessarily have access to in some of these other colors, namely any of them. Your best targeted removal spell outside of all of the cards that Steel has is like Teeth and Ambitions. Let It Go. You know, Let It Go ramps your opponent and also costs 5. Teeth and Ambitions requires that you blast one of your own characters for 2 and only does 2 damage, so it doesn't really answer things like Surfer, doesn't really answer things like Arthur, you know, Pan Shadow. It doesn't answer a lot of cards, and yet it's still a necessity because just the nature of the game with your, you know, Lilos and your other sort of more aggressive cards coming into play, and then just being like, okay, here's 5% of the lore that I need for this whole game. here's another 5%, here's another 5%, here's, you know, and if they get to quest more than once, all of a sudden you're buried. And then with the way that GOAT is in the format, this is just a guaranteed way of gaining that as well, which I think is kind of tricky. No, this is worse. This is 10%, right? Because you only need to do this 10 times, because it's 20. Jeez, that's even worse than I thought. Yeah. I think it's going to be problematic if there's not a way of slowing this down or stopping it. Even if the game slows down a little bit, the way that it's looking is it's going to be a lot of really aggressive decks versus a lot of steel decks and not really much else. Unless we see some very interesting answers to that. And I don't know what that would look like, whether it's things that reduce more lore. You know, currently we have Ursula. There's a little bit of equity in something like Aladdin, but as a card, it's kind of slow and mediocre. Right? This was good in set 1 because the format was pretty slow and there weren't a lot of cards, but a generic 5/5 that doesn't have rush, doesn't come in and do something immediately, and needs other cards to be good enough, or needs you to play just a 2/2 for 3 that, you know, maybe loses the 1 lore to maybe have a chance of shifting it, isn't quite good enough, right? And this doesn't stop evasives. This is a little too slow even to stop some of the evasive draws that we've seen today, let alone some of the ones that we might see in the future. You know, if you're playing red, you're likely going to be needing to run Maui just to interact with locations favorably while you're killing their locations, like their Lilo could be questing and their other characters are going to be questing. And I think that that's going to get a little out of hand unless we see some sort of way to clean up, to punish those, like, play a lot of shit for cheap strategies, of which there really isn't anything that's outside of Steel. And even Steel isn't seeing those cards until, you know, turn 3 or turn 4 if they're shifting. And that's even if they're shifting to be able to do that. But, like, to play Tinker on 3 and play the Giant Fairy on 4 into Grab Your Sword. Like, you're using 3 cards to try and deal 3 damage to their board, which is very strong. But you're using a lot of cards, which then inherently means, you know, you're going to need a whole new world to refuel, and then you're sort of right back to where you started as far as problem-wise. It's tough. It's going to be tough. We're going to have to see what the rest of the colors offer. You know, they gave they gave Amber 1-cost ramp card, you know, that is also a character, that is also something that can push lore in Pluto. You know, the 1-cost, I guess I could just bring it up. You know, they're getting something like this, which is going to be problematic if they go Pluto into Dock into, you know, a 5-drop into, say, the big Pluto to shift it on their little one if it's still alive, or if they end up doing something like just Mufasa on turn 3. Like, that's going to be rough to deal with. You know, all of a sudden, even if you have an answer to stuff like this, you can almost freely do this. There's not really a consequence to doing it because there just isn't enough direct removal in this game currently. But there are still quite a few things that need to be spoiled yet that we haven't seen, so who knows? We could end up getting a pretty decent amount of stuff. Looks like the next round is probably up here. Let me refresh and make sure. Yes, it looks like it is up. So I will go ahead and jump into the game. Alright, so this will be round 5 of the PIxelborn Tournament. We are currently 2-2. We likely are going to have to win 4 in a row to even have an outside shot of making top 16 for tomorrow. But we're going to battle either way. We're going to keep doing our best. Hope that our draws cooperate a little bit more in the next few rounds here. Alright, we wait on our opponent here. And then we'll battle as soon as they join. So far I have not seen them in the chat yet. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything yet. I don't even know if they've announced anything yet. Maybe they're not even showing up here. That's possible, I suppose. 43 minutes left. Table, what table is this? 31. Wait, they could have decided to drop at 2-2. Our opponent was... I don't know what their score is. Hang on. How do I even see what their record is? I guess you can't. I could search them, I suppose. They were 2-2, but it is possible that they still dropped anyway. Well, we shall wait. I mean, if we get a free round, we'll take it, right? Obviously, it's not great for the content to not have anything to do, but if we just have to sit here, then we have to sit here. Hope that everybody's having a good day overall. Let me see if they maybe posted in the dropping and just didn't do the drop. I suppose that's possible. I don't see their name anywhere necessarily, but... refresh the table again, just to be safe. Oh, still round 5. Still table 31. It's been 10 minutes. I believe that we ish will end up getting the win here. By default, we take those. They don't ask how, they ask how many, right? Okay, I will mark it as 2-0. Well, that was an easy round, I suppose. We did not play any games. We played one game, I guess. I gotta mark it as 2-0, okay. So we played 2 games. This, 2-0. Okay, well, I guess we'll take our 2-0. No show. We'll take our 2-0 no show, and that'll put us up to 3-2. And then, I don't know, I guess I'll go find something else to do. What do we want to do? Do we want to, like, brew up a deck? Let me refresh this. Maybe we make a deck to play on the ladder or something. We can perhaps look at some other deck lists and see if there's anything that's particularly interesting and start from there. Or we could go over the current spoilers. That could be fun. Maybe we'll do that. Is there a spot that has Lorcana spoilers? Probably Lorcana.gg, I imagine. Just have all of them. It doesn't look particularly up to date. Unless it's sorted them by color. I mean, it's relatively up to date, I guess. It's missing, like, whatever came out today. That's still maybe manageable anyway. Alright, well, this will be the segment where we take a look at some of the spoilers. Not all of them are out yet. However, a lot of them are up here as well, and we can kind of talk about a few of them, pick out some of the ones that I think are pretty interesting highlights. Really want to go directly into it to be able to see it bigger, but maybe that's my only option. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, so we got a Simba. It's an uncommon. When it banishes another character, something else can't challenge during their turn. Interesting, not exciting. It's an uncommon. If the 4/6 body is good, this can be sort of like a weird bodyguard type card. It is inkable, which helps, but kind of a more or less generic uncommon. It does lose pretty hard to Maui, which is unfortunate. At 5, you know, you quest with the 4/6, they just bash it and kill it, and their Maui lives, which is not ideal. Steel really needs a spot where Maui can't just, like, easily bash their card. So this is... Olympus would be that way. This does... Your characters get +3 this turn while challenging the location. It is also inkable, and it's an action. Sort of a generic common. If there's a deck that's, like, overwhelming... are you talking about the... Probably. I've seen a lot of them. Is that the one that you can look at, like, a bunch of cards, and then you look at 5 cards, and you can put them on the top or bottom, and then gain a lore? Yeah, I saw that one. I'll bring that one up. I'll bring up the last couple that maybe aren't here once we get there. Yeah, it looks okay. It looks... I'll probably talk about it a little bit when we get towards the spell book. I think it could be good with the Sorcerer's Hat or whatever. I think that there's maybe something there, but we'll kind of see, you know? So this one, I think, is okay. If locations are, like, a massive portion of the game. Yeah, it's a song as well, which is interesting, I guess. The problem with it, it gains 1 lore, which is nice, because it doesn't entirely put you behind. But it also doesn't do anything. Like, looking at 5 cards and just putting them back somewhere on its own isn't really a functional card. It just doesn't really do anything, even if it's gaining 1 lore. You're essentially time-walking yourself to do a thing that's a one-shot deal. It's okay. If there's other synergy with, like, for example, the Sorcerer's Hat, I think it has a little bit more value as well. Because you can use this plus that to, like, draw cards. But if you're playing this and, like, a song that just looks at cards, you're running into a weird spot where you're not really doing anything to add to the board, so you're gonna just lose to aggro. But there's possibly a deck there that has enough, like, board interaction that it can get away with doing stuff like this. Potentially in, like, a Broom deck or whatever. Maybe you're just looking for very specific things. You're churning through your deck with this stuff. We're not really sure yet. We need to see a few more cards for the card like that to really shine. There are some worlds where there's, like, a weird aggro type of list that it would maybe be okay. So yeah, I think this card is, like, okay. Not exciting, though. There would have to be, like, a massive location deck for something like this to see play, because it's so narrow, right? It's incredibly narrow. Being +3 only while challenging the location is kind of tough. If this drew a card, I think it would be a little better. It would have a little bit more room to play, but there's going to have to be a really heavy location deck, but it's just a common, so it's not... This is kind of whatever. We've got the Mini, which is a 2/3 if it's at a location. It's okay. If there's a deck that plays a lot of locations, like, for example, a purple steel Broom deck, I could see them playing a card like this if you're running a lot of locations. Like, it's cheap, it's inkable. Those are usually pretty strong requirements for playing a card. Like, is it inkable? Yes, it has a little bit more room then to do stuff, because, you know, it's fail cases that you ink it, and that's okay. If a 2/3 is good, you know, like the 1/3s are good right now, right? Like the Mini Always Classy is pretty good. if the effect of being at a location, like if this is an easy thing to accomplish with the way that the deck is constructed, and you're looking for cards like this, then this is probably pretty good. You know, it needs a little bit of help to be a 2/3, but at worst case, it's always a 0/3, which is cool. That can quest. So, or ink, you know. So this card is a potential role player similar to the way that this has been a lot. If there's a location-heavy deck, right? There's also the this card, which would help with that as well. If you're kind of full in on locations, if there are enough locations to justify something like this, like paying one less to move your characters to a location could be very interesting. And then that makes the mini a little bit better as well, because then it's just a 2/3 for 1, which can be pretty good. This card is pretty narrow. Again, I think that if there's a super location-heavy deck, or if there's just like some really expensive locations to move stuff to, maybe this card is good. But again, it's very narrow. This only affects locations, and it only affects when you move them. Now, there is a Peter Pan up here somewhere. Here. So this Peter Pan is interesting then, with that card. I think that's an interesting location combo, where once per turn, when this character moves location, gain lore equal to that location's lore. If there's a spot where you can kind of combo this with that other card, or if there's enough locations to justify, like, again, it has to have enough location synergy, and we just haven't seen enough of them. You know, I honestly think that the Peter Pan might be better with something like Voyage, where, you know, you have 2 Peter Pans in play, and you just move them both, gain your 4. If you're moving them to... I don't even know if it's got the locations in here. I assume that it does somewhere. There's, like, this one. If you move two of them to Agrabah, you gain 4 lore immediately. You know, something like that could be kind of interesting. It's hard to say. And then if you have 2 Agrabahs, you can just do it every turn. You just keep moving them out and back in. You move them between the 2 or whatever. Unfortunately, it's only once per turn, which I suppose makes it a little bit more reasonable. But likely your locations are going to get killed rather than allowing them to just persist over and over and over. But, you know, if there's a location deck, I could see a card like this being maybe a role player in there. Once we see more locations, maybe they'll have some that are legendary or super rare that will be even stronger. Who knows? Maybe there will be one that's just really expensive to move characters to, and then the cards that cheat that cost down or whatever are very powerful. We'll just have to wait and see. You know, we got a lot of cards left to spoil for that. This is a Simba. Simba's been pretty good for the entirety that it's been in the format, so I fully expect Kida the Royal Warrior to be very strong. It gives the steel decks an option of doing this sort of protection in the same way that they would otherwise. This actually, weirdly, probably won't end up as much in amber steel as other colors, like steel and, say, steel and amethyst, maybe? Like purple steel, like a more aggressive list, that's then able to use this instead of Simba to play, like, Mal into Kida, and then all of a sudden, you know, you've got that same Lilo Simba line that we've had forever that's been very good, but now it's with a different color combination, so you're not necessarily forced into playing amber with it. Or maybe there's a bodyguard deck that just needs as much of this effect as it can get. Maybe Tabard finally has its time to shine with the addition of more bodyguard characters, you know, because that was one of the things that was missing, is efficient and good playable bodyguard characters. Because if your Tabard costs 4, like, you want to play a bodyguard on 2, bodyguard on 3, and then play your Tabard, so that then if they die, you're drawing cards. But the Tabard being an uninkable 4-drop, you can't really be playing Goofies and Maximus and things like that, the other more expensive bodyguards, and also the Tabard at the same time. So you're, like, taking a whole ass turn off to play these bodyguards, and that may not be fast enough. That may not be good enough. But I think that the Kida will probably see a lot of play in the same way that Simba sees play, probably in a similar role. as whatever your 2-drop, like, I need to protect my 1-drop, or as a follow-up. And maybe there is a deck that's just Rockstar Surfer that just wants more Simbas, you know, something like that. I actually like this character a lot, like a lot. So Helga Sinclair is a 4/4 when it challenges, but it's a 2/4 for 3, which is a pretty good stat line. There have been other characters of a similar stat line. This is a little tough because it does not favorably work into Fox, which is probably where its biggest downfall is. But it is a villain, which is of note. There's more villain characters coming out. And it does challenge for 4 as a 3 cost, which is usually pretty good. I mean, you can bully up pretty far up the chain with that, and it does attack a lot of the locations pretty favorably, so it will probably see some play. Unfortunately, because of Fox, it's probably not going to see as much play as it would like, unless you can find a way to give it resist easily. But if you can, I can see this being pretty good, because it does trade up pretty well, similar to the way that Fox does. Though this not having Rush obviously makes it worse than Fox by quite a bit. This is just the best card in the set. I don't think it's close so far. Look at his butt. His butt is huge. That's, you know, no notes. He's great. There's not really a bad thing that you can say about this card. I mean, it is just a generic, you know, kind of generic common. It's essentially like a 4/6. It's similar to some of these other cards, like the Simba or whatever. This will be good in limited, probably, being just a 4/5 for 5 uninkable, or sorry, an inkable that has resist. Pretty good, but a great looking card. Nothing to write home about, though, especially with the only questing for 1. But it is the best card because of the art. You know, it's got an Eeyore in it. Every card with Eeyore is great. This is Along Came Zeus. This is the uninkable removal that can hit either characters or locations. Dealing 5 is a very good number. This sort of cleanly answers a lot of the bigger evasive creatures. It can take out a beast, which I think is of note. And it can blast most of the locations that we've seen so far. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And being a song, like, this will slot pretty easily into some of the Steel Song decks. It is a song, so there's plus and minuses with that, so the Ursula we'll see coming up. I think this card is actually pretty good. The uninkable is what will hold it back a little bit. But the fact that you can sing it and just, like, essentially delete a character, I could see it seeing a little bit of play because of that. Not drawing a card off of it is a little rough, because you can run out of resources pretty easily. But in a Whole New World deck, a lot of times, especially if you're playing a lot of the characters that sing up, that, you know, the 2 costs that can sing for 4, or Ariel, or Gaston, or whatever, you're getting a discount on a spell like this to just, like, remove a problem. You know, or you remove a beast, or you remove some other big, difficult card to deal with, or a location. Those can be very powerful. So this card will likely see some play because of that. This is Wendy. I think Wendy is interesting. And it really depends on how good the ward portion of this is. The support is obviously okay. And we've known ward to be difficult to interact with a lot. The fact that this has 1 toughness means that it's really not that good against steel, because Tinkerbell still deals with it, or swords currently just destroys it. I do like that a lot of in a lot of matchups you can play this and pretty safely guarantee that you can support something. So in a roughly, like, more aggressive deck, I think this could be okay, especially if there's a lot more targeted, deal a little bit of damage as opposed to AoE damage. Then you could run something like this, guarantee that you can get the support, and then that sets you up pretty well for success. But it's tough. It really depends on how strong the ward is and how bad the 1 toughness is in this format, which we haven't seen enough of to know for sure. Just double checking to make sure. Okay. Vault Door. I think this is interesting. but incredibly narrow. Incredibly narrow. There would have to be an amazing item slash location deck for this to see any play. Because, like, on its own, it doesn't do anything, but it is inkable, so it's a little more passable there. It's tough. This card is not great. If having resist on your locations is awesome, then maybe this card is okay. If having resist on your characters at a location is awesome, maybe this is okay. It seems very unlikely that those two things will both be true, because you're already jumping through hoops to get your things into locations. I'm not so sure about this card, but it is just a common. It doesn't have to be a great card, right? This card I think is pretty good, though. It's 5 costs, 3/4, middling stats, you know, quest for 2, it's okay. The ability is when your items are banished, you can put that card into your inkwell face down and exerted, which that ability is actually pretty good. Something like this, you can have a Flaversham in play, and you can quest with it, put whatever you break directly to the inkwell, so it gives you a little bit of ramp while you're drawing your cards. I think those type of effects can be really interesting with this. It makes something like fodder a little bit better. Whatever the throw your item, deal 5 damage, is a little bit more viable then as well. If there's enough items to flood the board with, this could see some play. Mostly just as a curve out to, you know, have your Flaversham or have something else in play that's going to break items. Do this, and then it also gives you, the ramp into your inkwell on top of that, assuming that you don't need them in your discard pile, which Tamatoa would care about, right? And if there's other cards that would care about that, then that would be something to note as well. So this is one to keep an eye on, I think. And it is a super rare, so it's not surprising that it has a unique effect like that. Scrooge, on the other hand, is a little rough. So I don't like that it's uninkable, for one. If you have a way of easily giving this rush to get free items, maybe it's okay. But the fact that it's uninkable is a real detriment to a card like this. It's like a worse Robin Hood, because it needs you to have an item that's worth putting into play to jump through the hoops of, like, having to banish something with it. Honestly, if this was like a 3/2 for 4 that was inkable, this card would be insane. Even if it was just a 3/2, maybe like a 3/3 for 5, but it was inkable, might be better. Just because if you don't need this effect, or if you can't use this effect, like, you're not stuck with a card like this. I think that is my issue with this, is that it is uninkable. If there is a deck that really plays a lot of the like Lucky Dime, maybe the Scrooge is okay. But it seems like a card like the Lucky Dime is more often going to be a payoff for doing other item stuff, as opposed to this is a thing I cheat into play, or whatever. Like, this is a Tamatoa payoff in an item ramp deck, as opposed to Scrooge being your way of paying off with a Lucky Dime. So I would be more interested in, like, the Tinkerbell allowing you to turn your items into ink to then eventually get the dime to be able to pay that off, etc., with the Lucky Dime as your end game, as opposed to using Scrooge to directly put this into play, because I don't actually think that that's that valuable. But there could be some other really expensive items, and maybe this card is great. We don't really know yet. So Lucky Dime, I think, is pretty good. On the surface, it's an unplayable card, right? Because on the surface, it is a 7-cost item that is uninkable, and it doesn't do anything unless there's a character in play. However, the effect that it gives you is incredibly strong. This counts Tamatoa, for example. While Tamatoa is in play, it has as much lore as all of your items plus 1. And then this all of a sudden just says gain that much lore immediately. If you have enough ink, which Sapphire generally has the ability to ramp, you know, you maybe leverage something like Tinkerbell, maybe some of the other cards that add stuff directly to ink. There's a location that we might talk about later. It's possible that you can ramp to enough to be able to, like, pull this out of your discard with Tamatoa and then immediately play it and activate it. That would be, what, 17? That's not unimaginable. I've had more than 20 lore in some of these games, or 20 ink in some of these games. And you might have enough items out that all of a sudden Tamatoa is like, boom, gain 10. I mean, that's enough to finish a lot of games. That's similar to, like, the Pabby combo, except this is just an item. If there's a way of discarding cards from your hand to draw a different card, I think this would see more play with, like, the Tamatoa. Like, that sort of deck could be more viable because you want this card, but you don't ever really want it until you want to use it, just because it's so expensive. And if there are a lot of item removal cards, as soon as you play this, they're going to use them, so you'd like to activate it immediately. Unless there's a way of protecting your items somehow, I just don't see a spot where you can pay 7 to play this and just pass the turn. I think that will be a little bit too slow, which, you know, if you have the Scrooge and you're able to get this out for free, sure, but I think it's going to be more likely to be a 1 or 2 of in a really heavy Popsicle deck that has Tamatoas in it, possibly even Steel, so that it plays Wheel. And then your finisher is just Lucky Dime plus Bell, or Lucky Dime plus Tamatoa to just gain lore at instant speed on your turn. In densities that, like, we haven't really seen up to this point, which I think is interesting. You know, some of those blue-steel decks can really get a lot of ink to be able to try and take advantage of this. And I think that's where it's probably going to shine. So Friend Like Me, I think is unplayable. So there's a couple problems with this card that I'll talk about here. Even though it's a song, and even though it's inkable, this effect is really not good. So because it comes in exerted, you can't really take advantage of it on your turn in a way that your opponent doesn't get. Like, your opponent is getting all of this first. You can't play this in a combo deck because you can't really just scoop 3 cards off the top of your deck. You know, let's imagine that you only have 1 or 2 Lucky Dimes in your deck and this is your big payoff for getting all the ramp. Well, you can't play a card like this anyway, because what if, you know, the top of your deck was just a couple of those? Well, then all of a sudden that doesn't work. Maybe if there's ways of stacking your deck so that they're just not great cards, but then you're still giving your opponent 3 ink before you get to use yours. Sure, maybe your deck has a little bit more density of high-cost things, but if your opponent just plays, like, 3 cards instead of 2 cards because they got 3 extra ink, like, this just accelerates the game into the late game, but your opponent gets to do it first. It's like casting Whole New World without singing it. It's pretty bad. And even when you sing this is still not that great, because they can still take advantage of it before you, which I think is pretty brutal. So I think this card is a trap. The idea behind it is neat, but the more that I thought about it, the more that I think that this card is really just not there. It just isn't it. Distract. I think this is really good in Limited, maybe, but I don't think that this will really see much play in Constructed, unless this effect of, like, -2 is awesome, and there's like an action deck that really takes advantage of playing actions and drawing a card. Like, if it needs cantrip type cards, then this could be better. Right, then something like this, you know, oh, I play my action, I draw a card, then it doesn't really matter as much what it is if you're just trying to cycle. It is 2, which is obviously more expensive than 1, and we have quite a few cantrip 1 mana actions that or 1 ink actions that draw a card, but if there's a world where those exist, something like this could be played for sure. But definitely good in Limited. Almost anything that draws a card in Limited is passable, just because, like, it does an effect and then it replaces itself, which is usually fine, and it's inkable, so you could do worse for a combat trick. So this is an item for 2 whenever one of your character quests. You may look at the top card, put it on the top or bottom. This doesn't really do anything. But it is inkable. So that's a little better, I guess. Maybe there's a world where there's like an aerial deck where you're sort of storming off with items and you just want a density of items that are like okay. And if you're doing that, a lot of your items will draw a card anyway, whether you're playing Maurice or Maurice's Workshop or something like that. If you have the thing that discounts this heavily, and then you're leveraging like the aerial to do that, it could be doable. Sips, appreciate the follow. I think it could be okay, because it's inkable, and because it's not particularly expensive, but don't get me wrong, this doesn't really have much text, because your character has to quest, and then all you get to do is look at one card. So it's kind of a very small effect that also requires that you're questing. And generally, if you're questing, you're in an okay spot anyway. Like, it's very possible that it's very possible that this is like usable in a deck that's also running say purple. Maybe this is good in an Amethyst deck if you're running the Mickey's hat, this thing. Because when you quest, you get to like look at a card, and then you can choose if you want it or not, and then if you have the hat, you just like always leave it on top, you just get to look at it. Like maybe there's a world where there's like an item purple blue deck that leverages this okay. And then if that's the case, then this might be fine. Just because it'll function to let you look at the top of your deck more than once. And it's inkable, which the Ursula's Cauldron is not, which I think is the note there. That the Ursula's Cauldron is a little bit better. That this is still fine, right? Alright, so we have Audrey Ramirez, the engineer. So some things that I like about this, it's a 2/5 with Ward, which is similar to Cogsworth. This one says whenever you're this character quest, ready one of your items. So there's not a ton of items that have tap abilities that untapping it would be amazing. Lucky Dime is one of note that this effect is incredibly strong. And if you had the ability to use Audrey, then you could untap it theoretically and use it twice. I suspect that will be cute more than good. However, if there is a wheel, like a Whole New World slash item type of deck that leverages the dime well, maybe even an Aerial Storm type of deck with it, then something like this could maybe be there, right? Because it is Ward, it functions similar to Cogsworth, where you can ramp this out and then use it to sing Whole New World because of the Ward. I think the Ward is what helps it here. If the Ward is not good and the 2/5 body is not it, then this probably doesn't do enough of an effect. Likely because if you're activating your Lucky Dime, it's already good enough, you know? Okay, moving on. Moving to the Ruby cards. So this is an aggro card for sure. This functions like a ramp spell a little bit, like a ritual. So move up to 2 characters of yours to the same location for free. So in order for this to be good, you have to have 2 characters in play. You have to have a location that is worth putting 2 characters to for 1 cost and a card. That's a tall order. There's definitely going to be a combo deck that utilizes that with the Peter Pans. If there's other interesting characters that being at a location matters or when they move to a location matters, then I think it's more viable as well. If there are locations that are good enough, moving 2 characters to this one, it doesn't really make sense to pay 1 in a card to get a 1-cost discount. Like, that doesn't really matter. But maybe moving 2 characters to Fang and saving 3 would be okay. Right? I don't necessarily think that that's what you want to be doing, but if there are ones that, you know, they cost 2, or even if, you know, we see any that cost like 3 or more, then all of a sudden that card gains a lot more value in that you can really cheat on the resources necessary to move your characters to the locations. I think this will be tried a lot, and it will be good if there are enough locations to sort of use this properly. You know, there's no guarantee that there will be enough, but it's another card to kind of keep your eye on, because there will almost certainly be an aggro deck that can leverage it. We just have to see enough locations to make this work, and it could be in a later set that we get enough of them, sort of that critical mass where this is good enough, you know. But this is a card that rituals generally can be very strong, as long as the effect is worth the discarding of a card, and it could be. It very well could be. So Sumerian Talisman. So during your turn, whenever one of your characters is banished in a challenge, you may draw a card, and this is an item. So essentially, this is allowing you to trade your characters with their characters to draw a card. It's 3 and it's uninkable, and it is inkable, so 3 is a lot to pay for an effect like this. You would want to draw like at least 3 cards from this, I guess, for it to feel great. Maybe 2 cards is fine. 2 cards is probably fine. It's not actually that bad. I think if there's a blue-red item deck that uses a lot of like rush characters to keep the board clean, Scar and stuff like that, I think it's possible that this is usable. I mean, it's good with Maui, and it could be good with some of the other smaller ones then. It functions similarly like to the Queen of Hearts, where you just get value from your things rumbling into combat. And red is kind of desperate for card draw. This could be like in a red steel sort of deck that does a lot of challenging and uses the actual mechanic challenge like to buff up their characters, so that maybe they don't have a lot of willpower but they have a lot of strength in combat. This could be good there, because you bash in, trade way up on your character because of challenge, and then all of a sudden, you know, you draw 1 or 2 cards with this. And because it's inkable, I think that helps a lot, because generally these effects, like you look at Tabard, and it was uninkable, which was a little bit of an unfortunate spot for it then, because if you draw too many, you can't actually play the game, right? I think this card is very good. There's another Stitch. We like Stitch around here. This is an uninkable, which is something of note, but it is a 3/1 rush little rocket. This card is actually not bad with something like the Sumerian Talisman as well. 3 is a pretty good breakpoint right now, as we've been seeing, you know, and talking about today. 3 is an important spot to pay attention to. It may not be going forward. This might be too small, might be uninkable, which is too problematic. But, you know, a 3/1 rush that can also quest, like, it's something to pay attention to at least. This functions similarly to what Rafiki did a lot of times, except it only costs 2. You know, Rafiki a lot of times would, you know, jump in, trade with something. It didn't live often because it only had 3 toughness or 3 willpower. So this trading is fine. Like, losing the 2 willpower is not that big of a deal. And if the 2-drop portion is good, you know, if you're in a Stitch Rockstar deck or something, maybe this effect isn't so bad. I think this will end up seeing a lot more play than people think it will. Even though it's uninkable, which is always a little scary. Let's see, we got Prince Eric, Expert Helmsman. This is a 2/2 lore for 4, and it's uninkable. That's pretty brutal. When this character is banished, you may banish chosen character. That helps a lot for its usability. Given that it always will banish a character if there is one. It doesn't specifically say banish in a challenge. All of those things are favorable for a card like this. If your opponent doesn't have anything in play, this suffers from the same problem that some of the cards do that care about, like, you discard a card if you attack it or whatever. If you don't have that thing, that resource to consume, so if they don't have a character, then this effect is kind of mid. And because it's uninkable, that makes it a little more narrow. But, you know, there's a world for something like this to exist in the game, I think. And there will probably be some decks that are leveraging self-damage, maybe, to be able to turn some self-damage directly into removal, or double removal. You know, you sing Teeth on this, and then all of a sudden you can deal 2 to something and then banish something else. I could see somebody trying to work around that for sure. Make that work. Time and round. So the next round will be up pretty soon here. So this is a Moana with Shift 3. I would assume that we're going to get a less expensive Shift target for this, since currently we only have 2 5s, which is kind of awkward. But if we get another smaller Moana, Goon, or a 2-2, you know, a 2-3 for 2 or whatever, this is whenever it quests at a location, ready all their characters here, and they can't quest for the rest of this turn. It's an okay effect. If the Shift 3 and the 5 cost, if that is valuable, like if the 2, you know, whatever it can shift onto is a playable card, that will matter a lot. I think about, like, Queen of Hearts, and it sometimes gets a little bit of play as a shift, as well as the cheap card because it has Rush. If the cheaper version of this is usable, and then if it's a sort of a location deck, it could be alright. The effect of, like, untapping your stuff makes it very hard for your opponent to race. Since you can do a bunch of stuff, untap them, and then all of a sudden they have to decide what they're doing. Even if they're able to deal with this card, all the rest of your stuff is still still untapped, and that's problematic for them a lot of times. But it depends on how many characters you can reasonably even get in a location, and then also be questing with them, and then also readying them with this. You know, we'll have to see what that looks like on the playability of a card like this. But it does matter if it has a shift target outside of Morph or whatever. Because right now, this is paying 5 for this is not really worth it, I don't think. This is a Milo. This gets becomes a 4/2 while it's at a location. That's a pretty decent stat line. The 2 toughness is a little brutal because, you know, Teeth and Listro and swords all exist. If being a 4/2 to battle other location decks is good, you know, with your own location deck, you, like, have this dude in a location, you bash their location. If that's good, and maybe like a green-red deck where they don't have as many of the challenge effects, maybe this card could be fine then. Not particularly excited about it. It's just like a 2/2 for 2. It's okay, you know. Speaking of something that's, like, just okay, this is a 3/2 for 2. We have lots of those in the game. This is another one in red. I think red already had one in Minnie Mouse Scooter, the one that's on a scooter. But looks like the next round is up. We can try to cover the rest of these if our round goes quick or if they don't show up again. Let's go refresh here. All right. So we've got this, play, custom, this. Alright, so this is round 6. We're actually getting to play this time. We're currently 3 and 2. We're definitely getting rid of our Ursulas here. All of our Ursulas, since that's all we've drawn. We'll keep the rest of it, though. So we are 0P0. And we still don't know what our opponent is playing. This hand is much more... Actually, this is a pretty good hand. I think we can get rid of one of these friends on the other side, maybe, since we have so many of them. And we're definitely playing the Olaf first, so that we can snake it next turn. I wouldn't mind drawing cards with both of these. I also wouldn't mind just playing Goat if we don't draw anything better. But we do have the ability to turn this into ink pretty easily. which I think we're going to want to do, given that our opponent just inked a Cinderella, which means they're probably either on aggro or possibly Steel Song, maybe. We'll find that out in a minute here. We don't necessarily need all of these friends on the other side, then. We can get rid of one, because I'd like to keep the teeth. So let's ink here. Maybe we do... No, we have to get rid of this. I'd rather keep teeth. And this gives us the ability to put this in hand. We can use that as ink. Or we can play it and then teeth it as well, depending upon what their cards are. Another Cinderella, okay, into a Hercules. So they're probably a wheel deck. So we want to try and play both of these goats, ideally. I guess the friends on the other side is kind of a medium-ass turn. But we don't really have another alternative, which really sucks. Because if we play this, it just doesn't do anything. Yeah, I guess we do just draw 2 cards. So let's do that. Play this, draw 2. Yeah, this mini would have been really nice here. I think I am going to bash and pass. I think I'd like to play these goats, like one goat and then a Goofy, over playing the mini. But I will also Maui if that's valuable here, because here's an Ariel. I definitely want to play the goat for sure. So they missed. A little bit of lag, nothing too crazy. I'm going to ink the Stylish Surfer. I am going to just play a goat. So they can now do Hercules into the Mim if they shift it. Do I care about that? Not necessarily. If they decide to shift it and bash our Mim, that doesn't really help them win the game much, because the Merlin can just trade into them. And if they decide to Whole New World, like, that doesn't even really put them that far ahead. Okay, so they do shift the Herc. I mean, they might shift it and then Whole New World, I guess. We'll see what they do. If they end up tapping this Hercules and not making us draw a whole new hand, we could just hit them with the Maui, too. So this is a 6-3. So we ink this for sure. I would like to get this other goat into play, but I don't really think it's super viable right now. I might just put this Maui into play. And then quest with both of these. The Goofy is good here, but if they Whole New World next turn, it's a little awkward. But the Maui makes it so that the Whole New World isn't super viable for them, because it just, like, we just get to kill their thing for free. If we play the Goofy and they have just, like, deal 2 damage, and then it's pretty brutal. So I think I'm just going to play this. We're going to quest with both of these and pass. I do like the Goofy, but I think given what they have in play already, the Maui is a pretty strong card to run out here. So they play a Beast, which means they're likely not going to Whole New World this turn, which is fine. They're going to have to do something soon, because we're just getting a lot of Lauren for free, which is not great for them. And in 2 turns, if we get this Ursula down, that's going to be pretty good for us, too. So we'll see what they do this turn. They just pass. Interesting. So we could just shoot the Beast, which I don't hate. Like, play goat, shoot the Beast. What do we think of that? Make it so that they don't draw cards. And then we get the other goat down. Okay, we get rid of Olaf. We play our goat. We quest. We quest. What do we want to hit with the Teeth and Ambitions? Maybe a goat? Maybe the snake? Maybe the snake, I guess. We'll just hit the snake. Which makes it weak to Tinkerbell, but I think that's okay. So we'll do this and hit the beast. I normally don't care that much if they draw cards here, but given that they haven't sung any songs and we're pushing so much lore here, I think I'm okay with just running out something to stop them from doing stuff, because that encourages them to either trade this into one of our things, or I mean, maybe they Rapunzel it, and that's really bad for us. Yeah, that's not great. Unexpected, but such is life. They get rid of Strength of the Raging Fire. That's kind of surprising, I guess. Maybe that was one of their few Inkables. I mean, we are pushing quite a lot of lore here. This is 1, 2, 3, so they'll go to 12, which is 14. If we play Ursula, Ursula's almost certainly going to be able to quest here. I feel like they have to do something. Whole New World is like not a good card for them here though, because they just Rapunzel, but maybe they didn't have it before. They do nothing. I know that there's no draw with Ursula. That's okay. It is still a very good card just to have in play. Especially when we're pushing so much lore. We can go 1, 2, 3. That'll put us to 11, 12, 13. No, that'd be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Like, at a certain point, they almost can't wheel anymore. Because they don't have good answers for that anyway. We'll just do this and say go. I mean, they have a lot of lore themselves, but they're going to have to do something against our board, which then opens up our Maui to being able to bully them. So they tink, and they're probably going to swords, I assume. Swords with Ariel. Okay, that's fine. They might have a second swords. Or a strength, which would kill the Ursula, which would be not ideal. I mean, a Whole New World is going to be pretty devastating for them. That's a little awkward. They're gaining 9. I feel like I have to Ursula here, but the problem being is that that doesn't gain enough lore in one turn to close out the game. They can just quest, and then win. I guess they would have to not, like, interact with Ursula then. They could kill Goofy pretty easily if they use Tinkerbell to kill Ursula, though. Which I guess I realistically don't have to attack with Goofy then, right? If I just play Arthur, it would be lethal next turn if they do nothing. So they would have to have, like, Smash or Strength to deal with the Arthur, or Tinkerbell plus another swords. If I just say Arthur go, what does that look like? I mean, it looks okay. They do have a lot of cards, though. But this forces them to have an answer to Arthur immediately. And if they don't, then they're just dead. Robin's not it. Sleepy's Flute's not it. They're likely going to be wheeling here, I guess. Oh, they double grab your swords. Okay. So oh, that's not good. We need the top of our deck to be really good. And it's not. Because of the Sleepy's Flute. That's unfortunate. I mean, maybe they don't have a song, right? If they don't have a song at all, then we're fine. If they do have a song, then we're not fine. Oh, they can kill the Ursula anyway. So I guess we're just dead. Oh, we can play both of these, I guess. So that's just what we have to do, right? Oh no, then they can just Tinkerbell this. Then that's not lethal. But then if they do that, we're just dead anyway. That's annoying. I somehow both under and overplayed my hand, I guess. There's no way to... no, this is fine, actually. I can do this. We play Goofy. We play this and pass. And if they don't have the song, we're still fine. If they have a song, we die. That's it. So, there's not really anything that I can do about it. I just have to dodge, because the Robin can shoot the Ursula, but, you know, if they've got that, they've got that. I unfortunately can't actually stop it with the cards that we had, so, yeah, they have a song, so I guess we perish. Neat. Alright. Flute. Guess we'll play. A bit unfortunate, that draw. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten rid of so many of my draw cards, but I felt like we kind of had to there. Maybe I'm wrong about that. There's a little too much draw in this hand. You can get rid of the Maleficent here. You Can Fly is not really that valuable in this matchup. Yeah, that was a rough game. This is like Disney Keyforge, yeah. I don't think we need this. We can play this out and pass. Disney Magic, perhaps. We'll try to use the Arthur and see if that's good against them. If the Fox is better, we'll try to do Fox stuff instead. Which it could be, for sure. Mauis are generally pretty good in this matchup, but I can get rid of one. Let's quest here. The question is, do I play a second one? What are we inking next turn, then? Assuming that we don't want a Fox. Nothing. Like, are we planning on playing the Arthur, or maybe we need a Fox? I guess if we want an Arthur, we just say go. Which I don't love either, but... I think it's necessary in this spot. And the Arthur isn't even spectacular. Like, I'd rather mim something, I think. Like the Cinderella. You can play this. Since the Cindy can just kill Arthur if they play another character with strength. Which is not great. I mean, this character isn't super good here, but neither are any of the other ones. Maybe we play Arthur just to make them do that. Like, if they just go Ariel into Dunk the Arthur, that's pretty rough. But then we can kill the Cindy, I guess. Yeah, maybe that's fine. We do this, and then I don't think I quest here. I could actually. What are they going to use? They can't swords. They could deal 2 damage to the mini, but they're going to target Arthur with that anyway. I think I can do this. If I get punished, I get punished. Send me to the Shadow Realm, I suppose. So they play Eric into Strength to kill Arthur. That makes sense. That is unsurprising, outcome-wise. I would like to kill the Cindy, because none of this other stuff is really that good in general against us. But maybe it's better just to play the mini, since they can't currently sing anyway. I really need to get the Cindy off the table. I'm just debating on whether or not it's better just to play the mini this turn or the rabbit. I think this can be ink pretty easily. We're like weirdly off curve. We could just replay this mini, I guess. Quest with it, Fox, do it again. Maybe that's okay. Quest with it, do this. Bounce the mini. Bash this, replay mini. Say go. Like, I don't want them to have a shift target, and there really aren't shift targets for these. So we may as well clean it up while we can. And if they decide to sing on the Madam Mim and just kill it, or Prince Eric trade, that's okay. Because we do have the Maui as well, and Maui's generally pretty good in this matchup. So they do nothing, which is great for us. So if we quest here, they can just hit here, but then we can hit back, which is pretty good. Maybe I do just play the mini. I mean, we need to ink something, I guess, so we probably play the Merlin Rabbit instead. Rabbit's okay. Rabbit, and then do we want to just do this? Get in for 1? I don't hate that, actually. Do this, and then I guess we can keep the LeFou. The mini isn't that good here. I think it's okay to not have it. We're so far off the turn where the minis are good that I think just putting stuff on the board and then like drawing cards and whatever is going to be more useful. Like even just using the LeFou to attack twice I think will be valuable. They might play Beast here. They just grab your sword, sure. That's fine. If they decide to quest here, we're just going to kill all their stuff. If they don't, we're just going to kill most of their stuff. I don't really need to bounce the rabbit back to my hand. Because, like, we have other rabbits anyway. But, like, what is the alternative? What else are we doing? So maybe it's okay. I'd rather just have rabbits in play. What if we do this? What if we quest here, we untap it, bash the Tiana, and trade? Like so. Draw a card. See what we draw. It's an Ursula. So then what if now we get rid of the Mim Fox and play a rabbit? And then pass. And now we have like the snake rabbit if we need to draw more cards. Plus we have the Ursula if they don't wheel this turn, which will be very good for us. Their hand is very anemic. They might just have a whole new world here now. Just Tinkerbell, sure. Tinkerbell is fine. Inking one of these. I want to keep the Maui. I guess the fox is better than the snake here, going into the next turn. So let's play the Ursula. And then just pass, so that we don't get Tinkerbell unnecessarily. And then I'm just going to Ursula every turn until they wheel. They might Whole New World now. It depends on what their two cards are. If they Whole New World us, it's a little annoying, but not too bad. Getting rid of an Ursula is pretty rough, but we can survive losing an Ursula here. I think our play is to quest here, bounce this, replay this on here, and then we'll ink the Surfer and pass. Like, I need to force their hand. They're just going to concede this one. Makes sense. Alright, so then we will go to game 3. So this is on the draw. So Ursula is good in this matchup, but we don't really want them right away. The Pan's Shadow is okay. It is not as good in this matchup as it is in some of the other ones. Sometimes the Rush can be sneakily good against some of the cards, but I think I can mulligan these and then go for a playable hand to make sure that we're not missing land drops or ink. So we can go 1, 2, and something. I think that's pretty good here to be somewhat aggressive. If we play this instead of the mini, we can do friends on the other side with it, but I think because we have the double mini, I'm down to maybe lean into that a little bit more. So let's quest here, do this, untap it, and pass. It doesn't really need to be untapped, of course. But I'd like to try and do this to force them to have to do something. The only way that I don't lean into this line super heavy is if they immediately play Tink here, the little Tink, because obviously that is worse for us, right? I don't know if we need this friends on the other side or this double Maui. I'm going to get rid of one of the Mauis, and then I'm going to play the mini. And then, do I just quest with both of these? If they decide to attack this with Gaston, I think I'm fine with that. Because they're doing that instead of singing something. And then we can challenge it back and try to leverage the Surfers a little bit more. This is certainly worse than Ariel. So they play Ariel, they miss again. Such is life sometimes with Ariel. Okay, I'm debating if I should play this mini or just this Arthur. They're both very similar. I'm definitely feeling like I quest with everything. And I'd like to ink for sure. This is more vulnerable in this matchup, I think, than the Flyer. Though they both die to kind of the same thing. So I think we quest. Push lore. I don't think that we need this friends on the other side since we have the rabbit as well. I'm just debating if we play one of these or if we just go for the Rabbit Maui line. It could just be that we run out the Arthur to force them to have to, like, clean up the LeFaux or whatever. Yeah, let's do that. I think it's fine. Like, I want them to kill the Arthur. That's A-okay. If they're using resources to deal with that, or if they double swords this board, I think I'm okay with that. Because then we still have the Merlin and we have the Maui to come in here anyway. But we'll see. It's likely that it's either swords or Whole New World here. So it's swords into Strength of the Raging Fire. Sure, that's fine. And then they'll be able to clean up this as well, which is a little awkward. Another Surfer. So we need to use this Maui to bash something for sure. And we'll get our quest on here. If we get rid of one of these, since that's our only option, we'll play Maui. I believe that Maui just hits the Ariel. Because Gaston is just a worse card in general, right? The only way that this is better is if they have specifically Rapunzel in hand to draw one card, but I think it's fine to do it this way and then just quest. And then if they do end up singing here, obviously they can kill that, which is fine. We knew that that was coming. The Maui can clean that up for free. Oh, they Whole New World us. Okay. I don't think that's actually that good for them here. It's okay. I suppose that they don't really have any other alternatives, given what their hand was. So maybe it's fine. We can't Whole New World them this turn. We can kill both of these. Or we can't B-prep them this turn. We can kill both of these. If we use the LeFaux, we can go boom, boom. We can also... No, that's their best way to clear them with the Maui. Is that worth it? I would like to not have them have as many singers as they do, ideally. Let's ink Olaf for sure. I don't mind killing both. We don't have a great answer to Beast then, but we can use this anyway, which I think is probably fine. I think we'll do this. We'll do untap Maui here, hit the Gaston, and then I think we can put the LeFaux back in hand to protect it from just an easy swords and do something like this maybe and say go. So they draw 2 cards, so they have back to their 7. Unfortunately, they have 2 singers, but there wasn't really much that we could do about that. Our hand is not great. I wouldn't mind another Whole New World, but I would like to be prepared if they run out maybe another Beast or a Tinkerbell. If they leave their board any vulnerable at all, we can just bully them with the Mim plus the LeFaux. But we'll have to see what they play. They may shift Cindy, which is not great for us either. So they Tink. Makes sense. They might Swords here. That would be their second one. They may just run out Tinkerbell and do nothing with it. That's also possible. I would like to be able to run out this Goofy, but... So they just do that. Okay. Interesting. So they draw an extra card if I don't B-prep this turn. Which is a bit annoying. But I only have the one. I think I'd rather kill Cindy like this. Ink a snake. Play Goofy, play LeFou untapping this, and then saying go. I'll let them draw one extra card here. And also develop more on my board to see if they try to commit to killing this, but then also committing more stuff of their own to the board. Just a Tinkerbell is not ideal for us, but we can keep attacking with the Goofy until they do something about it. Even to the point of replaying it with the snake as well. So they strength of the Raging Fire, the Goofy. Okay, that's fine. We'll see what they do with their beast. They just opt to play another card, and then not Whole New World. Oh, that's so good for us. Okay. I mean, it's not amazing for us. It's pretty good, though. We should use our Be Prepared while we can. So I think we'll just quest. We'll Be Prepared. Especially since they used one of their song removals. And then I think we should ink something, probably the Mim Snake, given what our hand is. And then we'll say go. And then if we untap and we don't draw anything sweet, we can just play these two, and that's also okay. Do I read the screen with a magnifying glass? Why am I squinting a lot? We'll play these two and pass. The cards are not particularly big. I can see that as being true, but a lot of them are pretty known. Like, I know what most of them do. If I don't, I can also click on it and it'll get bigger. You can right-click on it and it'll get much larger. So that's a Pan Shadow. There's only so much screen real estate that you can work with, right? So you kind of have to pick and choose. So they did swords, which is two of their swords, but they drew a Cinderella, which is not ideal. I'd like to take out this Hercules, I think. And then maybe replay the Mini. I can't actually replay the Goofy, unfortunately. Oh, no, I can. Maybe we'll do that. We'll let them keep the Mini. We'll refresh the health on the Goofy here, I think. If they have their third Tinkerbell and they kill the Mini, it's annoying, but it's fine. I'd rather the Goofy not be vulnerable to just taking 2 damage here and dying. And then we get to kill the Hercules as well. So let's do this. We bounce the Goofy. We replay it. And then just hit here and say go. Now, they could shift Cinderella, which gives them a much faster clock. But if they waste time shifting Cinderella and they don't deal with the board, like more of the flyers, I don't actually think that that's good enough. And Whole New World, when we're at 15, is also not great. But they may not have another alternative. His hand is not good, though. But if they didn't draw a spell to deal with our cards, then they may just be in a bad spot. So they do clear up Goofy here. They have room for one more spell. Sure, we flute. Dootin. And they Listro on the Mini, sure. Okay, so we do still get to Mim. How do we want to do this? So we're at 15. We can go to 16. I'd like to clean up some of this board. I don't know how much I can reasonably clean up, though. We know that they don't really have a swords. So we could go kind of wide. We could Teeth and kill the Beast. And this Cindy. Like, if I hit here, I can play a 1-drop, play Fox, hit here, bounce the 1-drop, replay the 1-drop. Then I don't go to 16, which is unfortunate. I could quest with this first, actually. Untap this. Then hit here. Then I can go 1-drop, Teeth and Ambitions, this thing. Fox Mim. Bounce the 1-drop. Hit the Fox here. And then we can replay the 1-drop. Maybe getting rid of Teeth and Ambitions then. So I think we're done with Teeth and Ambitions at this point. I'd rather just like try to push lore with my idiots. Something like this. So they probably aren't going to Whole New World us again unless they get it off of this. So the Listro hitting the Mim Fox is interesting. I probably would have hit the LeFou here. LeFou. I don't think they're winning this race. I mean, it's closer than I would like. For sure. B prep, replay these. I don't think I need to do that. I think I can just do this. Draw 2 cards. So there's a goat. Hot tub stream collab with Kleck. Yeah, probably. I can kill both of these. They can go to 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 maybe. Okay, I think I can just quest with these two. Play a goat. And then play a LeFou like this, and then pass. And then they can't wipe our board. And I don't believe that they can kill me in 1 turn. Even with Whole New World hitting all their flutes. Because Tiana doesn't have a shift, so I think we're okay here. Alright, we will take the victory against Gaston Flutes. A pretty close game. Our opponent did well with what they had. Overall, our deck's been doing pretty okay, though. Outside of the 2 games that were a little rough on our draws, I think we've been okay overall. This is probably just Gaston Flute, right? We can just do that way. I do think that the Arthur version is maybe not where I want to be, unless we're running into RP constantly. Like, we ran into RP once and we lost, but I think our draw was just really not great, and that's sometimes the variance, right? Even if you manage to make your deck 80-20 or 90-10 against something, sometimes you just like draw bad and lose. Player draw sometimes doesn't matter. You know, maybe you mulligan and you just hit only uninkables forever, and then your hand is rough. And that does happen periodically. So we'll chalk that one up to variance, and that'll happen some of the time in the mirror. But I would say that we are pretty favored in the mirror. We just haven't run into it a lot. I would like to hopefully run into it a few more times and see if we are truly favored or not with the Arthurs. I think that they're good. Maybe this is more of a known quantity in these, and people have figured out like the way that you beat it is you just race, and then having more answers to sort of the Minnie Mouse half of the deck is still just better. But who really knows? Let's look at a little bit more of the spoiler here while we have a bit of time. We have about I don't know, like 10 minutes. We got some time to keep crunching through it here. So where were we? We had touched on the Scooter Jim Dawkins here, or sorry, Jim Hawkins, and then now we have the one of the other legendaries that was revealed already that actually cares a lot about locations. So I think this is an interesting card. I'm not sure how good it is. Again, we need to see more of the locations to know for sure. But this is an interesting way of cheating on resources, which, as we know, with songs, can be very strong. So when you play this 4/4 2 lore for 5, you may play a location 4 cost or less for free. And when you play a location, this character can move there for free. So if there are locations, especially ones that have a really expensive cost to move there, I think the value of Jim Hawkins goes up. Because not only can you play it for free, but then it also gets to move there. Even if this is already in play, you can play the location later, and then this gets to move to it, which can be very powerful depending upon the effect of the location. So I think the overall value of a card like this will depend quite a bit on the rest of the locations that get spoiled. Even if when you play this character, you may play a location 4 cost or less for free. Even if this part is not amazing, if it's like okay in your deck, but the second part is awesome, then a card like this can be okay. Maybe there's a 6 cost location that just is amazing when you have characters there, and but it costs a ton to get them in there, then something like this goes up in value. This is competing with the same slot as like Maui, and Maui can kill it and live, so that is always something to be aware of, I suppose. But if this effect of moving the characters to the location is valuable, then I think this could be it. As of right now, I would say that it is probably mediocre, but this has a lot of room to improve. Like this one, room for improvement wise, is very high, similar to how Ariel was. When people no-show you after 10-ish minutes, there's a Discord channel in the pack for it under no-shows. You just say which table that they didn't show up is all you have to do, right? And then you get your 2-0 there. Which is what happened last round for us. Our opponent just didn't show up. They probably X2'd and then dipped and didn't remember to drop out. So, okay, so moving on. This is another song. This one is pretty interesting, actually. As long as, again, there's good locations. Ruby currently has 1 location that has 2 lore associated with it, which I think if there's more than just 2 lore, this card gets a lot better. It is also inkable, and it's a song, so all of those things are pretty valuable for it. But this is ready chosen character viewers at a location. They can't quest for the rest of this turn, gain lore equal to that location's lore. So as long as the locations, there are any that have a decent amount of lore to gain, as we've seen, most of the effects that like just immediately gain lore uninteractably are very powerful. So there likely is a green-red deck somewhere in there that leverages like the Peter Pan moving to locations and getting stuff. I've Got a Dream and things like that to just use the locations to gain a bunch of lore. And we'll have to see what some of the other locations are. We're going to keep saying that a lot, I think. But I would watch out for this one, too. So Della Duck is a 3/3 Reckless. Does not have Rush, which is unfortunate. And is uninkable, also unfortunate. I'm not very excited about this one. It is a good stat line, 3/3, but being uninkable a lot of times in these lists is a pretty big cost, and the more cards that come out, the bigger the cost is for a card being uninkable. It has to be incredibly powerful to justify your uninkable slots on stuff, and just a 3/3, unless your colors don't really have something near this stat line, it's hard to justify a card like this. I would say that the 3/1 with Rush ends up being a lot better than this just because it has Rush. Rush is a very powerful mechanic compared to Reckless. So, and if you draw it, doesn't have the ability to quest if this is all that you're playing either. I don't know what the ally tag is. Maybe there's some effect at the ally. I'm playing red-purple with Arthur's. Sort of the hybrid list. Ursula is very good, obviously. I think there will be... This is kind of like an auto 4 of in any Emerald deck that you're playing, most likely. I think that it might change how the game is played a little bit. Obviously, you know, the immediate thought is, oh, they can't B-prep me, or they can't swords my guys, or whatever. It's good against a lot of the song decks just because you get to target and pick the thing that you want, as well as looking at your hand. But I think about like the Mufasa decks where this just doesn't do anything. I should report my game real quick. Hang on. I forgot to do that. My opponent reported for me. Nice. Okay. All right, back to this. Okay, so yeah, this is a very powerful effect. And anytime that you have targeted specific hand disruption like this is not really a discard card. Even though it makes them discard, this is more like a disruption card. Because you're playing kind of a mediocre card. You know, a 1-3 for 2 is not that exciting. We're playing plenty of 1-3s for 1 now. But you're using this effect to make them potentially not have a problem card. But it is pretty narrow. If there are better actions that are not songs that come out, maybe one that does 3 damage to everything, or bounces all characters, or sends all the characters to Inkwell, or something along those lines, that's not a song, but is just an action, this card doesn't hit that, and it can be pretty awkward then. If you're playing against a Mufasa deck or a location deck, they may not have any songs, and this might not do anything. And then, you know, it is still ink, so I think it'll be kind of an auto 4 of just because it's fail cases that it's ink. But also this doesn't stop them from just drawing Be Prepared off the top either. Yeah, probably. Like, this card, playing it on turn 2 is probably not as good as playing it later. This is no Thoughtseize, right? This doesn't just take the thing that disrupts their curve. If they have a B-prep in their opener, they may not even care if you take it. You know, if they have swords, depending upon how their deck is constructed, it might be problematic, but a lot of the songs are just, you know, expensive. Be Prepared in your opener is bad anyway. You have to get to 7 before you can do anything with it. So a card like this is better later to sort of protect your stuff, played on 4, to protect your stuff from swords, played on 5 or 6 to protect from B-prep or whatever. It's interesting. I think people will play this card wrong a lot. And it'll take some time for them to grow into like how to play this card properly. But I do think this will be a role player for a long time in green, at the very least. And it will cause people to change their decks and how they play a little bit as well, because you can't just keep some of those cards in your hand and expect them to be there when you need them. So I think this card is pretty medium, unless there's enough hyena stuff that this is good. So essentially, when it's at a location, it's a 3/6, and then when they're at a location and challenges something, you can draw a card. So it's like a 3/6 Jafar for 4, if it's at a location. That's a lot of hoops to jump through to be just like a slightly bigger Jafar. Maybe that's good enough. Maybe there's other hyenas that are worth it. Maybe there's something that cares about the hyena tribe with locations. Maybe there's a hyena location or something that, oh, they can move there for free or something. But with what we have in the current game right now, this is kind of a bulk rare for me. But, you know, if it is a type that gets value with either pack or leader or you know, whatever the actual type lines are for it, maybe it could be good if there's some sort of a tribe that works with it or whatever. But as written, with the locations that we've seen, this card is not good enough, because it also dies to Maui, and if the location dies, they lose all their power immediately. So you paid to move to the location just to give it enough attack to do anything. You draw your one card, and then they just smack your thing. It's pretty rough. But it is a villain. You know, there is some more villain synergy somewhere in there, too. You know, and if they do some more hyena synergy, it could be good. If there's enough of it, of course. Robin Hood. This is another 4-lore quester. We've been getting more and more of them. I don't necessarily think that this card is great. It does combo with the Queen, the green one in Rise of the Floodborn, that allows you to pitch cards from your hand and then gain their lore. I don't know if that card is even really that good, the Queen. It is 4 instant lore gain, so maybe there's a world where that's okay. You combine this, you get the Flynn, you know, maybe there's enough here. This will be pretty good in Limited, I imagine. But the stat line is not necessarily worth the 4 lore here. A 4, 5 for 6 just is kind of medium. But it depends if the lore density here is valuable, then it might be worth running. But not having evasive, not having any real way of protecting itself is not awesome. So then it becomes like, is this even good enough? Who knows? Maybe it is. Okay, so let's look at Peter Pan. So we touched on this a little bit earlier. Once per turn, when this character moves to location, gain lore equal to that location's lore. And it's a 3/3 for 4 that's inkable. If there are locations and a location deck of some sort, this likely will be part of it. This effect is incredibly strong because you gain lore equal to that location's lore. If there's enough locations that have a higher than 1 lore, or the cost to move there is cheap enough, or there's enough lore or location synergy stuff, this will feel similar to GOAT a lot of the time, where they keep moving their shit around and they do a bunch of stuff and they gain lore that you're not able to deal with. Likely this will not quest a ton. You will just move it to a location, keep it readied and protected, and then you'll move it to another location every turn, and then just gain the lore that way. So if there's a pretty location-heavy deck, this will probably see play. If there's a deck that runs Voyage, it will almost certainly be to take advantage of cards like this, to be able to move multiple over. You know, you target 2 of these, move them over to a location, you know, cost 1. That's not too bad. But we'll see how valuable that really is, right? Maybe it's trash, and maybe there's not enough locations to support it yet. But this will see play in a deck. There will be a Peter Pan location deck somewhere, I suspect. So we got Morph. This character is obnoxious and will make Beast even more expensive, which I hate. But basically, this is a 2/2, 2/1, 1 lore, so it's a very tiny body that dies to a Stiff Breeze, but it says you may shift. You may play any character with shift on this character as if the character had any name. So this is functionally like a changeling or something. Ditto. It is just a generic thing that you can shift anything onto. So there's almost certainly going to be some sort of a shift deck that, you know, has green in it, leverages Morph to either do Emerald to put Beast on. You know, Beast having shift 3, which is really strong. This makes Aladdin a lot better, actually, weirdly, in some amounts, because if you have a Morph in play, they never know what you're going to be able to shift onto it. So if there's a pretty shift-heavy deck, you don't always have to telegraph exactly what you have, which I think is valuable. Not having that telegraphing is one of the ways that that you can really take advantage of something like this. Yeah, it's going to be incredibly scary, but it is also going to warp the format in such a way that if you have the ability to remove this as soon as it is dropped, you're going to run cards like that. So Teeth and Ambitions, or the new card, the purple card that moves a damage from something to something else. You know, every steel card ever printed. All of the things that just directly interact with a card like this. This is going to be a big-ass lightning rod. They're going to blast it. And they should. Because if you're playing it in your deck, you want to run it. You want to be doing the shifting on it. That's the whole point. You know, if you shift out a beast on turn 3, that's miserable to play against, right? Because now all of a sudden they're drawing extra cards. They're burying you with the shifted beast. Beast's only saving grace so far is that it couldn't come down before like turn 4 in some of the ramp, you know, be a dock into beast or whatever, lantern into beast. But now you just beast whenever the hell you want. It's brutal. Yeah, it is a very good card. I think the mirrors are going to be really annoying with this card because it's going to be whoever draws like more morphs and does this when the other person doesn't have the interaction for it, which can be pretty brutal. But we'll see how this shapes up. There'll definitely be Floodborn shifty decks that leverage this. Probably Steel. There could be one that's got red. This can shift into like Elsa too. So there's something to be said there. Even like the genies and the Cheshire Cats and stuff like that. This can shift into whatever. So even like the Fairy Godmother, which doesn't really have a great shift target now, becomes a lot better when you have something like Morph. All of a sudden you quest with this, slam all the rest of your guys into their locations or into their characters, and then you just put them all back in your hand. You know, and that can be a pretty big blowout as well. So something to pay attention to here. Okay. So then, all right. So we go to what, Milo? Let's touch on the cheaper one first. So this is just Milo Goon. Next round is up. Okay, so the next round is up. This is just a 2/2 green Goon that has the Milo Thatch character type. So we'll talk about the big one after this next round here. Let's go refresh our thing here. Round 7. That is not what I want. I want play, custom, this thing. Alright, we play. And I'm not really going to look at my standings. Even if we win out, I'm just not going to look at them until it's all finalized. It's not worth it. We'll just battle our rounds, and then we'll see how it shakes out. That's all we can do. It changes nothing either way, so... we go second, which is not ideal, but we do have a good hand for going second. 0, 0, D... I actually think I keep this whole hand. And then we just, like, ink the snake and the Maui, maybe. If we're on the mirror, this hand is awesome. If we're against a lot of matchups, this hand is pretty good. So I'm here for it. We get to do 1 into 2, into 3, 4. It just has it all. So I'm all about it. And they inked a Maui, so I made a good call. This is a very good hand for us, I think. So they ink a You Can Fly, which is probably not great for them. So we'll ink this. We'll get rid of one of our snakes. Play a snake, bounce this to our hand and pass. I'm going to probably hold on to the Arthur if I can and lean more into the Air Force here. They play a Maleficent, okay. That's fine. We could teeth this if we want. I don't think we need to, but I will hold on to the teeth for now. I do like having the 1-drop because it plays our own Tremaines later, but I think we're going to be in an okay spot to play our own Tremaines anyway. I think let's ink this Minnie Mouse just like we planned. play the Surfer. I'm actually fine to quest here, I think. If they decide to just gain 1 and then Fox and trade with the Mim Snake, I think I'm okay with that. And if they just quest with this, I'm kind of fine doing this too and just bopping it and taking it out as well. So they decide to sing Friends on the Other Side, which I think is reasonable. They play a mini of their own, which is okay. We have the Teeth to take out the mini, or we can do the Pan Shadow to take it out too. Like if they crab here, we can just take it out with the Pan Shadow. Do we want to do something else this turn then? Because if we play this, they can just attack the Pan Shadow directly, which is a little annoying. Like if we hit the Maleficent, maybe we just hit it with the Mim Snake. Then this is a bit awkward. I sort of want to like overtax the removal a bit, which I think we can do if we use the Pan Shadow to hit here. Maybe I just play the Pan Shadow and I don't tap it, because then we can always Maui the mini. Maybe I like that better. Let's do this. We'll quest here. We'll get rid of one of the snakes. And I think I'm just going to play this and pass. Because we also have the option of doing Teeth and Ambitions too. And if they decide to play Crab and just like take out the mini, I can either use the Pan Shadow to hit it, or I can just do Maui. Or I can do Teeth. Like I have a ton of choices. They just choose to draw 2. Sure. Well, this game is not going to go well for them then. We could even Fox this back and then just hit it with the Fox, which is maybe better. And then we don't need the Teeth anymore. I guess technically the Maui is more useful to play now. Because it doesn't put this back in, right? Maybe. It's kind of close, actually. Maybe I'll hold the Fox. We'll just Maui here. We'll do that. We'll go like this. The mini and the snake and pass. We'll go up to 9. Even if they're going to B-prep us, we'll be at 14 by then. And we can, in theory, use the Maui to sing Friends next turn, which is pretty good. I don't think I'm going to overcommit much more to the board than what we already have, because we don't really need to. I honestly think if they Tremaine here, we might sack the Mim so that we can Friends on the other side with the Maui. I don't hate that, actually. Go to 13 instead. They play a goat. Oof, that's rough. We draw an Ursula and a goat of our own. Let's just quest out. And get rid of Goofy, I suppose, because we don't really need it. I think I just pass. I can untap the snake. I can do this. And then just replay this on this. And pass. That's kind of free, right? So they can go to 5 with their goat. And then I honestly think that we just like goat Fox. We'll see what we draw, I guess. We drew another Ursula. We could goat Arthur. We could also just Ursula and get rid of the Fox. I think I'd rather play 2 things. Yeah, I think I'd rather play 2 things, and unfortunately we have to ink something, so I think we're going to ink that, and then just do this, plus the Arthur, and pass, and then they're just dead if they don't B-prep again. And they're not in a great spot if they do B-prep again. Like, they have to do it now, but they're still at 16. Or we're still at 16, so... I'm just going to play Ursula into Tremaine. I'm going to ink this and pass. So that's 2 B-preps gone. Tremaine is brutal for us here. I guess Maleficent Dragon is pretty good here as well. No, it's just Tremaine. It's fine. Not unexpected, so. They min back Tremaine, sure. We just have to play the other Ursula again. Just to draw a card. I think so. Yeah, alright. Let him Tremaine us again, that's fine. I'm just using it as a draw card. Hopefully they commit another card to the board so we can B-prep. They commit a spellbook to the board, which is not the most exciting. That is a good draw for us, though. I think we do this, and then we just punch this thing and pass. This threatens the Tremaine, but also gives us a little bit of lore gain. So they also untap 2 things, sure. Done, or what? Maybe they're deciding if they want to ink. Maybe I overplayed my hand with the getting rid of the Fox, because then we just didn't have the second goat. I don't think there was really another line that we had, though. I guess we didn't have to play the Ursula into the Tremaine. Maybe it's fine. Given this, I think we just B-prep. Do I play this into a Tremaine? They did bounce their Tremaine. Sure. If they don't have Tremaine, then this is a pretty lethal clock here. Alright, so we quest. How fast do we have to be? Not lightning fast, right? I think I'll do this. Because, like, if they have a B-prep, I need them to use it. Or if they have an Elsa or something, I want them to have to commit it, yeah. I could have used the Fox to threaten lethal immediately, but that didn't feel great, so we'll play Ursula, and then we'll pass, and then we just have lethal here. Assuming that they have an answer to Ursula. Another Maui, yep. Alright, well, Ursula. So we won our game on the draw. Alright. Alright. So we will try being on the draw again. We did keep a pretty good hand before. This one is less good. Maybe we don't want one of these goats. The Minnie Mouse is fine, the Goofy is fine. This can be ink, this can be ink if we need. I think we'll do this. Okay, that's a good redraw. The hand's a little slow. If they have like the 1, 2, 3, it's gonna be tough, but this hand is okay. We might actually keep the Teeth and Ambitions for now, just in case this is able to rumble in with a flyer. If they, for example, just play a Surfer of their own, and then they quest with it, we can use this to try and challenge that. So I think we want to try and hold on to that. The Maui is less important in this matchup, I think. So let's just get rid of that and pass. The Cusco is a pretty rough draw for us here, because it gives them a pretty fast clock. So they didn't Surfer, so that's good. Alright, so we draw another Surfer. Well, I guess Goofy's just not happening this game because we just have all Surfers all the time. So we'll see how good this is. Inca Cusco, they play a 4-drop, which is Friends that they sing. Maybe playing a Rabbit as well. Okay, they have a very good draw. We're going to have to clean this up, otherwise they're going to bully us a bit. Because currently they're winning this race by like a very wide margin. Perhaps we have to play something bigger to try and like contest what they're doing here. As opposed to just another Surfer. So this will be 2, they'll go to like 9. We have to do something to the board. Even if it's like Teeth one of these and hit the other one. With a Fox. It could just be that we play a Goat or a Rabbit. Maybe a Rabbit, because it still challenges these reasonably well. The Goat is better at challenging them, but I think maybe it is just the Rabbit. We're going to get rid of one of these Surfers. Unfortunately, their draw is a little too fast for us to be able to just do all Surfers all the time. I don't think I can let them go to 9 for free, so I think I do have to do this. This on here to here and say go. I don't love that, but given the way that I've played this game and since they're on the play, we kind of have to. Since we didn't have the 1-2 and they did, they've already gained a ton of lore from it. Are they just going to play more dorks? I guess they are. They're just going to try and race us down. We can actually kill most of these on our turn here. We can kill the Cusco and the Rabbit. Or possibly the Olaf and the Rabbit. No, I can't do that. The Merlin can kill the Cusco. And the Fox can kill the Rabbit, right? And then we can put the Fox back in hand and play the Snake. I think that's what we have to do. Because we have to stop their aggression a little bit. Because this is too much for us to deal with. Okay, so we Fox, bounce the Rabbit, draw a card. See what we get. We get a Maleficent. Well, we don't need that. But we do need to kill this. Do we kill that or do we kill the Olaf? No, I think I kill the Merlin Rabbit. We Drawing the cards is not as big of a deal as just pulling a bigger thing off the board. And then we play this to bounce the fox, and then we quest here and pass. And then we have the Mim and the snake and the fox to clean up the rest of this board. If they play Tremaine, I think I have to actually sack the Surfer, which feels pretty bad. They have so many cards in hand from playing just like everything that replaced itself. They drew a Yzma. They Yzma their own thing, okay. So we can kill both of these, which is good, and they'll go to 13. I don't love that, but it kind of is what it is. We can also maybe play an Arthur or another Surfer. We're doing this for sure. And we're doing this also for sure. Right? And then we can ink something and play a 3. Or we can... No, we should just ink something and play a 3, which I guess is maybe the mini. Because the Arthur is better follow-up for other stuff. I think we can get rid of the Goofy. We can quest here and just play this and pass. And we can just turn this into 2 lore. Because we're probably going to have to B-prep, but it's not great. Like, if I can use this to trade with the Yzma, that would be better, I think. So they play a rabbit. Like, I would much rather trade the Mim into the Yzma, I think. Because they've drawn so many cards. It's a bit absurd. We can go to 9. We can go to 8 and kill this, but they can go to 16 already. Like, how am I supposed to keep up with this? Going to 8 isn't enough. We can go to 8, and then we can play Arthur, Merlin, and then they just B-prep us, and then we're dead. Which is not great. I think this has to happen for sure. The question is, do I B-prep this turn and get them to draw another 5 cards, or do I just let them go to 16 and then have to clean this up with our other stuff? Maybe we do try to race. Like, we do still have these. They're going to have to B-prep at some point, and then we have a better follow-up than I think they would expect us to. If I overcommit and play Arthur and Goat, or Arthur and Rabbit, then they're just going to blow up the board and be at 16, which is bad. I think this is going to have to happen. And then we have to quest. And then I think we're getting rid of You Can Fly. And then I think I'm playing this Rabbit for sure. How are we interacting with this board? Is the question. Let them go to 16, and then we can only really fight. I guess the Rabbit can fight 1. If we bounce the Rabbit, that's bad. With the Snake. We could play Olaf and then play the Snake, and then we don't draw the extra card. What do we think of that? 16, we go to 12. We kill most of their stuff. I almost want to draw the card and then play this, but we don't have enough power on board to deal with their stuff then. So I think I have to do it this way. Unfortunately. And they are dead in like 2 turns from ours, and we're not dead in 2 turns. Like, we have a much faster clock than they do here. If they add nothing, obviously. And if they B-prep, we can follow it up with something like this. But they're also drawing a bunch of cards. Like, 16 is not a good spot for us, because our clock is not that fast. That is a good draw, though. We have to hope that they don't have anything great. But they have, like, 10 cards in their hand. So it's not ideal. We'll say that much. even under perfect conditions, we still are like 3 turns away. If I ink this Fox and then play this, and if we get B prepped, it's really bad. But if I don't do that, it's still really bad. Like, I don't even think we can play around Be Prepared here. Like, I think we have to flood the board, put them at 9. This is 5. And then we can, like, goat, Fox, Arthur, goat. We can goat twice next turn. And still do this. Like, we can play around Tremaine if we get rid of this, this Fox. So I think I'm going to do it, even though I don't love it. I don't think in this spot, because they're at 16, I don't really have a choice not to play around it. Because they could also just play, like, guy, and then I'm probably dead anyway. Or just goat, and I'm dead. Like, I'm not beating goat here. Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 when I replay the goat. It's enough to threaten lethal the next turn, but if they put enough for lethal, like, I'm going to have to be prepared, unfortunately. And there's nothing I can really do about it either. That's not what I wanted. So they have a goat, and they have a snake. So we're just dead on board. Without, like, an Ursula. No, we're just dead on board, right? Because they can quest here and then goat, and then we're dead. So we'd have to be prep that. But if I B prep this, we have nothing on board against a goat, which is also not good enough. Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 if we replay this, untap it. Okay, they got me. I can't stop them here. Okay, I will take the play game 3. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that I can do when they flood the board with the Cusco and stuff like that. They had a very aggressive draw, and we did not, because we were on the draw, you know. So I think if we're on the play that game, we're probably in a good spot. So this is, we're 1 here. This hand is not very good. I can mulligan, like, 2 cards pretty comfortably. And I think that's still okay. Maybe we mulligan 3 because we need a lot more than this to work. I'm going to do 3. Well, we drew another Friends on the other side, so that's not ideal. All right, we get rid of Olaf. We play a 1-drop and pass. I mean, maybe they don't have a 1-drop and we just, like, curve out a bunch of 1-drops and beat them to death. That would be neat. Does not appear to be the case, though. Olaf, you're killing me, bud. This is how it's going to be. I don't love that. Do I just play 2 of them? That's just our whole hand. If they play a snake, we're just dead on board. I don't think I can afford to do that. Like, if we commit all these to the board, that's our whole hand. And a single 3/3, and we're just dead, right? Or a Fox, and it just eats all of our 1/1s, or our 1/3s. I think I just pass. Maybe I'm supposed to mulligan more of these. I don't know. I don't feel like I can mulligan that many more of this, but, like, now they have a snake, so I'm glad that I didn't play more 1/3s. That is an Arthur. So that is interesting. Okay, I will play Mini, play Arthur, and pass. So what we need to draw now is a LeFou. And then we have a shot of doing some Arthur's shenanigans. And that might be good enough. We may just play Merlin Goat, and that'll be okay too. They didn't ink again, which is probably good for us. I think I'm supposed to just play this. I'd like to keep the You Can Fly, I think. We're going to play this and just play the goat. And pass. And then what I'd like to do is friends on the other side with the goat to see if we can dig into something that can untap our Arthur. Because if we can find something to untap the Arthur, we can just bounce the goat or the mini back to our hand. And then that'll let us still play. You can also just bash this Maleficent Sorceress, too. They drew a mini Sorcerer, or a mini Stylish Surfer. Can I afford to tap this to draw? Like, I need it to kill this. If I rip into just like B prep, my hand is terrible if this goat is tapped. Like, we're gonna have to sacrifice the Arthur just to replay the goat. Which maybe is fine, I guess. Pay 2 and trade mini with what? Nothing trades with the mini here. Like, nothing can trade with the mini here. So it doesn't really work. Could draw a bunch of cards with the Arthur. With what card? What card can attack the mini? Oh, you mean leave the goat untapped. Sure, sure. Leave the goat untapped, just draw. I can't trade with the mini now anyway. This doesn't, it's not tapped. I can't do that until next turn, so that line doesn't work. I think I ink this. I think I'm gonna fucking Arthur the goat and replay it. I'm going to Arthur the Goat and replay it and let them kill it. I don't really have another option given what my hand is. But if they quest here, I can at least use the goat to trade there. And if I have another ink, I can also play the rabbit. And if I don't, I can play the Arthur. Did I miss an ink last turn? How did they get to 5? I must have missed an ink on a turn. Shit. Maybe it was this turn? I don't even know what turn it is. I got very distracted. Okay, I don't want to ink this Goofy, but I will. if I don't draw something that's better to ink here. Alright, we'll ink a Goofy then. We'll do You Can Fly here. Take out the mini. And pass. I think I missed an ink somewhere. Like, I don't think I'm favored in this spot, unfortunately. What are they bouncing? Snake? No. They bounced a Cuzco? I didn't see what it was. Doesn't really matter. I don't think we have to be prep here. But they might if I clean up the board. We could hit here, hit here. Play Goofy or Arthur. Maybe Goofy. Okay, what if we do this? Hit here. Hit here. Go to 8. I guess I should play Goofy over the Arthur. Because it has evasive and it can challenge here. And if we draw something like a combo with Arthur and they B-prep us, we can follow that up. I hate that our draw was so bad. It's really unfortunate. Because they've been able to race us, because our Arthur was terrible. We've played 4 cards to their 5, but then 2 more. I guess we played the same number of cards, but they've drawn 4 extra. Okay, so they do B-prep. We've missed another ink, which is miserable. I mean, we drew the combo. But if they have Tremaine, it doesn't work. I guess we could do this one then. Yeah, we're fucked this game. Damn it, that's really unfortunate. They have so many cards in their hand. I mean, maybe this is good enough. There are times when this is fine. They probably have Elsa. So they're going to punch Arthur with that, but there's not really much that I can do about it here, right? I can get rid of Fox since we have the snake. I mean, they have 2 turns to deal with this. If they can't, we win. If they have something to deal with it, then we're probably dead. We can blow up the board for a few turns to stall, but they have an awful lot of cards in their hands to not have something here. So now we need a rabbit or a goat. A rabbit would probably be better. Okay. I guess we smack the Cusco. We probably bounce this back to my hand. Because they almost certainly have a Tremaine, right? And then we just have to pass and let them Tremaine the Snake instead of our Pan Shadow. Don't really have another choice. They're probably going to bounce this as well. Which is fine if our hand was something other than just 10 Be Prepareds. For fuck's sake, dude. Alright, I guess we play this into this. Just hit it again. Say go. Is there an adult version of this game? I don't understand the question. It's a very stupid question. Oh good, they have a spellbook in their deck too. Nice. We're just dead to the Tremaine that we know that they have, because we can't draw real cards. That is a real card. We have to play this and do this. Ink a Snake. I have to Ink a Snake and pass. Tremaine. I don't have an alternative sacrifice, so we have to do that one. They put it back in their hand. Okay. They'll likely ink and do this, which is fine. Not super fine, but they didn't. Okay. I mean, they're very close to just killing us, but I think we just have to jam the Ursula here. Quest with the Pan Shadow. Do we snake instead of the Pan Shadow here? Or do we snake the Ursula? Ursula will put us to 16. Sorry, 17. If we snake this back in the hand, it's going to be 2 turns before this does anything, but going to 16 with the Ursula, like, we can't afford to replay the Ursula again. I think we ink this. Do this. Like, unfortunately, we haven't seen any goats beyond the one in the beginning. It's like we're getting buried by this garbage, and there's not really anything that I can do about it. I'm upset. I am very upset. Our opponent just has 7 cards in hand. From what? 3 friends on the other side. And 3 Cuscos. And did they have a rabbit? I think they did at some point. Do I have to keep this teeth? Does it matter? I don't think so. 10 with what we have. 11 would be Pan's Shadow plus Ursula. Maybe. There's no way I'm beating 8 cards, so I guess we're dead. That's really, really obnoxious. Play an Ursula. I don't really see how we beat Ursula ever. The problem being that they can just play 1 card a turn and drain us with Spellbook over while we do nothing. I have to be prepared this. And then play into Tremaine, I guess. $13 is just not enough. Man, I'm really upset about this game. I don't see how they don't have a goat in their hand, but we've not drawn any. I love that for us. If I draw cards, what am I drawing to that's better than just them going to 19 and killing us with a goat? I mean, we're just dead to goat anyway, so it doesn't matter, because they almost certainly have a snake. Or a fox, 1, 2, 3, 4, and they haven't played a goat at all. So we're just dead to a goat either way. So the Maleficent is irrelevant. So that means we're just dead. Because we have no real answer to this. I fucking hate losing to Spellbook, dude. Nice, right on time. I hate losing to Spellbook. It's so infuriating. It's literally a card that does nothing. Like, it doesn't have text. Die to it anyway. Alright, they got me. Fuck's sake. My opponent missed inking more than once, so it's like... I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. My opponent's playing cards and I'm just like holding B-preps, so I guess I die. It's really frustrating. But such is life, I guess. Like, we're not even losing to the Spellbook. It is losing to not drawing cards. And this doesn't work if you don't draw it, right? So, it looks like we're dead then for the top 16. I'm entirely off this list. I won't be playing this garbage again. If this isn't winning in the mirror, it's literally dog shit. So I'm off it. I'm off it entirely. There's no point to play any of this if you're not winning with it in the mirror, and we're not. So it means we shouldn't be playing these cards. So I am absolutely and wholly and completely off of the Arthur package. This hybrid stuff is just not worth it. It's not good enough. You're playing bad cards to sometimes curve out an aggro and kill your opponent, but it just makes your deck dramatically worse. Because you're drawing shit that does nothing instead of cards that draw into other cards like this. You play Kuzco, you do a 1-drop into Kuzco, and then you play this into this or whatever, and all of a sudden you've drawn multiple extra cards, and your opponent is done. Even if they're killing them, you are still up cards. You're still even on cards, instead of just being behind the entire game. It's just not it. We tried it. I don't think it's good. Like, even with 4 rabbits, we don't draw them. We literally lost a game where our opponent just went Surfer Mini, Surfer Mini, Surfer Mini. And then we died. We died on 6 ink. If you're not running more shit to interact with that, you're just going to lose the mirrors. Straight up. We have some of these things and we still lose the mirror to it. What round was that? It was round 4. Our opponent literally just went Surfer, 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 and we died because we didn't draw any of our things to interact with it. So no, this is not enough stuff to interact with Surfer Mini. When if they just play a bunch of evasives, they just kill you straight up. We haven't had any of those draws today. In theory, we should be having more of them because we also have the Arthur, but our Arthurs have been really disappointing. Our draws have been bad, and our mulligans have been pretty bad, which is variance. It happens, but it is really obnoxious to lose in those spots. To lose to an opponent who's not paying attention, who doesn't... fuck's sake. To lose to an opponent who doesn't ink on their like turn 4 or whatever, and then they are just more ink than you because all of their cards draw cards and all of your cards don't do anything. So that is the rub, right? And that is the reason that this deck I think is better, because when you're playing your random nonsense, it replaces itself. 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 I don't even know how many Teeth and Ambitions we've been seeing from our opponents. Maybe they're just not fucking playing any anymore. Like, I don't know where they're putting all these cards. Maybe they're just running less Ursulas to fit in these Elsas and Spellbooks. And all these Tremaines. Maybe they've cut rabbits and they just draw the 1 or 2 that they have left. I don't know. But I'm just straight out here not having a good time with the Arthur deck. I just don't think it's good. After having given it enough time, I'm just not sure this is where it's at. Because even when we're on the play, it's just not good. Which is really unfortunate, because this should be extremely favored in the mirror, and we've lost 2 mirrors now. So it's like, if we're hypothetically favored in the mirror, then what? And it's not happening, then this deck is bad. So that is my thoughts on it. Well, we'll play the last round out. But there's 0% that we can actually make top 8 or top 16 or whatever for the cut. Let's just forget my Sunday, which I suppose is not so bad. So I'm maybe okay with it. Yeah, this deck is bad if the matchups where we're supposed to be favored we're not, then what are we running these cards for? You know, why are we running Arthur? Why are we running LeFou if we're not favored in the matchups where they're supposed to be good? If Arthur is not good in the theoretical mirror match here, then why are we running it? Right? Why do we need a 2-card combo if we can just run without it, run something more like this, and then you just play cards, and then that is just more useful, I think. And I'm not sure. Like, almost all of our games went to 3 as well today. No, all of them did. All 6 of the games that we played went to 3. So we're currently 3-3. So this deck is just not it. I just, like, I can't really in good conscience recommend this deck then. Because the spot where I would think it's supposed to be favored, it just doesn't seem to be. And I'm not sure what to do about that, other than just get away from Arthur entirely and go back to something that's more consistent. Alright, well, our last round is up, so we'll go battle here, and then we'll call it a day. If they even want to battle, I guess. This. I wonder if they were running 4 Cusco. To have them so consistently, or if they only have the 3. Fuck's sake. Off my fucking screen. Alright, we'll go second again. This will be our 8th round. Get rid of these. I mean, we're going second. I guess we get rid of Arthur, too. Like, maybe we just need to be mulliganing differently with the stupid Arthurs in the deck. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Rapunzel something. Maybe Mufasa deck. Yeah, it looks like another catch-up Mufasa. I guess I never really any of the other times did I have a spot where I didn't mulligan an Arthur. I never really kept one. So I don't think it's a problem. Maybe there was one game where I did, where I was on the play and I just beat him down. Not really sure. I can't really remember. So Gothel. We battle here. Get rid of that. Play this. Pass. They probably don't attack with the Gothel here, since they would ideally want to save it for Rapunzel. If they do, we'll probably bash it, but it's kind of unlikely for them to attack it, right? I think I play the mini server here and pass. I could kill this, but if they Rapunzel it, then it's like pretty brutal. They Rapunzel it and just kill our snake for free. It's not like great. Right, so here's Rapunzel, draw 3 cards. Their draw has been quite strong for this deck. The old 1, 2, 3, draw 3 cards is pretty tough to deal with for sure. We have an Arthur. Fuck am I supposed to do with that? Kind of feels like not a lot, huh? Would have been nice this turn. We're gonna gain 6. I should have realized Snake was bad in this matchup. I'm not playing it. I know that Snake is bad in this matchup, and I played it anyway. Snake is generally bad just because it's a 3, and the X3s are just not great. Jesus, they literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy fuck, send me to the Shadow Realm, please, God. Just let me out. The classic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, huh? So we can kill this. We can hit 2 into the Rapunzel and kill that. Then they have 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is still not great. It's manageable. Alternatively, we kill this, leave this, kill it next turn. No, I think I have to kill it now. I don't like it, but I think we have to. So we hit here, here, we hit here, here. Hello? So they ink their Surfer. They Hades back something. Maybe Surfer, maybe something else. No, they just bring back Surfer, sure. It's not great. We do have the Maui to, like, bully something that they have, but it's not particularly incredible. They have Simba. We can bully the Simba. They choose to just quest with everything. We do have some choices here. This is trash. We can do one thing, which is not great. If we hit this here, we'd leave the Mufasa, they'd go to 1. We're playing this no matter what. I guess we do this to get that off the table. Like, we're probably going to have to be Prep or Ursula next turn. Maybe. It depends on what the Mufasa shits out, right? Like, I can hit this here, take this out with these two, and then quest for 2. I think that's my only real option. Guess I can quest with this one. And do this. And say go. I would like my opponent to ink and then just immediately play a Surfer Stitch. And then when I Maui his Mufasa, I want them to hit another Surfer Stitch. That would be ideal. They don't. They play a flyer. Sure. Well, I guess this fox is not really doing anything for us. Let's do this first and see what the Mufasa gives. I guess it doesn't matter. We still have to be Prep. I think we don't have a choice, because we can't deal with the Stylish Surfer. We can smash all of our guides and trade into these, but then this just kills us, so it doesn't matter. It's forced. Because we were on the draw. Now my opponent plays 2 things, and then we're dead, right? They could just have all Mauis in hand. That's a possibility. Doc and a Simba. We die. Okay. Some stellar draws there. Let's take the play. And then we shall see what happens. It's kind of hard to have my heart in it without any horse in the race, I suppose, but we're on the play. We got the Arthur LeFou combo. 1, 2, 3. Alright. If it's gonna be good, now is the time. Stellar. That is just as I would expect it to have been. We pass. Guess we can't run Teeth and Ambitions this game. Would have been really good too. But sometimes you can't run the card, right? Quest here. Because they can't really heal it and hit the mini. Get in one. And then just try to race, I suppose. If they play Doc, I'm not really sure that we can race. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. That is not my day. All of my opponents every turn have done the best thing that they can do, which is just absurd. Alright. We pass. I don't even have an answer to the Doc. It's just gonna be there doing Doc shit all game. Gaining 2 lore and whatever. We might still be able to race anyway. We'll see. We need one more lore somewhere to be able to really race. So go to 6, 12, 18. I mean, I don't think we win this race currently. The Fox could work, actually. If I go mini, we just let the Fox die. And they can't Tremaine me anyway, right? We do this. We play the Fox, bounce the mini. I guess maybe I do the Friends on the other side. So we just like won't have time to cast it, but we can cast the mini. Sure. So let's quest here, do this, play this, untap it, bash the Doc, pass. It's like I just have to have something in place so that we don't get Tremained. Because we win in 2 turns if they're not fast enough to close. They would need to put 4 more lore on the field. I don't think that they can do. Maybe they can, I don't know. Not really sure what's in their deck that can challenge this. Mufasa's not it. We'll go to 9. That is better than this by a little bit. So we do this, we bounce the Fu. And then we go like this, untap it, play this, ink this, pass, and then that's this one. So we'll go to game 3. Okay. But now we're on the draw again, so if they have a good draw like that, then it's going to be rough. Interestingly, their I think if we just have a Surfer, it's like a similar run out, which is kind of crazy. Like obviously it's not as lore dense, but you don't have to keep spending 2 every turn, so you can do other stuff. Two snakes, an Arthur, 10 Arthurs. Okay, well we can't do this. Those are useless. 1 snake is useless. We'll just have the slowest draw known to man. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Legit slowest draw known to man here. Ah, it's salvaged. We have been saved by the glory of Olaf. This is our only answer to a flyer currently. I think I'm gonna ink this, because I'd like to maybe keep both of these if we can. And this could be our 3rd ink with the snake here. But we won't be able to... We don't know what our next ink will be, and this is like our only 3-drop otherwise. So I think we have to do it this way. Unfortunate. Well, I guess we're getting rid of the Goofy, and then we're just losing to it, so... We lose to it, we lose to it. Not that Goofy is necessarily an insane draw against flyers to begin with, but... Well, they have it. Of course. I would expect nothing less. Hello, game. Thank you. Gotta hit here. Gotta say go. If we rip another uninkable off the top, it needs to probably be Pan Shadow to give us a chance to continue playing, I guess. Great. We get the Hades. Simba back. Are they gonna trade here? No, they're just gonna quest. Okay. It was not. I mean, this can be ink a lot of the time. Like, I think I have to draw cards here. I have to hit here and just play a Merlin and say go. This is just gonna hit us for like 8. Mufasa. Another Hades. It's brutal. Also brutal. Gain 3. Still basically Pan Shadow off the top would be our best draw. Or we just draw another, and always classy. Unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Right on time. How are we planning on cleaning up this board next turn? Not very well, I guess. We're gonna have to hit this with You Can Fly on the Maui that we sing with Minnie Mouse, and then have these two hit this one. Can ink this, play another Minnie Mouse, maybe? We'll see. If they just like slam Tremaine. See, they played a Goofy. I don't know if that really changes our plans a ton. Let's see if they ink, I guess. Teeth and Ambition. Does that change our plans at all? I think so. We still just have to like blow up their board and then just be dead. This has to come down no matter what. I guess we can teeth this if we just cast it. Like we can sing one, sing the other. And then they just have these two and we have all of our guys. We can still just do this, and it's the same, but we get to keep the teeth, right? So we can do this. This thing has to sing. You Can Fly here. This thing, we double punch Minnie. And then we pass. And then what can we do to deal with this Goofy that's not just Be Prepared? Not much, I suppose. Here's a Mufasa. No, it's a Maui. Maui hitting something, a rabbit, I guess. Can't hit Mufasa. You may hit Minnie or the rabbit. Those are your choices here. If we can give this flying, we can bash Goofy. Can do this first, I suppose, to see what we draw. So if we draw Pan's Shadow, that would be a line. We didn't, so that means that this has got to be out. And then we'll just quest, E-prep. Alternatives. Play Ursula. That doesn't really help us here, so guess we do this and hope they draw nothing good. Ah, Hades loop. I guess we did. I mean, they can only play one a turn. Of course, they also have a Simba. We do that. What do we do if they just grab Minnie Mouse? We just die? I guess so. I think if they have an ink, they just do the thing, do Minnie Mouse. Not really much we can do about that. We can do this next turn. And just hit them both. I guess we don't need the snake. We're just so far behind. Even if we get to the point where we can replay an Ursula, like, it doesn't really fix our problem here, because they have the Hades combo in their hand. Even if they can only do one a turn, it's still just, like, not great for us. Yes, please do another thing this turn. Be awesome for me. At least they didn't get the mini surfer. Suppose they kind of have to get the Hades loop if they're gonna have a shot. So what are my options? I can do Fox here. This is 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. So if I get rid of Maui, I can play Goat, Teeth this on the Goat, Fox this thing, and then I can put the Goat back in my hand. We won't have Maui, but it is a line that is a little bit more aggressive, I guess, which I think we have to do, since we don't really have the luxury of not being aggressive. This here, this here. Fox, bounce the Goat. Quest here, hit here, pass. Like, we're just dead any time that they play another thing. We can go to 15, 16. I don't think this really is going to save us here. But we'll see. I mean, we know that they're drawing Hades, right? Now they can do Hades plus a thing. That is a thing. So close, yet so far. Alright. So we perish. GG. What a disappointing showing today. So what did we learn about this deck? I've learned that it is not very good. It doesn't have enough card draw. It's losing matchups that it should be favored in. I don't actually think that the Arthur package is worth it. I would much rather have Kuzco's. We're losing to, like, Mufasa Red because we're just out of cards. And our opponent isn't out of cards. Like, that's insane. Like, we don't have Tremaines because we have to make room for other medium cards. I think that the Arthur is cute. But, like, if I'm going to go to 17 on Inkables, I would just rather have, like, another Pan's Shadow or an Elsa or something. Having the Arthur, I just don't think is it. There are some cute interactions with the LeFou. You know, untapping an Ursula occasionally, or untapping a Simba to be able to do the thing, but I don't think this deck is it. A 4-4 is, like, very disappointing, and one of those wins was because our opponent didn't show up. Like, we lost to 2 Mufasas and 2 bounce decks. I think the Arthur is trash, and I'm just done running it. This was my attempt at doing a hybrid option, but when this isn't good, even in the mirror, a lot of times, what is it even doing in the deck then? Like, if this isn't very favored in the mirror, then this is unnecessary in the deck, and it should just be something else. So, given that, I'm not sure what it's doing in the deck, basically. So then the idea behind having Arthur is cute, but I think the hybrid list it's just not it. Any deck can run real good, right? But there were frequently times when we would draw the too many low parts of the deck. Like, having 6 of this, or 7 of this fucking shit card in the deck is insane. This is already, it feels like too many, but you have to run them, because otherwise, like, the rest of your deck, like, your aggressive plan doesn't work. But this is way too many. We literally had a mulligan, or we drew a hand that was 5 of these fucking things. That's insane. It is way too many, and we're just top decking shit off over and over and over, because we don't have things that replace themselves when they're coming into play. Like, we don't have as much draw, we don't have as many friends on the other sides. So in the mirrors, we're just getting buried by card advantage. And if you don't hit exactly, this combo on the play, it's not even that good in these matchups. Like, our opponent literally just went Olaf into Kuzco, into Mini Surfer, or into Maleficent, or whatever, and they were racing us even with this shit, because you have to keep investing resources into over and over, and then we're losing anyway. Like, this isn't it. The Arthurs are not good. I'm done with this version of the deck. I think it's cute, the idea behind having a hybrid deck, but I think it makes both halves of your deck worse. Because the control half now has less draw cards and less consistency. The aggro half is worse than other aggro decks, and again, also inconsistent. Like, yes, you can absolutely draw your cards in the right order and have a good day, but, like, the way that this deck is, if you draw even a little bit out of order, the deck is bad. All you have to do to fight this is just play your cards on curve. Just go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this deck doesn't do anything against it. It has no real catch-up. It doesn't have Kuzcos to just, like, put on the board to be a participant in the fight. If you don't have your 1-drops, you're literally just playing a 2/2 that does nothing. It doesn't have text. So you have to have more 1-drops then, and then your top decks are worse too. Everything about it is bad, and I am done playing this list. I think it was cool to try, and I'm glad that I ran it today. But after playing even more games with it against a more varied field, I don't think that this is even that oppressive in the mirror, so I don't think that it's worth running, is my conclusion. If this isn't effectively guaranteeing that you're winning the mirror, it may as well just be Spellbook then. So I think this is shit, and I'm not for it. There are decks that can run Arthur, and I just don't think it's for us. So this, on the other hand, I'm still pretty happy with this list, I think. It could need another Crab, maybe. It could need another Kuzco. We'll think about the numbers a little bit. We'll look at some of the lists. I don't know how many more events that I'm even going to play in before the next set comes out. Maybe 2 weeks from now if they have another one, I guess. But this is what I would play over this. This is dog shit. Don't run this. This is terrible. You're cutting good cards to play bad cards that are very situational. Like, this was cute when you're, forcing them to be prepared, and then you're following it up with this. But, like, you could just be playing a Kuzco and a 1-drop and a Maleficent or whatever, and it's about the same. Like, this doesn't close fast enough to be as inconsistent as the deck was. So if you want to run Arthur, I would run just the super low to the ground deck, and every card just turns sideways, as opposed to trying to be a control hybrid. I just don't think the hybrid is it right now. There's too many variables, you can't account for all of them, and you're just never drawing the right half of the deck when you need it the most. And I think that is the problem, is any time that you don't draw the part that is the good part when you need it, like exactly when you need it, I don't need Arthur on turn 5. It does nothing. Not only can it not be inked, but it also doesn't help me stabilize the board. Or turn 6, or whatever. It doesn't help. Cusco doesn't necessarily help either, but it's inkable. You know, Tremaine can help. You can clear up other stuff and then Tremaine and kill something. This is an actual real card. Whereas Arthur, in those... Arthur feels like Spellbook a lot to me, where if you're ahead, it's amazing, and it looks great, because you do everything with it. You're like, oh, look at all this lore that I've gained, I just do this every turn. It does nothing if you're behind, which means if you're on the draw, it does nothing. I don't want to be playing cards that are shit on the draw, which is why I like Pan's Shadow, because it's good on the draw because it has Rush. Combines with this to deal with surfers. Maybe we just need to be running more Pan Shadows and less not Pan Shadows. I don't know. But the answer is not run Arthur, in my opinion. We tried a hybrid list. I don't think it's good. I think if you're also cutting rabbits and be prepareds and stuff, at that point you may as well just be playing the aggro version and just cut all this other garbage out. Cut this, cut the Mauis, cut just everything, and then play, you know, the one-drop Mal and Pascal and Pinocchio, and just be the aggro deck. And then win or lose, at least your games will be short. So, thanks everybody for watching. Sorry about the disappointing performance today, 4-4. Really 3-4 because we only got to play 7 rounds because our round 5 opponent didn't show up. They were already X and 2. I get it. You got to battle another 4 rounds to try and make top 8. But you can't win them all. It'd be like that. If we, I think, had made some better mulligan decisions a few times, we may have been in a better position in some of the matchups. But our mulligans were pretty bad, our draws were pretty bad today. And I think that the deck list that we brought was not the optimal list. I don't really think that this helped us at all. Nice. Yeah, this didn't help us. This made our deck worse, I think. The LeFou was good in exactly one matchup when we were able to kill a single LeFou. Untap a Simba to kill a Lilo, right? But outside of that, it was just okay. It wasn't insane, it was just okay. You know, you untap an Ursula sometimes, or you whatever. But there's other cards that also would have been fine in those spots. To the point that I don't think this is worth running just to support Arthur. So if you cut Arthur, then I think you can reasonably cut this and go back to Cusco's. Obviously, you watched an opponent just demolish us with Cusco because they were just questing. Even when we were cleaning up their stuff, some of their stuff, they're just like, okay, play 3 guys, quest, quest, quest. Okay, I kill 2. They play 3 guys every turn because all of their things were replacing themselves, and we just could never catch up, regardless of whether they were flyers or otherwise. And when none of your cards draw cards, this just like untaps a thing. If that's not always the equivalent of a card. Sometimes it is. You know, you untap Arthur and it feels pretty good. But just untapping, you know, a rabbit doesn't always do it. Maybe if Tiana was more popular, then having more LeFou type cards to untap things has value. Because you can untap the thing that it cares about if it's exerted and then cast your Be Prepared. But like Maui's already good in that matchup anyway. So, you know, it's a crapshoot. Sometimes we did have a good mix of play and draw. It was draw, draw, play, 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 draw, draw. So we were on the draw 4 times and we were on the play 3 times. So it was a reasonable mix. We didn't have any real variance in our favor today. So it's just an average tournament with an average deck. And that's kind of the outcome. So thanks everybody for watching. I will put this up on YouTube. I would appreciate it if you are not following there, that you do. So make sure to do that if you'd like. If not, that's okay too. But I am going to raid somebody here and then I'm going to be done because I'm tired and I didn't do super well, so what are you going to do, right? I appreciate that, Lord of the Cauldron. Who's still on? We could send you over to Thea. if she's on. I don't think she is anymore. We can send you over to Wonderland or Zepha. I think we'll send you over to Wonderland. I don't know if he's playing or casting, but we'll send you over there. Raid. Is this the thing? I think this is the thing. Invalid username. What the hell is this thing called? Oh, got it. That makes sense. Alright, so I will see everybody next time, and hope you all have a good rest of your day.